Good morning, everyone.
I'm only kidding. Morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2. We are just starting, and there's 3 people not even in the mix that sat down at the table, and we've got it here. I just needed to charge my duty for 2 minutes, so we are just starting. It's day 155, 20 buy-ins for day 2.
Said it was going to be a busy one.
Yeah, 20 buy-ins for day 2. So we are starting right now with play just starting, like 6,000, 12,000. There's a lot of chips everywhere. It's not splashed everywhere. Why? See, we asked the question off air.
Yeah.
Why don't they stack the chips up for the players? If it's to have no interaction with players' chips, surely it's easier for players just to sling one in their own stack, like seat 2, and seat 4 and seat 6, if they're not stacked up in towers. I don't understand. Anyway, whatever the ruling is, it happens all over the world. You don't touch the chips. That's it. It's not just this event; it's every event. But we don't normally have 4 players missing at 12 o'clock, ready to start the stream.
Well, once I'm taking this out.
So yeah, we are. There we go. We have just started. We're 155. They're the top stacks from. Is that yesterday or both together? Together. They're collated from all the. Oh yes. So yes. What's happened? Somebody's shouting. Somebody's chip leader. Tama Camel on 230. AJ Kerjewell on 169. Stevie Watts on 168.
Well, there's someone with 270 at the top of the pack. Devon.
Oh yeah. Devon, he was chip leader last night.
With 270.
Yeah, we missed him off. He's out.
Can't win a thing.
He's out already.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Kev, Mick the Mod, Simon, Mum. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
On Facebook.
Morning, Mum. How you doing, Gail?
And straight back into the action. First hand, we have Jürgen in C8.
There we go. Jürgen in C8. Wadey in seat number 9. There he is. Is he a day 2 buying? Wadey? No. He made it through. Carl Shaw in 3. Mitch Johnson in 4. George Archer in 5. Dan Tran in 6. All now turning up, thankfully.
Yeah, Mitch looks like day 2 buying here. I don't know, 19.4. Actually started in the small blind. We must have had 2 hands. So yeah, day 2 buying for Mitch.
And that's the shouting. Chelsea are winning at Liverpool.
Oh, okay.
That's the shouting. Thanks, Mick the Mod. Hey, Kev. Good evening from Bangkok. Quick look in before heading out for food again. You almost put 2 stone on when you go to Bangkok and Thailand. You must do. Because every day there's just pictures of food and more food and even more food. Hope you've had a great time. A month to 6 weeks in Thailand. Enjoy it. All fabulous stuff. And we'll see it again soon.
Yeah, and Jürgen continuing pot there. 5k into 5.4.
Yeah.
With 6s. And Mitch just folding top pair. Maybe a bit wary of the pot sizing. Thought that Jürgen maybe weighted towards over pairs. Or at least 2 overs and flush draw. Which is going to have decent equity versus us.
Just to let you know, they were shouting for nothing.
Oh, VAR.
They were screaming in here for nothing. Miles offside, apparently. Afternoon, Angela. Sheffield Wednesday will win today. Great household. Jimmy Brown, Angela Brown. Husband and wife for 35 years. One's a Wednesday fan, one's a United fan. Fighting every Saturday. Every Saturday they have a battle. Good luck to Wendy Watson, says Angela. Wendy, it's 36,000-ish?
Yep. 36k Wendy bagged. So no one's in the big blind here, so understand this from Carl. Only 3 players to get through here. Queen blocker in there, just opens the Queen deuce off. I'm going to pick up blinds and ante. Only 2 players to get through actually, as the button wasn't seated either, so Even more reason to open there potentially.
Just turning up now.
Is that Phil?
Nope. That's Seb. Oh no, that's C7. Joseph.
Joseph in 7.
High fly crash. Hope all is good. Level 1 of the day, 155 players. It's massive.
Ace 10 suited for Grant here. Opens to 2.5 and Carl just flattened the Jack 10 suited hit. Carl working with 108k. Grant with a starting stack just over. So 18 bigs effective to start the hand. And Carl flopping best on the King Jack 7. However, board expect Grant to be continuing fairly often. Broadway draw over card backdoor hearts for choosing to check on this occasion. Carl firing for 2k, goes for quarter pot, and Grant has to check call this hand if we are electing to check. And it's a 3 of hearts on the turn. Could be a card that Carl checks back on here. Very difficult to get another street from worse unless it's a hand with really good equity versus us. And Grant does backdoor into the nut flush. It goes for 150% pot size jam here, 17.5 into 12. So just under 150% pot. And Carl going to have a tough time calling off here with the Jack 10 of clubs. Obviously, what do we beat? I guess there might be some ace, queen, ace 10 with the bare ace of hearts in here as bluffs. Value, I guess maybe flop monsters, king jack, although we block that, set of kings, set of sevens, and then obviously some backdoor heart possibilities, but versus that size, Carl not calling it off.
There we go.
How are you, Melvin?
Even afternoon, Melvin. Just let me know when it's 3-0, because I've got Watford -2. Colin tells us that Norwich are winning 1-0. Towers treble will be revealed at 2 o'clock. We had to change tactics because Bradford City were in my treble today and they got called off. They were scared of losing, so they called it off. So we'll bring that up at 2 o'clock. Early stages of day 2, 155 players. Fancied him today, fancied Bradford today against Carlisle.
So Grant raises to 2.5 and gets called by Jurgen in the small blind.
Queen high flop, queen 4, 7, 2 diamonds.
Wadey came along in the big. Nice flop for Jurgen here, flopping nut flush draw and overcard, and looks like Jurgen going to be donking here with the ace 10 of diamonds. Does donk for 6.5k and does get a better hand of Wadey to fold. Pot going the way of Jurgen in C8.
Afternoon, Nick. Watching on Facey.
How are you doing, Nick?
Hope things are good. Afternoon, Pesky and Jason. Half the money was Shellham. How are we doing, Jace? All right, Sean. Also watching on Facebook. Early stages, day 2. Plenty going on. The GUKP. What time does the GUKPT Cup start? 2:30. Well, that's all right. Plenty of time for all the bust outs because there's normally plenty of bust outs in the first sesh. We'll give you updated eliminations from around the room. Started with 155.
Norwich 2-0, says Colin Porter. Who are Norwich playing?
They're away at Coventry.
Coventry.
2-0. Wowzers.
A little bit of action here. We've got Seb with an up and down straight draw, defending from the big blind, then Carl flopping top pair, top kick up. And fires for 3k, and Seb not going to be going anywhere here. Probably just happy to flat this one on the 9-4 deuce. Carl's open DP. Still will have the over pairs in there. But may raise from time to time if we are trying to fold out just some ace king, king queen, this type of stuff. It's just going to call and pings it on the turn. 6 of diamonds for Seb. I wouldn't mind seeing a lead here from Seb. He's thinking about it. It's a card that he'll be aware that Carl's going to be checking back fairly high frequency once the flush draw completes. So an option could be to take that away from Carl and lead ourselves. That's exactly what he's going to do, but only for small. 3k. Goes for quarter pot hit. And versus this size, going to have to call as Carl can't be folding just yet. Well, it looks like he's going to raise here, Tower.
He does.
Makes it 9.5, so this might be one of these raise to check back river, assuming Seb's going to be playing in float. What it looks like from Carl, like we're never going to raise this spot, call from Seb and then value bet the river after Seb calls our raise. I just think it's a bit too optimistic. So if we are choosing to raise the top pair, top kicker here, we have to be checking back river on all rivers that aren't an ace or a 9.
10 of hearts it is.
I think this is just a clear check, Tower. I can't see us ever getting caught by worse. Once we bet flop, there's a donk turn and we still elect to raise. There's the check. Carl shows the last aggressor, shows the ace-9, which is no good. Straight for Seb.
How many left in and then when will the bubble be? Well, 459 players played it, so I'm guessing money will be about 46, 47.
Yep. Second session of the day, usually the prize pulls out with confirmed numbers.
Yeah. So just under 50 will get paid. Loads of time. Normally levels 6, 7 or 8 as we hit the bubble and the money. So late into the afternoon. Space fans, is there any giveaways today? We need to ask Jay how much he's given away so far this week, and then work it out from there.
About 1,600 quid. We got £1,500 to give away at some point.
We've got a bit of a plan.
You got a plan?
We think we've got a bit of a plan.
You done a plan without me?
No, we've started a bit of a plan.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Okay, you're going to let me know?
Eventually.
Okay.
Eventually. But we think we're doing it tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, okay.
We think we're having the big one tomorrow.
That makes sense.
So we'll give away everything else today. And then, obviously, there's also the live stream free roll on as well for £250 of the tokens added to that. Loads of people going to the football today, and there's footy on all day and whatever. You Saturday out with kids and all that. A lot more players grind online on a Sunday and watch the live stream, so I'm thinking tomorrow that we'll let you know when we've been in the office and come up with a concrete plan. But we think we're halfway there. Ish. Might be. We've lost 6 already.
To be expected, first 15.
Gary Miller, Lai Wang, Richard Ashby, PX, Rob Garfield and Stu Rutter. All gone in the early stages. Stu Rutter could make it up to Hillsborough in time. So you were Nicholas downstairs, carting in his case.
Yeah, I saw him as I was walking.
I says, how are you doing? He says, how are you doing? He says, well, I'm off skiing today. I went, what? He says, yeah, when I bust. What do you mean, when you bust? He went, well, I'm only a day too buying. He says, when I bust, I'm literally going straight to the airport. He says, I've not booked a flight. He says, I'll book it in the Uber. He says, I'm just going to south of France, or northern France, or to France, to go skiing. I said, okay.
The life of these young poker pros, how they live. It's not like fancy going out, fancy going to the cinema, fancy going skiing. Just going to get in a cab to the airport, book a flight there.
Exactly.
Off to France we go.
Off skiing.
Well, lads, what's your footy bets today? I haven't got one on. I'll probably follow Tower in with a treble just in case. You never know.
You never know.
Blind squirrel and all that.
You know, it makes sense. Tower's treble on Grosvenor Sport. We're gonna have a bash. It's a bit tough today, I must admit. We didn't. There were no standouts, so it'll come in today. Because there's me thinking, oh, they're going to win, oh, they're going to win, oh, they're going to win.
George makes it 2.5k here from under the gun with the ace 10. Seb calling with the pocket 8s. Carl should be getting out of the way here in the small with the jack 9. That looks like he fancies it. Don't forget that, just going to come in for a free bet here to 11.6k, and Mitch in the big blind with ace queen here. This is a tricky one, Tower. Like, we got 14, but like it's a gun open, cut off flat, and then a free bet here from Carl in the small blind. Like, Carl looks really strong here, and Mitch will know we've got no fold equity.
Oh, the 8 snap fold.
Carl calls it off, shows the jack 9 off, and Mitch with the ace queen. Table gets to see what Carl's free betting with.
Yep, there we go. They're in jack 9. Bring them in. So Mitch with the ace queen, the 8 snap fold. Thought the 8 might have thought about it, but not. So off to the flop. King 3-4.
Yeah, no diamonds in play, so Mitch just fading jacks and 9s. Oh, corner pocket on the river.
Ew.
And we do lose Mitch Johnson.
Oh man.
Busted by Carl Shaw with a jack 9 off.
Ray Shin, Colin McAndrew, and then Mitch Johnson. All eliminated in the first level. Shall we back Norwich? 3-0 Norwich. The stadium will be empty at half time, they'll all be in the casino. a commentary at home while the UK Poker opens on?
I don't know, Tower.
Then you just have a look at the championship fixtures. Is that a possibility? Anybody back over 3.5 goals in the first half in the Coventry match? 25th of Feb. First weekend we're there.
They are at home.
They are at home. Against Sunderland. Oh my days. Sunderland will bring 5,000 fans.
12:30 kickoff as well, Tower.
Oh, what time do we start? 4? Hope so. We might get there. Is that Friday? Or is that Saturday?
25th is the... Let's have a look. 25th is the Saturday. So that will be...
Yeah, we're there on the 24th.
Yeah, that's the ladies' day too. We're streaming that day.
Well, we're not anymore.
So,
Katie, what are you doing? What are you doing? Home to Sunderland. Oh, surely the Igor can sort us out some tickets for the main stand. Oh, got to.
We'll watch half each, Tower. Oh, then, Jim, how do I get my £1,500 ticket? Well, Tower has got something in the works, but I believe we're going to do it tomorrow for the final day.
Definitely tomorrow.
We're still going to do some giveaways today. We've got a few more 150 live satellite tokens to give away. I say a few more. We've got 2 of them, and we've maxed out on the closers, but we've got 1 of them as well. Why not? There we go. Prize pull up. We froze.
Already. That's early for us. That's brilliant. Thanks very much for that. There's me looking at Jay thinking another closer ticket. What? Yeah, you're really sure. £122,050 up top. That's fantastic. And 44 getting the money of a min cash of 26.50. Very nice indeed. So plenty of times. We'll start the ticker from about 70 players down as we get to get closer to the money. Somewhere after dinner, we'll start the player count going down.
Jim says tomorrow that's false advertising. I've built a fort in my bed to lock in all day for that ticket.
Why is the YouTube stream such poor quality? Says Fufu.
I think there must be your connection, Fufu. Ours is all good this side.
Yeah. Is there a tog that you can do it into high res and low res and automatic playback and what have you? There is a tog. Looks like a cog of a wheel.
Yeah.
That you can go from 144 up to 720. If you stick it on 720 and give it a refresh, it might have just been a bit of a slow connection that makes it a little bit blurry. Always try a refresh first, and if that doesn't help, then just let us know. Afternoon, Bob. What time will Towers Trouble be announced? Can't wait to lose money.
Ace coin suited for Dan here on the button. That should just be an open here off a 19. Want to give potential chance for some ace-X that dominate us to set us in. Want to get value from big blind defend range. bit too many big blinds to be opening here. Such a strong hand, ace queen suited, once folded to us on the button. So has effectively just moved all in here, putting in 3/4 of his stack. Would have much preferred to see an open here, like Jurgen might have defended versus a min click with a queen 7, having a dominated spot. 3-2 now, Norwich. Wow,
what a game that is. Over 4.5 first half would have been hundreds. "25 minutes gone and it's 3-2. What a game."
Here he comes, back in the same seat as yesterday. Old Slash, as Tower says.
He is. Ding, 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 ding.
Mauricio coming to the table.
Go on, Mauricio. Have a good day.
Seb opening under the gun here and Grant shoving for 21. This is fine from Grant. However, won't like this behind him. Once there's a reshove from Joe. Hoping to see ace king now. And that is what he's up against. Grant the player at risk with the pocket nines. Just fading the aces and kings. Good flop for the nines. Oh, that's not a clean turn though. Ace on the turn.
Ouch. Now need a 9. And it's a jack of diamonds on the river. And the 9s of Grant is off. He has gone straight down. He is out the door already. He's already at the number 83 bus stop. He has gone. So unlucky, Grant. Ewan McNicholas has picked up his skis. He's already in the Uber to Heathrow. He's gone. Iron Lightborn is out as well. Jack Benson, Drayton Haxiage, and Grant just gone. Just. So they're falling thick and fast, as always in the first sesh.
Gerald, I think Mauricio's more like Cucurella from
from Brighton.
He's at Chelsea now, ain't he?
Where is he?
I'm pretty sure he's at Chelsea now.
Oh, right, okay.
Lovely head of hair.
Is he Dina's brother?
I'm not sure in the main event, Gully.
Yeah,
we know in the we know in the high roller he done a few. He might be. I think he still might be on his first in this one, Tower. We know in the high roller he had a few, but in the main event, not as many. And just continuing here for 2.6 into 8.7, and Wadey just moves all in here with his nut flush draw, and over to Mauricio here, who's going to ask for a count. Wadey in the small. But don't expect Wadey to shove sixes and deuces here, Tower. I think they're just going to be a flat, such a strong hand. So when we got a jack in our hand, here is Mauricio blocking some of the better top pairs, the Queen Jack, the King Jack, the Ace Jack. May convince himself that Wadey is weighted towards flush draws here. But no, Mauricio out of there with a Jack 10. Gives Wadey credit for a better holding than his.
Up to 41,000.
Nicely done, Wadey. Well
Would
played.
not surprise me to see Wadey make the money.
He's a funny one, Wadey. He doesn't play your orthodox manner, Tower, but he's always there. He always seems to have deep runs. He somehow always builds stacks.
Off to the Bahamas as soon as he finishes this one.
And that's the thing, some players just have their own game that works for them and been getting them results over the years, so why would they change it?
Absolutely.
He's more of what they call a field player when he's in a pot. If he thinks he's got the best hand, if it doesn't seem standard, he doesn't care, he'll go with it. If he feels like he's got the worst hand, he'll fold him. It's worked out for him very well over the years. Some terrific results over the last 2 years. Platinum pass win up for the Bahamas coming up next week as well. And opens the A6 here on the button, and Carl with Ace-8 off in the big blind. Not going to be folding this one, Tower. So it chooses to defend. I think a small frequency could potentially free bet here with the ace block up. That's what Carl might have been thinking. But just flatting going to be fine. Still going to dominate some of the worst ace-X. Wadey that he should open on the button.
Ten of diamonds turn. Carl Short, bracelet winner.
Yeah, 6 max as well, not just any bracelet, Tower. One of the...
Yeah, where it gets the check mark as we now hit the straight. He goes back down and said, I've got the 6, but I'm not betting. He's hit the straight.
Yeah, it's all a blur for us too, Gully. The high roll up when we got the same faces in the main and see him on the feature table. But I'm pretty sure this is Mauricio's first bullet in the main event. We can double check that. But he seemed to always have a stack yesterday. And obviously I don't think he played Thursday. $122k up top, Tower. Not bad at all.
Yeah, Wadey was on the FT in the high roller at the one that Adam Neal won.
Seb opening this one on the button makes it 2.5, and Carl having none of it. Just 3 bets to 7-8 off from the small blind. And Seb gonna have to pill this one. Jack 9 suited one gapper here with position. Can't be going anywhere. Easy call for us this deep. Starting the hand with 47 big blinds. 10-4-5, 2-spade ball here, so not much going on for Carl. And continues for 8k. Does get the job done with the 7-8 off. Just pure aggression from the man in seat 3. This is what we got coming up for the rest of the weekend, guys. We are on the Saturday GUKPT Cup, starting today at 2:30, 5:50 buy-in for that one, 40-minute clock, 50k starting stack. Then tomorrow, busy one. We've got 3 side events, GUKPT Cup Day 2, which you can buy in for if you don't make it through. Seniors at 1 o'clock as always, and then a new addition to the schedule, the 4, 5, 6 bounty with a big blind ante. So that's going to be a fun one. 30-minute clock on that as well. That's going to be absolute carnage, that tournament tower.
What difference does the big blind ante make to the betting? Anything?
It's just the pots are going to get voted quicker. The ante, well, what they've done in Vegas, the big blind ante was in play. The ante doesn't count as the pot until post flop. I don't know if they're doing the same thing here, but that's how they've done it in Vegas. But it just means the pot's going to be a bit more juicy, and we can open slightly wider as well because there's obviously more to take down pre-flop.
Yeah.
But saying that, most people open wide in PLO anyway, especially when it's 6 card. But just juices things up a little bit.
Nice.
If it wasn't mad enough already, they'd just go and throw a big blind ante as well.
Won't be no payouts yet. Make the mod. Oh, there will be.
There will. We got them.
We've already got them. I'm thinking. You said next session. I'm thinking. Yeah, won't we get them till next session? Already got them. What a plant pot. 100 and over 6 figures for the win.
Is that PLO going to run it on the Sundays at all GUKPTs? Yes, I think it is.
Well, don't know. I actually don't know. Is it?
It's on the Manchester leg. So
is it? I'll show you the Manny leg actually.
I cannot wait for Manchester.
Why is that?
You've got the food van outside. I've been craving that mac and cheese since August, Tower. Been in the kitchen trying to replicate it for 6 months.
No, you haven't.
I call.
One word. No, you haven't.
Aces for Wade, he raises to 2.5.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Mick the mod. Go and have a lie down. Afternoon, CFO. Well done on your trip to the Bahamas. Good luck with everything.
Yeah, CFO's going to be playing in Manchester, Mini Main.
Awesome.
Never seen you really at GUKPTs playing a CFO. It's usually always.
He must have won a package.
Always with the camera.
Right. Well done.
He's just a samosa delivery boy in Manchester.
Yes, boom baby. Boom baby. Have to be extra special ones this time before he floats off to. Is that after the PCA?
Manchester will be after the PCA,
right, got
or PSPC.
Good luck everybody else who's going out there. I know Adam Neal's going out there and Wadey. There will be a few more that we know on the tour. No updates from Coventry in the last 20 minutes. What a boring game that is. King Jack 3 flop. So early stages, we've lost about 20 players so far. Give you a few more eliminations from around the room as well, because there has been a few since Grant departed on our feature. Luke Porter, Ben Roberts, Jason Chamberlain and Guy Taylor, all eliminated. Which takes us down to 140. You do have a good time at C4, and long may it continue, and we'll see you in Manchester. In fact, talking to Manchester, here it is. Oh, we're frozen again. What's that? There he is. Keep more tickets away again. We'll get that unsorted and then we'll come back with Manchester. The 1st of Feb it starts with the satellite for the Mini and the Mystery Bounty. And then the Mystery Bounty on the 2nd of Feb. And the final day is on. Oh, the PLO is a bounty in Manchester. With no running ante.
It probably still will be a big blind ante, and the one here's a bounty as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
So there we go. Might be a big blind ante on that. But that's Manchester. Take a free frame of that. Not that picture of us two, but
free betting the Kings here makes it 9k. That will be that. Jurgen cannot come along here with the A6 off.
Medium? Kings. Kings are a bit better. You're going to get to see it anyway, aren't you? So,
Afternoon, Tony. Tony Pierce watching on YouTube. Any news for a New Year Towers treble? No, the treble's not been announced just yet. We had to change things because Bradford City has been called off. So we're We've just about sorted it. We have just about sorted it. George in 5 with the King Jack of Diamonds. Raises to 2.5. Dan Coles in seat 6. Please select Charlton, and then Peterborough are bound to win. I love it. Oh, Wadey comes along with the ace queen. We have a flop of 10, 5, 2, 2 hearts. Queen of clubs as it's checked all the way around. That was it, Jim. I had to find the dartboard and spin it. George checks again with an up and down draw. Down bet 6k. Could easily have the flush draw. Wadey comes along with top. And the flush draw hits on the river if Dan has it. That we will see. George checks again after missing the draw. He's done checked all the way around. Wadey's very confident with ace queen there. Very confident. And pulls up and he's on 75,000. Wadey's had a great start. Double the stack more.
Just about sorted the treble. Did you have to get the darts blindfold? I could imagine that
There's no need to repeat that.
I could imagine you having a dartboard with every football league team in it, and you just throw 3 darts and wherever they land. That's what we're having today.
When it gets a little bit complicated, I have to spin the board as well.
Yeah, I love this from Wadey. Very nice from him. Definitely going to be in the 3-bet range as a bluff. Ace-5 suited. We're not always going to 3-bet it, but we'll be in there for sure. Ace block up. And suited. Very nice from Wadey. He's got some chips now, Tower, so I reckon he'll be getting involved a bit more.
Yeah.
Amping up the aggression.
Indeed it. Afternoon, Susan, watching on Facebook. Hope you're well. Started with 155 today, we're on 130. 35.
So Jurgen going to limp in with the A7 suited here, much prefer an open. I'm just going to choose the limp and now option for the big blind. George with 5s here. It's an interesting one. Jurgen working with 25 bigs. Do we ever expect Jurgen to have any strong limps here? So just going to move in with the 5s, George. Yeah, I like this. I think Jurgen, the way he's been playing so far, I haven't seen him limp a strong hand. It's just been sort of mediocre hands. So George recognises that and just rips it in with the 5s for 25 effective. I think that's perfectly fine from him.
Susan still managing 2 tourneys a week. Is that playing or running them? Hopefully play. Where do you play, Susan? Will Meister, how are you? Just joining in the fun. We've lost 20 so far this morning. Wadey has nearly trebled his starting stack. Oh, the Palace at Great Yarmouth. I'm going to have to take a trip to Great Yarmouth.
We'll go one day.
I've never been.
I know Great Yarmouth like back of my hand, honestly. I can show you around.
I know, I've seen your Liam Gallagher impression. Love it.
We used to go there probably 3-4 times a year.
No. I need to go to Great Yarmouth. I've never been. Not even on holiday.
See the size of the card room in there in the Grosvenor Casino they got.
Tiny?
3 tables.
3 tables?
Yeah, 3
amazing.
tables.
We'll make a trip. We'll take the clubs.
So here we go, button open from Mauricio.
Mauricio's in.
And George shoving the ace-4 suited.
He's at risk, but he has a big chance to double up. Mauricio, wow. whoever wins the hand.
Well, Tower, George should have 30% here, so there must be a couple of 4s in the mug.
Uh-oh. Needs a 4, because that's as clean as it gets for the ace-jack.
No runners at all.
No. Mauricio fades a 4, he doubles, and George will be on fumes. We're in London, Susan, in the Victoria Casino on Edgware Road, near Marble Arch. We're upstairs, in the back, near the bar. Come and say hello.
So comp today starts at 2:30, John. If you want to play the GUKPT Cup.
Yes.
40-minute clock, 50k starting stack. Unbelievable structure on that for a 550, guys. Plenty of play.
Should be busy. Worked in the card room donkeys years ago. That'd have been when the craps table was still here.
Yeah.
Not here anymore.
No.
My favourite game in the world.
There, didn't it? Right next to us. We could pop out for breaks down now and go and have a little.
My favourite game in the world. Yeah, it does look like more, doesn't it? We'll check the stack for George because he's definitely got yellows there. That's not 4.4. That's a lot more. So that's why George, we said he was on fumes, but it's definitely a lot more. 20, 25, 30,000, 35,000 there. Looks like it's 30,000 out that stack. We'll try and get the action tracker to change it.
Oh, you meant for the 1,500 ticket? Well, John, I think. Well, I don't think we know now. We're going to do it tomorrow, don't we? On the final day. Tal was going to be working all day, putting something together for you guys, ready for tomorrow. So, the UK Poker Open seat we are going to be doing on the final day. We still have giveaways today, though. We've got £250 live satellite seats to give away, and we've also got another closer seat to give away. Well, we haven't got another closer seat to give away, but we're going to give another closer seat away. And ace king for Wadey under the gun opens. What is a closer seat? It's for our online client. On Monday we have the GUKPT close-up. Starts at 7 o'clock, £110 buy-in on that, 20k guarantee. So basically if you win one of those tickets, it goes into your account. You get to play it free of charge. Chance of winning is usually like 6-7k up top in that. So chance of getting a decent payday for free. How are we doing, Munching Biscuits? Good afternoon. Well, Jim, just let her know that you still got them tomorrow. Sorted. Just say I'm still feeling under the weather. How are we doing, Apocalypse? Good afternoon. Yeah, we'll definitely give one away on the bubble when things slow down. Tom says Mauricio with chips is dangerous. Would be nice to see him run deep in this. Yeah, very good player, Mauricio. Been playing a bit of cash with him the last few weeks. Quite a bit of cash. Been seeing his face at the tables. He's a very scary character at the table, especially when you get the Mauricio stare down as well, like he's looking into your soul. Yeah, but more than capable of running it. He loves putting people in a spot as well.
We're only up to 80,000. Said watch out for C9 and I think he's going to make the money.
You did?
Then he had 30k and just over 20 weeks.
So setting a double barrel with a Queen Jack here. Maybe going after some of Wadey's pocket pairs and 3x here. Obviously we know we're never folding out of 10. So maybe going after that part of Wadey's range. And once Wadey calls twice here, I'm not sure if we're going to be free barreling this one as Seb. Be aware that Wadey, after calling twice, could definitely have a 10 in this spot. Obviously it would work if he did choose to free barrel this Seb, as we can see. If he thinks Wadey's more weighted towards some 3x and pocket pairs, this type of stuff, but does check and shows the Queen Jack, and Wadey's going to show the ace high, which is good. I like the decision from Seb there not to free barrel there. Like, I think more often than not Wadey will show up with a 10. I think 3x just going to be passing turn, so maybe even like the 5s, the 7s, the 8s, the 9s, they're not going to be folding either.
Already up to 100k, we're it. Just class to watch. Blinds up. Blinds up, blinds up, blinds up, blinds up.
Yeah, it's good, Mitch. It's nice that we've been given £3,000 to give away this weekend.
It certainly is.
And we've got £3,000 to give away in Manchester in a few weeks as well. And
Guy Taylor, Leon Lewitt, RS, Rob Bickley, Carlo Citroni, Robert Duras, Jack Allen, Atanas Pavlov, Angelos Nastamigas, Vadim Kajikaru, all been eliminated. Gone bonkers this session. $128 from 155.
Carway's for off, going to raise this under the gun. This is the chip leader at the table. Maybe happy to open wider. And we are currently sitting here 8-handed, not full ring. And Seb just going to move in here with the ace-3 suited for 21. So Seb may be aware now that Carr's been playing fairly wide and maybe just thinks his under the gun opening range will be full of some trash, as we can see it is. And just taking this suited wheel ace and moving in here. Just picked a very nice spot to do it. Should be working. Joe can't call off with the king queen here for 21. Under the gun open, we flat LP, and now there's a big blind shove for 21 bigs. Has to be going into the muck here, the king queen. It's a pretty easy fold, but Joe wants to burn through a time bank here. It should be an easy decision for us, really. Wow, he's going to call it off with king queen.
My days, man.
Gonna call it off with king queen. It's just gun open, we flat and big blind shove. It does look fairly strong from Seb, but Joe here making the call. Is he going to get rewarded for it? Not on that board.
Not on that board. Drive for ace-3. Still the same. Ace-3 doubles. If we don't see a queen or a king, and it's not, it's a 7.
Yeah, so ace-3 of diamonds.
Bit of a loose one.
Double up from Seb. Bit of a misstep there from Joe. Don't think we want to be calling off king queen off for 21. Under the gun open, we flat, and big blind wants to rip it in. Now we're doing pick dough. Afternoon, guys, just logged on. What's the table? How many left, etc. We've still got well over 100 left.
Yeah, 128 left.
Good looking table here. We've got Mauricio Pius on here, Wadey, Carl Short. Oh, Jurgen in seat 8. First time I've seen him at the feature. Yes, Dave Docketty's bought in for day 2.
Has he?
So he didn't make it in terms of bagged up, but
no,
he did
we're
make
down to 400
yeah.
chips, wasn't he?
Ace-9 here for Dan off of 11 tower. I might go with this one.
Right.
I think we're happy to shove this for just sub 11 bigs. It does move all in. Looks like Wadey's woke up with it on the button. Don't know what he's got, but he's got something. Enough for Wadey's stack size here, regardless of whole cards, working with 60 bigs. I don't think we're going to be ISOing too much here. I think we'll see a lot of flats or maybe some raises to like 35k, just clicking it up. So if we are met with some heat behind, we could potentially get away from it. But if Wadey does continue, expect to see a call more often than not. But it's out of the way, so didn't actually have too much. And Dan gets it through. How are we doing, John Hare?
All right, Johnny boy. All right, Johnny boy.
How are we doing, Leonard on Facebook? Going to dip my toe back into poker after watching.
Yeah, glad you've tuned in, John, but you might want to tune back out in about 30 seconds' time.
Why is that?
Because Derby County are in Towers treble.
Ah. Have you released it yet, or is that
just about to be released?
Ah, great.
Just about to be released. Towers treble is going to stop the Derby County 14-game unbeaten run. Sorry, John. Apologies. Big apologies. Major apologies. I apologise.
I'm ready, Tower.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You're already in? Don't believe it. You're ready and waiting. I love it. It loves me, really. It loves me, really.
So King Jack for George. This has to be a misclick, right? Surely he's putting the wrong chips here as George. Just make it had to be a misclick. Makes it 10.5k from under the gun with King Jack off.
Okay.
I'm guessing it was a misclick.
So this is it. Towers treble.
I'm ready.
We're ready. This is it.
I'm on Grosvenor Sport. Set and ready.
I apologise. I apologise to Big John. Apologies. But we're going for Luton Town away at Wigan. I think Wigan are just... and Luton are like 7th.
Okay.
So come on, Luton. Derby County. Tough game against Bolton. It's like 4th against 5th. Derby at home, 14 games unbeaten.
Yep.
I'm going for Paul Warne to do his magic against Bolton Wanderers. And then I'm going for Shrewsbury Town at home to Cambridge. It would have been Bradford City, but Bradford City's been called off. It's just under 8-1. Good luck. Towers treble 2023. Oh, we froze.
Oh, we froze.
Halfway through.
That's new.
Halfway through.
I just hit place bet and a puff of smoke come up. I've never seen that before. I just hit place bet and a puff of smoke come up on the app.
So Luton Town away at Wigan.
8-1 treble.
Derby County, Shrewsbury Town is Towers treble. I feel it. I feel it.
He feels it.
I feel it in
Feels
the
it.
I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my bones. I'm on it. I'm on it. What's with the I love it. I love the headscarf from Carl. Looks like Ina Sharples out of Coronation Street from 1974.
Well, I'm not going mad today. I'm going to have a little flutter.
Okay.
I hope it's the daylight tower.
He's not had a big bet, he's just had a monkey on it. So there we go.
So Jurgen here, pocket sevens, off of 17. Gonna open. Oh no, just going to limp in here, Jurgen, with the 7s, and means Seb can come in for an over limp here now with the freeze. I don't want to raise the freeze here to ISO versus Jurgen, just for the times that Jurgen does go for the limp jam and we have to fold as Sebs are just so much better to take this approach and limp in ourselves and try and flop a set for one big blind. However, Mauricio here probably going to be bumping things up with the king queen off on the button. And is reaching for chips, so I'm going to see a raise here from Mauricio. Yeah, nice size in here, 6.5k, 4x from Mauricio. After 2 limps in front of him, and Jurgen does take the limp shove spot here with the 7s.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're calling it off with the king queen.
What was closer than it looks now, Tower, once we do put 4 big blinds in here, and Jurgen working with 16. Could see Mauricio going either way. I think this is going to be on the line, and he is going to call it off with the king queen.
Wow,
He's going to make the call.
that surprised me.
So Jurgen at risk, and a Jurgen with 1 foot out the door.
Oh my days, man.
He's got 2 7s to hit. Next door on the turn. So Jurgen down to a 7. And it's a 6 of clubs, so we do lose Jurgen from the field, losing a flip versus Mauricio.
Jurgen Quinlan bust out. So too as Ken Wong. Not gone right for him today. Noberto Korn, Robbie Bull, Kenan Farzalayev, James Williams, Connor O'Rourke, and Jamie Brown. Unlucky for Jurgen.
And guys,
Seed open,
just
28. That's
before this hand, we are going to head out to an outer table.
Oh, aye, what's happening? Look at them stacks.
God, he's got like near
350.
Yeah,
350,000.
350,000 for that man.
Is that
Heaps of
Davin?
chips.
Or is Chip Leader?
I don't know what Devon looks like.
That's Davin.
Is that him?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. There's Big TR sat next to Mitch Hynham.
Big Trev.
Just having a look on the outers here.
120k for Big Trev.
Seeing what's going on. John Eames sat next to Ben Windsor.
Johnny boy.
There's 2 names next to each other.
Yeah. 4th in the main event last year for 3 mil.
Yeah, so and Dooley as well, and Chris De Silva, and the Spans.
Oh, what a table, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Baxter, size seat 5. Chris De Silva, 130,000. That is a table.
Yep, this is day 2, Matt.
It is.
Yeah, don't mind this at all here from Joe. Once it's just checked the whole way down versus EP. Looks a lot like we're up against ace high, so just go after that. We can obviously have a lot more straights. We could even value bet some 2 pair after it's checked to the river. Nice pick up from Joe. Pocket fours Randy comes to the table. We're going to start with an open. Makes it 3.5k. And over to Mauricio here, who makes a quick call. With the pocket fives. And George here, 22 big blinds to start the hand. A nice reshove stack, just down to hand now. If I'm George here, going to be shoving most of the pairs. Probably like ace jack plus. But George's just going to let it go. Joe's going to come along with the ace 8 suited from the small. And Wadey with the ace king. Incoming squeeze tower.
Like it.
This is actually this is 16. This is actually a jam from this is what me and Dave Dockery were talking about the other day in the chat. Wadey could actually jam here with the ace king suited for this amount of big blinds. 60 big blind shove with the ace king suited after an open and 2 calls, but just chooses the free bet to 20k, which will get the same result. I had Dave Doherty in the booth the other day and he was talking about a spot where there was an open from EP and 2 calls and you're sat in the big blind and 75 big blinds. Queen 8 suited is a pure shove, ace king suited is a pure shove, and some king queen in there is a pure shove as well. That's just what the solver says, Tower. Would you ever shove queen 8 suited for 75 bigs?
No, I need to read a solver book for that one.
I'm sure they make it up as they go along. Queen 8 suited, 75 big blind shove.
The treble today is Luton Town, Derby County and Shrewsbury Town. Just under 8 to 1. Get on it. We'll all win some Wonga together. Let's do it.
We've got Andy here making it 3.6k. Yes, please.
T-boy.
Yeah, I'll have a T. T. What was Tower's treble again? Tower's treble. Shrewsbury. Derby and Luton. Shrewsbury, Derby and Luton. Tower's treble. 8 to 1 treble. Andy just continuing with the ladies. Ace queen for Carl under the gun. Makes it 3.2. And George with a jack 10 of hearts here. Interesting one off of 22. Gonna choose to fold. Alright, Ian Roberts, have I missed any significant action to rewatch? Mr. Tower thinks, question, etc. No, we haven't done any giveaways as of yet. There hasn't really been too much action occurring on the feature. We've lost 2 players as Phil Tate takes his seat Lost Jurgen and Mitch Johnson from the feature, but both were short. Jurgen lost 7s versus King Queen. Mitch lost Ace Queen versus Jack 9. But other than that, not too much so far. We've got a confirmed prize pool though, that's coming across the bottom of the screen. And we will get a player count, Tim Buckley, probably after dinner break when we're getting closer and closer to the money. As bust outs are happening thick and fast, we've got around 130 players still left in the field today.
Oh, what are you doing?
So George opening from +1 to 3.2, and Carl going to defend the 10-7 in the big blind. Ace 4 rainbow, and George here could potentially go for one big blind. Going to be a really small sizing on this board with our C-bet. Goes just north of one big here, 2k into 8.8, good enough to get it through. Thank you very much.
It's all right. Hey, the home to Fleetwood printing money. Sheffield Wednesday, score and win, 11-2, 11-4. There you go. That's a tip. Another tip.
Score and win.
Yeah, for Sheffield Wednesday, 5-1 it'll be.
But
it's both teams to score.
Oh, both teams to
and
score.
Win.
Okay. I thought you meant score and win. I was like,
well, it'll be like 5-1
okay.
for Sheffield Wednesday today, and I think Barnsley will do the same. So it could be a good double that. Score and win. Sheffield Wednesday and Barnsley.
Don't forget, guys, if you are watching as well, it'd be great if you give us a follow on socials, Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and live stream coverage /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. And if you hit the follow or subscribe, depending on platform, you can get a notification every time Tara and I go live. We're back in Manchester after this leg in just a couple of weeks' time.
Well, there were 20 day 2 binds, so there are plenty of notables.
How are we doing, Alan Oakley? Good afternoon. Ace Jack for Mauricio here, blind on blind in the small. I think George is working with just over 20. Mauricio going to choose to complete. This is fine. We need some strong hands in our complete range. Can't just complete the mediocre and trash and raise our strong hands. Need to balance it out. And it's a nice stack size as well here off of 24. Just the complete shove over a raise. As Mauricio.
Jack 6-7.
Oh my word.
Top.
Blind,
2 pair.
Blind on blind here, Tower. This is just cold. And if I'm Mauricio here, I might choose to check raise this one, Tower. The Ace Jack.
And that's what we're going to be doing.
With top pair, top kicker in a blind on blind situation. And does go for the check raise.
This is 5,000, so 1.65.
Yeah, and against Mauricio here as George, I'm probably just going to be flat in Tower. He's a very good player. We'll find lots of different bluffs in any given spot. So I'm just going to be flatting with such a strong hand here. Keep some bluffs in Mauricio. If he does have like a 6-7, a Jack 6, a strong Jack X, we're going to get the money a lot of the time anyway. Like this Queen's a brick on the turn. Shouldn't change anything unless it's a turn 2 pair.
There's players in the main event. In the upcoming break, there will be a chip race for the 100-point chips. We kindly ask the one person at each table buys them in for us now, please. The 100-point chips, so one player on each table. Thank you.
So Mauricio going for the second street here, as he should be. No reason to think that we've still not got the best hand. Queen's rolled off, but as I say, once George calls our raise, shouldn't have any Queen X in his range unless it's Queen 6, Queen 7 or Queen Jack specifically. So now George, a bit more of a decision here whether to go for it here and set all our chips in the middle, or just call and complete. Keep some bluffs in, and Mauricio, and does just call.
The river is a 9. 9 of diamonds.
It's an 8-5 complete intel. That's one of the hands that would have called a raise and called turn blind on blind here with an up and down straight draw. 10-8 shouldn't really be in there unless it's 10-8 of clubs specifically, turning flush draw as well. So from Mauricio's perspective here, may still think that our Jack's the best of it and may try and get some value from some worse Jack X or even some 7X that are non-believers.
That's big.
That's 13 into 30, so 40% just north of here, and George just going to make the call. Mauricio shows the ace jack and George going to show the jack 7, so nice pot going the way of George here. Cooler flop for Mauricio.
Up to 68. Can't watch the stream, says Simon. Boo! Can't watch the stream. Nunes is on at Anfield and at Coventry. Quick lad him. Nunes must have the most goals, shots to goals ratio in football.
I was reading something last night.
Yes, and I don't know anything about football, which is why I do a Towers treble every week. He must have.
Right, I'll see if I can find it, but there's a really good stat I read last night.
Okay.
Somewhere. Right, here it is.
Yep.
Right, so since the data's come into play, since 2010,
Yeah.
Robin Van Persie holds the record for most big chances missed at 25 back in 2011 at 0.68 big chances missed per 90. Nunes is already on 15, missing 1.54 big chances per 90, which is double what Van Persie's was, and he's the record holder so far.
Wow.
Yeah, I was reading it, I was like, wow, that
He's only been in English football 3 months.
He's already missed 15 big chances, so at 1.54 big chances missed per 90.
Wow.
And the record holder is Van Persie, who's at 0.68 big chances missed per 90. So Nunes is more than double. Pretty crazy stat.
Yep.
Mauricio's biggest cash, $51,000. Yeah, is a regular pro. Did come third last year in the WSOP online event for 212k as well. Plays a lot of cash. But $300,000 in live earnings for Mauricio.
Players in the main event, you are now on a 25-minute break. That's a 25-minute break in the main event. This is to allow our dealers to get a break themselves. So please make your way out of the card room as quickly as you can for us. This area will be closed during the break. Dealers, please race off the 100-point chips.
So, as you heard there, the first break will be 25 minutes in 30 minutes' time.
Yeah, Wadey's going to be off to the Bahamas. He'll be leaving straight after this event.
Yep.
So a few more bust outs to tell you about. Chris Whittaker, Keith Johnson, Dimitris Ginaku, Charles Whitehouse, MC PD, Jack Wild, Alexandra Gomez de Souza Luis, Victor. And that
Looking.
brings us up to now.
Victor had King Jack on a King Jack 6 flop. Against
Sixes,
10 Jack. Take Queen 10.
Queen 10.
Ace on the river.
Yeah, Jay, we'll try and get Span's table on after the break. I'm not actually sure, but just looking at the tables in the room, that's the VIP table, isn't it, obviously? So we'll try and get that on stream after the break. Some really notable names on that one. John Eames, WSOP main event final tableist last year. Ben Winter, biggest ever all-time winner on GUKPT in terms of cashes, double grand final winner. Dooley, who's been on immense form. Span, who was second last year in the National League. Some table, Chris De Silva on it as well. So I think that's got to be the feature next.
Yep, that will be a table. That will be a table. Ready raising up with Ace Jack. There's his ability to stack up from 30 to 94. Are they selling the scars in reception? No, C3 and 7 got one on.
So Queen 8 deuce rainbow board here. Wadey choosing to c-bet this one 3-way. That's going to lose George and Phil. Phil does have bottom pair and backdoor flush draw, but just with our stack here, we're going to be less inclined to continue. I know we can see he's got the best hand, but I'd personally fold this spot. Like, even if we are up against an ace king, ace jack, ace 10, 2 overcards, still going to only have 70% at best. And then the times that we are up against a bigger pair, going to need to find one of our 5 outs. So it does let it go. Definitely agree with that from Phil.
Evening, Labamba. Who's in watching in Sydney? Yeah, about 1 in the morning.
Got here some jam. Nope.
Chili jam.
Chili jam.
Well, chili chutney.
Who brought you that in?
Mikey. No, Mikey bought it.
Huh?
He wanted it on his bacon and avocado this morning for some reason. It's nice though, chili jam.
So Carl, we're going to open the 10-6 suited from +2. And it's bad timing because Phil has shoved it in with the King Jack. Come out of the way.
Andy Chip lead at 189. Carl 114. We're up over 100. 10 bigs for Dan in 6. Good afternoon and good evening, one and all, wherever you may be in the world. Lines 8:16, second level of the day. 25-minute break in just over 20 minutes.
Baseline for Mauricio makes it 3.8. Seb defending the 5-3 suited. And 5-3 of hearts been Seb's hand today. Won a decent pot versus Carl, turning the straight about 45 minutes ago and defending it once more in the big blind and flopping combo draw here. Straight and flush draw, the 5-3 of hearts, and Mauricio choosing to continue the ace-9 here for 35%. Now Seb just thinking here whether to raise this one or just flat and take a turn, and is just going to take the passive approach and call.
Did we get there? Well, pick up more now. 2 diamonds on the turn.
Yes, and now aces working as well as 6s and hearts. And this might be the turn that I check raise here, Tower. Like, we will still have flats with strong hands, 4s, 7s, Jack 4, Jack 7 on the flop. So if we are met with a double barrel, might be a turn that Seb might want to check raise here. However, Mauricio's range as well is what we need to think about. Like, are we ever folding out jackets and Mauricio? Are we ever folding out over pairs? Probably not. So needs that to go through his head as well. Obviously never going to be folded. Mauricio's size is up to just shy of pot, 15 into 17. Now, decision for Seb. Is there ever a world where we could just move in here with our massive draw? And there is the all-in from Seb, and is going to get the snap fold from Mauricio. Well played, sir. Like it a lot.
Nice one.
Seb seems to play very well, Tower.
Certainly does.
Gets it through with a 5 high.
Will Meister says, is there any snow around for anybody else? Where do you live, Will Meister? Whereabouts are you? No snow in London, just cold.
Very cold.
It'll be -3 tonight, apparently.
Great. Got any good news?
Treble's coming in.
Ah. So I can let you know, guys, the feature table that we are going to have when we return after the break, and it is a corker. John Eames, Ben Windsor, Dooley, Chris De Silva, Andy Back, Julio Mascolo, Kenny Hullart and Gary Stephen Smith. That is a table of names right there. Both Kenny Hullart and John Eames with a WSOP main event final table to their name.
Leonard says there's no snow in Lanzarote. Nice one, Leonard. Whereabouts in Lands are you?
Always thought Lanzarote was pretty small, like just a small
It's a
island.
small island. Yeah, it is. Nice. In the Canaries. Quite a few different holiday destinations. Costa Teguise, Puerto del Carmen, Playa Blanca. They're probably the biggest 3. Been to them all. No snow in Wigan, only pies. It's the only place in the world I've had a pie barn. West Wales, Puerto del Carmen, very nice. Was there in November. Yeah, it's windy now and again. Not always. Fuerteventura is normally windier. And there we go. I feel like Judith Chalmers. Ask your mum. Right. Ask him.
Is she not the one that won Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? No.
King 5-3. Nothing for nobody. Carl Short with the headscarf on. So see what Mauricio does.
Let's just see betting the King High board here. For 3k. And Carl just lets it go. Can't do much with Queen High.
Still 0-0, mate. The second half's like kicked off 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. No, on the guys who going off the score wasn't. Yeah. I know you would have told me. Where's 3.2? No, he's not like this.
Ace Queen for George raises to 3.2. Wadey flattening the Queen at 10 of clubs, and Seb here in the cut-off with the King Jack off. Tricky one for Seb here. Gun open, maybe a bit wary, and does let the King Jack go.
Rather small in C3. Carl Short.
Yeah, Queen 9 off here for Carl. Seen a light free bet already from Carl. Saw him free bet the Jack 9 off versus a gun open earlier, but going to let the Queen 9 go on this occasion, and Mauricio should be defending the suited Jack in the big blind, getting this price. It's suited, so I'm going to come along and see a flop. Might want to see clubs though.
Seven, 8, 9. All hearts.
So up and down here for Wadey. George with the nut flush draw 2 overcards. But not much going on for Mauricio other than a gut shot, and it is check through.
6 of spades turn.
And Wadey.
Good for Wadey. Always pings it. So I should have called the 6 of spades, to be fair.
Or the offsuit Jack.
Still a bit scary as George has got the redraw with the ace of hearts.
He's going to bet here, George, but I think I prefer check here. Tower wants his 4-liner to a straight both ways. Like Mauricio still can have 10x, 5x here from the big blind. And even Wadey, as we can see, with 10x on this occasion. So I might have check called this spot as George, but it's going to go for the bet with his nut flush draw, and it's a
absolute pure brick
on the river.
2 of clubs.
So now check the give up, and Wadey going to be value hunting here.
Yeah.
Difficult for us to really get paid by much here, Wadey, the way this hand's played. He's going to check back. Like what are we getting called by there really? Pocket 5s, ace 5 suited, that's about it, not much else. Over pairs, probably going to be folding.
Builds his stack to nearly 120. What a session for Wadey.
Looking for some spending money for the Bahamas.
Absolutely. Change it into dollars please, I'll have my winnings in dollars.
That's Judith Keppel, Jay, on Edgar South. Cheers, Gully.
There you go. Not watched Eggheads for ages. I won't even know the lineup anymore. Is the old boy there that used to look like Professor Pending?
I used to watch it when it was Chris, Kevin, Judith,
the big Chris with the hair,
and was it what was
CJ,
it? Daphne was it?
Oh,
Daphne, the really old girl, the really old girl.
Oh
Daphne.
yeah,
was it Daphne?
Daphne
And CJ? That was the 5 I used to watch.
Yeah.
This was years ago. CJ, Daphne, Judith,
Chris
and
great.
Kevin.
That's
Chris
right.
and Kevin.
I think that CJ and Kevin had an argument. Not Kevin, CJ and Chris have an argument on air.
I don't know
about one answer. In fact, I actually think I remember the question as well. I think it was the postcode of the White House, and I'm pretty sure that CJ said Buckingham Palace or something like that, or the Pentagon, and it was wrong. And Chris, I think he muttered something. I think he swore, as if to say, "How can you get that one wrong?" Really? Wow.
Darren, we are doing the £1,500 giveaway tomorrow now. It's been confirmed.
Tomorrow.
Tower's got something unbelievable lined up for you lot.
Got to run it past Jay first.
It's got everything sorted.
I was up all night while I was in the lab for the Towers treble. I was thinking of all kinds of things.
It's like creating a treasure hunt, websites and everything.
It's cold in California, says Ben. California's never cold, is it? I know they've just had massive floods. And they have massive wildfires in the summer. California, eh? Very nice indeed.
Ace Queen of Diamonds for Andy. I'm going to raise here from the hijack. Into the big blind of Dan. 8-3 off. Not going to be defending. Oh, sorry for Dan Tao. He's just not had a hand this whole session and just had to keep folding and folding, and now down to 8 bigs. Hasn't really been able to do much.
Quick update.
Last out was Victor Alukin.
Was it really? Where's Victor? There he is. There he is. Lucas Glow, Majid Nadeem, Eunice Barakat, Henry Windle, Dave Doherty's just bust. He's the last out. $106 left.
Pocket threes for Phil under the gun here. Might just choose to fold this one. I personally would off of 19, and there we go. The small pairs from EP off these sort of stack sizes, like the really small pairs, I think do perform well as folds. Like not going to be able to continue versus a free bet, and we've got no blocker in there blocking the continue range of our opponents. It's Seb free bet in the 10s here versus a Wadey +1 open. That means going to lose Carl with the 6s, and Mauricio seems like he's got a decision. Usually quick to act. Well, pocket 8s did have a decision that makes a good lay down, and George here, nice spot for him. Off of just under 35. Ace King here. I'm just going to send for 35 bigs. And there is the send. Easy fold now for Wadey, and then Seb going to be in a tough spot here. Thames is a toughie. Open from +1. We free bet +2, and now bottom wants to cold 4 here for 35 big blinds. It looks super strong from George, and is George ever going to have jams here with hands like 9s and 8s? Probably not. So as Seb, we're just hoping to see like an Ace King, Ace Queen suited type hand, and he's going to make the call. We are off to the races. This is going to be a big flip for both players. 180k in the middle.
Please do retake your seats. You have 4 minutes remaining.
So who flips best?
Not the ace king at the minute.
Yeah, Seb holding thus far. And doesn't want to make a set
He
now.
does not want to see one of the 2 red 10s.
There's 8 outs to fade. And he does 6 of clubs on the river. So Seb busting George. And Seb going to be up way over 100k now.
Unlucky George.
Yeah, sports fans play well from what I've seen so far today. Seb seems like he knows his stuff. Playing good poker. As we lose George from the tournament, we're going on break in just under 10 minutes time.
Afternoon, Ian. Good afternoon, chaps. Looking forward to the comms of the banter and Towers treble. Yes, we're on it. Sure that. Luton Town, Derby County, and Shrewsbury Town. We're looking at nearly 8-1 for the treble. If you want a little bit of a different bet, Sheffield Wednesday and Barnsley both score and win. I think it's about a 10-1 double. Wednesday will win 5-1 today, and I think Barnsley will win 3-1.
We'll get the 5-1, 3-1 double in.
Shall I?
Yeah, put a quid on it.
Shall I?
Yeah, what?
I'm on it.
I reckon that will be what? 5-1, probably about 40s, 3-1, probably. I reckon.
Imagine that coming.
800 to 1 double, that would be Tower.
Ready? Get me on!
Get you a quid on.
Where's my 10 pence? Where's my 10 pence? Get me on. Get us on. Come on.
Yeah, we're going to be doing the first giveaway for today next session at some point, so make sure you're tuned in. Could drop at any time.
Yes. Any time.
£150 live satellite seats to give away. As Dan moves all in here with the ace king, been patient and finds his spot now to shove. Gets it in for 8 bigs. King 9 off for Mauricio here. 8 big blind shove over our open. It's going to call it off.
In the main event, this is your final call to retake your seats. You have 1 minute remaining on your break. This is your final call to retake your seats. Dealers, if you have 3 or more on your table, please prepare your decks now.
There's a king, so picked up some chop outs as Mauricio. King or 4 would chop this. But that will do it. But Dan, been patient, fair play to the lad.
Yeah, well done.
Gets the double.
Don't have to put them in with any 2. Very nice and patient. Back up to 18 bigs.
There you are, Kev, 550 to 1 double, he says. Get yourself a quid on it, Tower.
What is it?
550 to 1.
Get in. Go on, son. Just imagine.
Here should be opening the ace jack suited.
Players and dealers.
We're going to have a guest commentator as well that wants to come in and do a session with us
After
the break.
Okay,
so probably be an hour with me, hour with the Tower.
Like it.
You heard of Jack Castle, Tower? You heard of him?
Who?
Jack Castle coming in. For a
Did
bit
he
of
sing
comms.
that? No, 19 song. No, 19. 19. No, 19. That was him, wasn't it?
What? Oh. No, 19. I thought you was going to do Batman.
Ask your mum. Jack Castle coming in after the break.
Phil lets the Kings go correctly too. 3-bet to 10k from the small blind with the Kings. And he filled the ace jack suited and got there. Ace on the flop.
So we've got 3 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. And then 25 minutes.
You see Jack exiting the field there, just walking away. Uh-oh, just bust live. So that is why he will be joining us.
Jack Hardcastle, Andy Seabright, Matt Davenport.
Oh, wow.
Out. George Archer, Kevin Warrilow, and Bihao Wang.
Matt does this all the time now, though, the GUKPT Cup's on tower. He realises his hourly's better to play the GUKPT Cup because it's a quicker tournament. He does it all the time now. Done it in Blackpool, ended up winning the thing.
We have lost 55 players.
What, first session?
First session.
So over a third of the field.
We could be done. We could be done for 5.
Yeah.
55 players in one session.
To be expected when there's so many short stacks and day 2 buy-ins.
So this could be, we've got about 4 minutes to go until the end of the session. And then 25-minute break, so we'll be back at 5 to 3. Towers treble is Luton Town, Derby County and Shrewsbury Town. Come on. We're doing first hour, second hour. Your choice.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I was going to order some food, so do you want to do the first hour?
Yeah.
We'll do first hour.
We'll do the first hour. You order food and have 90 minutes. See you at 5 to 5 when Towers Treble's in. We'll be high-fiving, kissing and cuddling and all sorts.
Yeah, we will.
There'll be lots going on.
Carl under the gun, going to open the ace-4 off here. Dan reaching for chips, so might be thinking about shoving here off of 19. 19 bigs for Dan, not going to take the spot. But no Hunter's chicken here, Tim Buckley, that's my Leeds dinner. My Vic dinner is the roast chicken, my Leeds dinner is the Hunter's chicken.
It's Coventry's dinner, it's pulled pork and mac and cheese.
Yeah, that's it. I've my set dinners on set stops.
40-minute levels with a break every 2 hours.
So Joe does take the spot, and that is it, guys. We're on a 25-minute break. We will be back at 5-2, joined by Jack Hardcastle and the Tower. I'll be about 5 to 4, so an hour later. You can do a giveaway with Jack if you want, Tower.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what goes on.
With Jack, but we'll be back at 5-2, guys. We will see you in 25 minutes.
We've been surviving. We've been doing all right, and it's great that you come to join us for an hour with the Tower.
Yeah,
we're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been. If not a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this, do you know what, playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career?
making me feel old. That every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? Never had an answer. except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which didn't really go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers. And so I kind of had this plan of just get this, kind of $3,000 student loan.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. So yeah, I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed. Yeah. All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G in the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists.
Yeah.
Constant action, just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water. Believe it or not. Consummate professional.
I thought I could rely on you, mate. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. You first
you drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi-drinking as well, mate. So you've played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. It was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast. And I wanted to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played. I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £100 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
And they told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold. It was on him. He'd raise. I'd fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks. Won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads up. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah. And then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play a GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were. I was fairly lazy about I'm like I was studying back then, and now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of go with the flow of okay, what's next on? It's GUKPT Bolton or Walsall or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow. And it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day.
Yeah.
You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on. And so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of, that was what everyone was doing, and you know what I mean? So that's kind of where it kind of started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realize that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that.
Yeah.
And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, you know, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left, and Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then.
Yeah.
And I think I knocked him out, and then from there I won the tournament. And then probably after that I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly.
Yeah. Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party time?
I'm pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Yeah. Well, that's you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between 1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that.
Yeah.
I was just playing low stakes. You know, you kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. To win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
Yeah, and in the
state, coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
well, it wasn't a bad year 2011, because the GUKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking. These tournaments now, all right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win, and rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. You know, it would be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously, definitely.
Well, it's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back with An Hour with the Tower with the fabulous. Can I just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish.
Yeah.
This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is an absolute disaster, but I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know, this is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's
time.
You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio, not playing a tournament, and was just, kind of looking for a friend or something, I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up to me and just ask me for ID. And every time I'd say, I'm not gambling, and they'd just say, I don't, because they're really strict. Massive clubs over there.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that happened, so I never set foot after that. Probably happened like 4 or 5 times. I would never go into a tournament room unless I was actually playing. Because I just used to get ID'd all the time. But 2011 cash, that was probably 3 years before I actually played what I'd consider proper tournaments in Vegas.
Yeah.
I basically went to Vegas for 3 years, 11, 12, 13, and just played cash games. And I was very hypocritical in terms of everyone I spoke to. I'd say, why are you playing tournaments? Stupid. You should play cash and all this stuff. And then in 2014, I think I played the main event, and that's when I kind of really got hooked as well. So yeah, I think that 2011 one was just a random rogue cash, which is probably why no cashes from that until 2014.
Now we're not going to start with the rub downs at all in the slightest, but it is part of history.
Go on.
Your biggest ever shot at the time was a 5K buying the EPT London.
Oh, disaster!
Unfortunately,
disaster.
Unfortunately, the crowd would have been cheering, roaring, and shouting and whooping because everybody's made the money. Because Steve Warburton became that unfortunate bubble boy.
I've never ever been backed. I'm really proud that I've never kind of borrowed money. I've never been backed. But that was the first tournament that I sold action. I sold 50%, and I think it was my first 5K. And so, I mean, I'm really competitive anyway. But to let someone else down, that's just, I hate that. And so, I think when we were about 15 off the money, I basically made the mistake of messaging everyone that had backed me and said, I'm 15 off the money, I'm all right in chips. And then I kind of dwindled down, and on the bubble I had, you always remember the hands you lose, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Ace-king diamonds, all in against aces on the bubble. And we basically got all in. I'm thinking, oh my God, I was got aces.
Yeah.
And like the first 2 cards were diamonds as well. So I was like, well, I've basically got 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like 1 card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge, huge room. And the second the river card comes down, there's guys on the mic saying, congratulations, you're all in the money. And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. So I'm thinking, oh, great. I marched all the way back, found the TD, and he said, oh, no, we stopped doing that last year.
Double bubble.
So I've had to do it twice. I've had to walk through it twice.
Oh, dear.
Get out. I'm going to ring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So, you know.
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
Redemption, kind of.
Which is pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced the bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I just kind of lost a few key hands. And also back then, you kind of get very carried away. You know, when there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well. And it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep. But I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, he started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after GUKPT Manchester, he ended up chopping it with Mitch Johnson and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
You actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah. I remember it like it.
I think you would have. I think you would have done, because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and you know all the locals, and I don't know, just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money based out. I'm always quite deep, and I might get a min cash or finish just before the money, and I don't know. I feel like 5 or 6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And yeah, and it was more as well, like I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point, maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You would also, because you've been at the EPTs and because you started travelling around playing tournaments, people started pointing and saying, that's Steve Warburton. This guy's pretty good at tournaments, you know?
Yeah, that was a bit weird, because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like startled by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But that interview though, I remember it well, and it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. Watching. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah,
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, the World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight. No, because we went and played the main event. And do you know where he finished? Will it always be etched?
I know it was under 300.
182nd.
Yeah.
Out of 6,682.
It was a good one because it was my first one.
Yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever played the Bane. I went really deep with my good friend Tim Hickling.
Mm-hmm.
He was somehow on the table next to me every day. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
And I remember on day 5, just walking in with him, and they had the music on and stuff, and you're just thinking, this is like how it used to be. You know, like I was saying before, when you first started playing, that real buzz of playing. So yeah, that was fun. But we obviously didn't go deeper than that, but it was nice to win wherever I won.
It was a very good run and a good ending to 2014. It would have been nice, obviously, because it was just, I think it was the first time it was 10 mil for the winner. So
I don't know, was that the Jamie Gold year, was it?
No, that was of course, Jamie Gold got 12, didn't he? Yeah, when he got 10 million, but 182nd wasn't that ending to 2014 for you.
And it was maybe 40 or 50 grand, which again at the time, even now, it's so much money to win from a tournament. You're obviously really disappointed, but to just win that amount, it's
well. Coming to the end of this episode, we will be back with Steve Warburton very soon on An Hour with the Tower. Back with Mr. Steve Warburton for An Hour with the Tower, and we've moved on to May 2015 and the WPT Amsterdam. Has to be one of the favourite stops for poker players by far. 341 entries, and second, 150,000.
This was my favourite tournament of all time.
Yeah,
it was such a good tournament. Just everyone is just like, I don't know what it is about Amsterdam, and obviously 60% or 70% of the field are kind of Dutch, and there's just no no one kind of taking the mickey and being slow with their play, and everyone's talking to each other. And that's like from day one to the end. It was just a really fun tournament, and I felt like as well it wasn't a tournament where it was, you know, just winning flips the whole way through. It was like a really good structure and stuff, and yeah, it was just a really fun tournament. And it was obviously my biggest score at the time. A lot of my best friends were there at the time. Again, it was just an obscene amount of money. It was just like so good. We had a fantastic few days afterwards.
What was the party like afterwards?
So good, Teller. It was just so good. It's just like I'm honestly, I'm such an old man. After about 4 or 5 hours, I'm just like a backache and I want to go to bed. But when you've just got like pure poker rush adrenaline, it's just so good just to go out and you just like, yeah, it's great. It happens very rarely to win a tournament, but
yeah. It was a great effort. Then you go on to party poker high roll, another second, and you lost to Alex Golder, but you're good friends with Alex.
Yeah, sure.
What did you? Was there a lot of chatting when you were heads up, or was it like enemies at the table and then just shaking hands and a bit of a cuddle afterwards?
We were talking.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now back. We lost 57 players. 57. The last two out before the break were Don Jones and Dost Grabby. And Jack Hardcastle bust out.
Yep.
Hey, Jack, how are you?
He's coming.
Here he is. Here's Jack Hardcastle. How you doing, Jack? You all right?
He said he'll be here in 5, so I'll start off. I've got some food on its way.
Have you?
So.
Are we? Is there any surprises in the food department?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Gone for something different today.
Oh yeah, what are you going for? No gravy?
No.
What are you having?
Just roast chicken.
Just a roast chicken. Love it.
So what a table we got for the next couple of hours, guys.
Yes.
John Eames in 1, Ben Winter in 2, Dooley in 3, Chris De Silva in 4, Span in 5, Giulio Mascolo in 6, Kenny Hullart in 8, and Gary Stephen Smith is in 9.
Is Big Trev still in? I don't know if we've got any chip counts at the break. No, we didn't. That's the payout structure.
Big Trev is still in though.
£122,050 up top, £84,850 for second, and £51,400 for third. 44th will be in the money, so 44 players paid, and £2,650 is a decent payout if you get in the money. We're on 98. 57 players in one sesh.
So should be down to bubble time after this session. If it continues like that.
Yeah, which we know it doesn't.
Yeah, so just about to start another 2 hours of poker, and boy have we got a table.
What a table. Just the 3 million in earnings last year from Mr. John Eames in C1. Had a little story from Jamie Sykes yesterday. Jamie Sykes used to rent a house with John Eames, Matt Franklin, and there's the dinner's out.
Food. There's my food.
Go.
Jack should be here soon.
You should be.
No worries.
There we go. Look at that.
John Eames rented a house with Jamie Sykes, Matt Franklin, and another poker player in Vegas, just off the strip. They were playing cash on a regular basis. John won the 3 mil and quit. He came back to London with his 3 mil in his pocket. He had a couple of percentages out, but not many, and he's moved back down. He was Matt Franklin's best man at his wedding about 2 months before he won the 3 mil. Matt had a piece, won him chunks of money, and that was it. What a wedding present that is. Here you go, here's a mil.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Here he is, Mr. Jack.
Yeah,
oh, look at you,
hologram Jack
in,
again.
Amazing.
I'm like a floating head. That's good.
a floating head. Oh, that's amazing. Good on you, Jack. Oh, thanks for coming in.
No,
oh, that's funny. Bust out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Standard fashion?
Semi-standard.
Yeah.
Well, I busted bluffing it off with like the perfect combo to do it, but before that lost like a pretty decent one.
Oh, right, okay.
Not really anything too interesting.
Nice one. So Jack Hardcastle with us. Is Dave still in? Or did he?
No. It's been a poor performance from the boys in the main.
No way.
Yeah.
No way. He's like statue from Heart Attack.
I mean,
that's quality. That is so funny.
There's still a little bit trying to show, but if I'm trying to get just the head. Like, no, I can't really do it.
Hiya Valerie, greetings from New York City. Hope you're well. It'd be a bit fresh in New York.
I know where I'd rather be though.
Absolutely. Yeah. Somewhere I've never been, must admit.
I was there for 3 days, one trip.
All right, okay.
It was when I was 21. I did like a little bit of a trip across America.
Yeah.
But then straight away from there, I had to go down to, there was a 5k in the Dominican. So.
Oh, tut.
So yeah. So flew in, met David in New York. We had a few days just hanging out there. And
lovely.
then flew down to the Dominican. Yeah, it was a good trip.
Lovely. And that's somewhere else I've never been either. The Dominican.
Yeah, that was really good. Honestly, that whole 2 or 3 month spell was insane.
Yeah.
Like I got to Vegas on the eve of my 21st birthday. Like, and stayed out there for like 2 months.
So this should be a decent FT feature table for the next session. We were saying we lost 57 players in the first session.
I saw the average was a lot lower than it normally is to start the day. So.
57. So we're on 97, 44 get the money. And this should be interesting. Ben Windsor moving in with the blinds at 1-2. 21 bigs on the small. And Gary has him covered in seat number 9, Gary Stephen Smith. So, 3-time champion, Ben Windsor.
The Grand Final specialist.
Absolutely, he loves the Grand Final. Needs to find a jack from somewhere. A couple of chop outs. And that's not it. Ben Windsor departs early. Ben Windsor departing early. Ben Windsor and Silvio Sionchu busting out.
I'm sure that was expertly pronounced.
I think it's pretty accurate myself, I must admit. That's a good effort from me. I much prefer Ben Windsor, but do you not fancy the cup for 2 days?
I will later.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just know that if I get in early now, it's just going to be like it starts too deep. I think for me personally, I just end up hunting off 400 big blinds. But
yeah, that's true.
I'll
50k starting stack of that one, isn't it? On a 40-minute clock. Jay was saying it's a very good structure. Description says day 3, title says day 2. This is definitely day 2. I don't know when it says day 3. Apologies for that, we'll get that changed. It's definitely day 2. Day 3 is tomorrow, the final day in London. Later in the day, Jay and Jack might do a giveaway. Jay's back round about 4 p.m. You never know, I'm going to get Jack to think of a question. Might do a Jack Thinks.
That's going to end badly. that's not going to be good.
He gave me a chess question yesterday, and you're pretty good at chess.
Well, I'm better than the average person, but anyone who has actually.
He gave me a ridiculously mathematical equation on how many spots there were after 6 moves in chess were possible.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
And it was in the millions. It was 9.1 million.
Yeah, because you have 20 moves possible on your first move. So by 1 move each, there's 400 possibilities.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, I was millions out.
No, I wish I was actually good at chess. Like the people who are properly good at would wipe the floor with me easily.
Yeah, I know. We all know Andy Back's pretty good at chess, isn't he?
Yeah, I've played a couple of drunk sessions with him after bagging up day one.
Yeah, so I think Jay and Jack will come up with something after 4 o'clock. We're here for an hour with Jack Hardcastle. As he unfortunately bust out the main and he's going to jump in the 500 GUKPT Cup a little later.
The Star of Praman Invitational.
Yeah, dry January finished. To be fair, it finished in style. You did have a decent score, or your team had a decent score to get you off it.
A few of the boys did well in the 2K, so it seemed appropriate.
Absolutely. This table with Dooley and Krista Silva. I'd like to see Krista Silva running deep. Such a nice gentleman on and off the table. But this table is pretty stacked. Julio with 90k with the blinds at 2. Raising up to 4.
Yeah, this is a tough table for not in the money of a.
Absolutely. Yeah, Kenny Haller was in the high roller. John Eames, just a 3 million score last year. And Dooley's been running deep as well. Spand writes a chess column in the Yorkshire Post. That's how good he is.
I don't think I've seen that. Well, you should know more about that than me.
Apparently he does. To be fair, I don't very often buy the Yorkshire Pod. I don't very often buy a newspaper. But there he is in seat 5. Andy Back. The Spand. Flop King 10-5. Top pair for Spand.
Should bet pretty much every hand you open here versus a stack that short defending on this board.
Which he does.
Yep.
Bet 3k.
Yeah, Span should probably make this like 7.58k here. Lots of like clicky raises happening off these depths. Yep, good.
Who's calls?
Oh, that's just a call. Oh,
it is.
Yellow.
Yeah, the white ones. No, the white
I
were.
thought that was a 7k raise.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wish you were solid colours, so from here you could instantly tell what they all were.
Yeah.
4 of hearts turn. Sugar check. As Julio decides to get a bit giddy with his 5.
Yeah, I mean this should go check and then Span jams on the river. And then Ace-5 honestly on some rivers might be a pretty clean call if you unblock the Queen-9, Jack-9 stuff.
So he does check. And the 8 of hearts.
Span's hand is definitely worth a jam.
Nice.
I don't like this particularly.
Yeah, go on check.
It feels like when you defend King 9 off like 12-13 bigs there, like you have to get it in on a King high board pretty much.
Our guest commentator is Mr. Jack Hardcastle, just busting out the main, jumping into the GUKPT 500 very soon. He's going to be with us for the full session.
Yeah, I'm just trying to delay the inevitable. Hunting off 7 bullets and that thing.
But the inevitable is, when does the problem start?
That's also inevitable in that particular tournament. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll just do commentary for the next 6 hours instead.
You're always welcome. So a great turnout yet again. Over 450 runners, £122,000 up top. Stephen Keogh in 7.
Stephen might be someone that a bunch of this table aren't too familiar with, but he's good. Like, he plays a lot online. He's pretty well studied. I'd argue that him and Kenny would be the best 2 players on the table.
Somebody asked about Jimmy Kebby, how's he doing? Unfortunately, Jimmy's just bust. Former Crystal Palace, Leeds United and Reading footballer. Jimmy Kebby bust. So too as Robert Malvasi, Phil Tate, Simone Demazi, Cheng Mok, that's Andy Mock, and Seb Young. Seb Young busting out. So they're still going on with the bust outs. Plenty of bust outs. Nearly 60 players already gone today. Is Sam still in? Which Sam would that be? Big Sam? Yes, he is.
You playing any cards anytime soon?
Am I playing any cards anytime soon? I might. I was thinking about going over to Dublin, because Dublin had they got a deep stack, and there's a seniors over there. And the last time I played it, I cashed it.
You actually cashed?
I actually cashed
you need to get that.
it.
You need to get that Hindenburg building.
We need to build it up.
Yeah.
There are a couple of deeps. There are a couple of. In fact, there's a 25-25 Blackpool on my birthday weekend.
Okay, nice.
So we might have to get out the book on how to play poker. Poker for Idiots, I think, is a book that I might have to frequent. But yeah, I think it'll be I might play the 25-25 in Blackpool.
Nice.
Over the birthday weekend, which is in a month's time.
I want to see a winner's photo at some point.
Oh my days, man. What a flop!
That is the
biggest, that is
the
ill.
biggest scam for Stephen.
Oh my days! How is that even a flop? Julio with Jack 10. He calls a raise from Stephen Keogh. Stephen's got 10s, and it comes 10 Jack.
Yeah, good game, Stephen.
Wow, there is no way all the chips aren't going in. Wow. Live poker, man.
This would never happen online.
Oh man, honestly. I bet have 10,000 from Julio, and Stephen's just thinking, how do I get the money? Do I raise it up? Do I just call?
Yeah, easiest call ever.
Yeah, that's exactly what's just happened. And they're loving the ace on the river. Julio will go round about 25. Stephen.
A jam wouldn't even be crazy, because
No?
a bunch of Stephen's bluffs are going to be like Queen 9, Queen 8. Like, he could jam King Queen for value if he wants to. Stephen's going to river and ace quite a lot, so it's quite good to go really polo if you wanted.
That is just... time bank.
Yeah, a jam wouldn't be shocking.
Yeah. It looks like he's doing pretty. Oh no, he ain't gone pretty small. He's left a little bit behind. So that's 40.
Now, once the overbet split doesn't go in, like there is maybe a small debate whether Stephen can just call because it's pretty polar, but I think you still have to jam because King Queen can take this size.
Yeah. And moves them all in, and that is pretty damn sick for Stephen. Ouch. They all end up in the middle, and Stephen's down to 50k. That was a gruesome one.
Yeah, pretty rough for Stephen.
Yeah, pretty. Thanks, Colin, in the chat box. Barnsley 2-0. Tricky Trev is playing and he's still in. What a hand. Stephen Keogh, that is just ill. Ill. Yo, Luton Town are winning. Have you ever had a bet on Towers treble?
No, I have not.
You've saved yourself a fortune.
There is a good reason, which is that I haven't watched league football for quite some time. Like I still get quite into like the Euros and the World Cups and stuff, but I can't follow everything like I used to. You should do like a Towers treble, but it's just GUKPT stops. It'd just be like Luton, Blackpool, and.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah.
What's the other worst?
Yeah, we can't really have London. Manchester could be Man City or Man United. Edinburgh don't have a team. Well, they do. Edinburgh City playing League 2. Leeds, good shout. There you go.
If you wanted to do the 3 bowl towns, it could be Luton, Blackpool, and Coventry.
Yeah, we have Coventry as well. They lost today as well. Oh dear. Yeah, Jay just shakes his head when he announce it. So Raj in C number 2 calls the 3-bet. Jack 4-3.
Expecting something really small from Dooley here.
Playing well, Dooley, this year. Got some decent scores on towards the end of last year. Travels around everywhere playing poker. Loves it. So a bet of 7 and a call. Queen of Hearts turn. Raj checks, Dooley barrels, after hitting the turn as well. Hoping Raddy's got something like King Jack, Ace Jack. He gets out of the way. There's none of that. Derby are winning. Melvin, thank you very much.
Has a tower treble ever come in?
Yeah, we've had a few, well, a couple.
Okay.
Out of the years. We started one year with 3 out of 5 in the first 5 events. In the first 5 weeks of the season, it was amazing. Aye. But we tend to go for value rather than betting on the bankers kind of thing.
Okay. So if you did like the anti-treble...
Oh, loads of people do that. Yeah. Loads of people are straight on it. But I normally end up with 1 out of 3 or 2 out of 3, so nobody wins.
Okay, right, yeah, never like the clean sweep.
Yeah, exactly. And very rarely I do get three losers. But very rarely do I get 3 winners. There we go. Richard Whitmore's Derby are winning. This is it. Treble's as reliable as the weather forecast. Great. Kenny Haller gets out of the way. Got it in C number 9. Just goes the initial race from John. Johnny in C1 FT of the World Series main event last year. Finishing 4th for 3 mil. And more or less quit Vegas.
Quit Vegas.
That was it.
What else is there to do?
Well, exactly. They used to hire a house. They used to rent a house with Jamie Sykes and Matt Franklin, and that was it. You're not getting it back, he said. That was it. we can't put Jay having chicken for lunch in the treble. It's 1 to 100. It's a nailed-on fact of life. See, I like watching Jack on Instagram where he posts pictures of where he just goes off somewhere, has something to eat, great food no matter where it is. Jay's would be 5 pictures of chicken, go to somewhere else, it'd be 5 pictures of this, go somewhere else, it'd be 5 pictures of that, the same thing.
There haven't been enough, I haven't gone out for much food recently.
No. Well, you've started gymming it, that's why.
Yeah, I've been trying to be good. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've only really gone like twice this trip, but I mean, that's 2 more than I usually do. So.
You've done well to find a gym in central London, isn't it?
Oh, it's literally right across the road. It was really easy, actually. One in Paddington.
So Gary and John with the ace on the river. The jack playing for Gary in 9, so John loses a few, down to 46 bigs and 92,000. Next up for us, as the head says, he's on his way to Manchester. There we go, Manchester.
The floating head will be in Manchester.
You will be there. There it is. No, that's better.
Yeah,
to be fair, that's a bit better.
I should come like the Nixon head from Futurama.
Stephen Keogh is at the table, and you missed an absolute gruesome one for him as well. But that is the schedule for Manchester. We'll be here. We'll be there on Wednesday the 8th for the cash, and then High Roller Day 2 with Friday, Saturday and Sunday covering the main event. There's plenty of satellites, the Mystery Bounty, the Mini, all going on.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be there for Monday, I think.
Alright, okay.
Yeah, last day of the Mini and then straight into the High Roller.
Yeah, lovely. That's Manchester schedule looking good. No, Rotherham United can't be winning. There is no way Rotherham United are winning at Watford. That has to be a typo.
That's really tight fold from Spand as well.
Is it his stack size that's doing it? Doesn't want to give a chip away?
It's going to be a pure open for sure, 18 bigs. Is Jack just a hologram? I mean, I've ascended into a higher life form.
Absolutely.
I don't need my body anymore.
Absolutely. See what it is. Obviously, the green screen behind, because the floating GUKPT isn't on a banner, and we're spinning it around all day long. It's a green screen, and obviously we've got a green hoodie on. So we are touching it. Look, he's there. All the way.
I can take the hoodie off if it's better. We can do a topless stream.
Well, there we go. So we are on day 2. 155 started the day. 155. Dinesh Chayani last out. Mark Heath, Michael Howard, JS. Another 4 bust outs. Hello, beautiful.
Rotherham winning.
Unbelievable.
Shocking.
I tell you what, these wonders of the world. Uh-oh, Barnsley 3-0. I did say they could win by lots. That's going to do the old Dublin, unfortunately. 10-9-7 flop, 2 diamonds. John in C1, who opened, well, he just called. I mean, Rav got a free flop with a 6-3. Checks the 7. Does John. The turn card's an 8. Yeah, Manitow's just rewatched the Keo, and yeah, it was. Stephen was thinking, how do I get all the chips and all the money, and was never in front. That was ill. Two of spades, River. Oh, check probably.
Yeah, John's turn bet's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So I think if you're betting turn,
Yeah, well, Rav's River at the bottom end of the straight, but he brings the flush draw as well.
He turned the straight.
Sorry, he turned the straight.
Yeah.
Ian Roberts. It's like the 7 wonders of the world. Luton and Derby are winning 2 out of 3 in Towers treble. He's up at the moment. Stephen Keogh qualified for the Win 10K for $500 and cash for $270,000. Beautiful.
And the funniest part about that is that feels like a beat, because that means he probably got final 2 tables.
Yeah. Oh, you were there, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were casting that, didn't you?
I did, for about 250k less than that.
But you cashed.
I did.
Well,
2 bullets and a lot of money was spent, so it wasn't a winning trip. But yeah, I did cash.
Dealers and players in the main event, you have a new lineup of 1,000, 2,500. That's 1,000, 2,500, and they've gone on 2,500.
We have a legend in the chat.
We have Francis is the man.
He is. How are we doing?
Once asked him in an interview when I was walking around with a camera, and just before the game started. Say, Francis, when you go to the feature table, A lot of people like lock up and they play a little bit different. Do you play differently? He went, oh yes, I completely open up.
I've seen it.
Francis, you're the best.
I've been on the receiving end of a Francis battering on the feature.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's always good to have Francis on the feature. Hope you're all set. Hope you are good. It is Jack Hardcastle in for this session. Jay's gone for his lunch. I bet you can't guess what he's having. Dooley with trip aces on the river. Not going to get another dime out of John. I think John had just about.
Yeah, it's gone both ways.
On the flop. Yeah.
No, there was like a 2-hour spell on the Coventry feature table. I just could not win a hand versus Francis.
He's a tricky customer. Has Jay played any sides with his Poker League wins? No, not yet, but he will be playing next week in Coventry. He's going to be playing the 25-50 in Cov. That's up next week. Then we go, in fact, next week's as the heads are back.
Hello.
Coventry 25-50, Liverpool 25-25, Glasgow 25-25, Reading the same, and a deep stack in Sheffield. Jay is going to be playing in Coventry.
They've also, so Portsmouth is now 25-50.
It
They've
is,
doubled it,
yes.
And obviously I'm from Portsmouth. It's on while Paris is on.
Ah,
I'm going to miss the biggest tournament in Portsmouth ever. And somehow I can still find a way to moan about that even when I'm in Paris.
The first EPT in Paris. Paris have never had an EPT before, and Paris is on. So yeah, we could be playing Blackpool myself, but we'll see what happens. When does Paris start? Is that the 16th? 15th? Yeah. Are you doing the lot?
I think
Satellites
so.
and
Yeah.
stuff?
Well, we booked for the whole time there, and then we're flying back to Edinburgh because David and I are flying to Australia the day after we get back from Paris.
Ah, right, okay.
So yeah, it's gonna be a hectic couple of weeks.
Yeah. The C4's on his way. Straight after the Bahamas is going to Paris. Very nice. Should be a busy EPT, that is for sure. And then straight after Paris, it'll be Coventry. Not much difference.
Both have some excellent culture.
Yeah, they do. And the history behind both cities. So a pretty steady table to start this session. Plenty of names on the table.
Yeah, pretty much everyone on here is a regular player of the tour.
Yes. Yeah. Mitch Heineman's bust. JC, Michael Harrison, Andreas Constantinou, Danny Laidlaw's gone, and Jeremy Sedern. Oh man, Danny's gone.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. He's in the cup because he wants it more than me.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, I'm too old and withered.
Yeah, and just busting out on the outer table, you might see him walking past. Mauricio Pais has been eliminated. So that leaves us on 78 with 44 getting the money. Kenny Allert with the 10s raised 4.5.
I'd expect Kenny to upsize this board a little bit more than the usual sort of 1/3.
Sure,
he does.
Just show you the payout. There's a payout, £122,050 up top. 44 getting the money and 2,650. So we've got plenty of time to get to the money yet. We're down to 78 and 44 get the money. If you FT, 7,950 locked up. Gary was first out today, the actual first person out. So I'm not too sure if it was a day 2 buying or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see him yesterday though.
No. Was Gary in one of the short stacks? Miller? Or a day 2 buying? I'm not sure if Gary had like 16,000.
14.5.
14.5 he had. He had 14,500 and he was first out. So a nice steady start to level number 3 of the day. Do you ever do Australia?
So,
what's your plan?
Well, so we're meeting Carl and Katie out there.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so we're doing a little bit of travelling around for the first couple of weeks.
So no poker? Or
we fly in, there is a series on the Gold Coast, there is like a 2K main as we fly in. But that would be the only thing I play, basically.
Yeah. Obviously the Aussie Millions hasn't returned yet, has it? I don't know whether it is going to or what.
Oh man, like the first time I had enough money to go do Aussie Millions, it was like when COVID hit. I've never been able to do it, and now it's gone.
The Gold Coast, I know Sydney do some.
Yeah, I mean I've heard stories about it, like the level of play in Australia, but it will just be more of a travelling.
I shall be looking forward to the stories. When you off?
So we're arriving 1st of March.
Yeah. So straight after Paris.
Yeah, straight away pretty much.
So you're not doing Coventry?
No,
oh
I'm not.
Man,
I'll be missing it. But I've sort of had to make peace recently with the fact that there's always something that you're going to miss if you want to do real life things. I haven't really gone on like a non-poker trip since I was 18, which is crazy.
Oh my days! Stop the clock! Stop the clock! Cash out! Towers treble is up at the moment. All 3 are winning. This is it. This is the day. Oh my days! It's all going on. Oh man.
Dooley has a pretty pure cold 4-bet spot here. It's probably the hands above here.
So 13 to call for Dooley, but he won't be calling. He'll be 3-betting. He'll be 4-betting.
Yeah, I think he makes it like 27, 28k. Yeah.
Well, that's surprised me.
That's a call. Okay.
It is a call. It is a call. That has surprised me. I thought there might have been a 4-bet coming in. Chris De Silva gets away with the ace-4.
Yeah.
Spans, snap folds.
In some spots you can like peel the 3-bet as a cold call. There are some spots to do it, but I feel like when you're flatting in the cutoff versus these hands, it's like you do sort of define your hand strength. You do have like a lot of like this sort of hand or 9s or 10s, or it just becomes a little bit awkward post.
Ace 9-4 flop set for Gary, and top pair for Dooley with redraws.
Yeah, this 8 should really be checking this board. But these are sort of the situations you get involved in when you cold call 3 bets. It's really ropey for Dooley in the spot. Like, you're not even happy really seeing the bet come in 3 ways. Obviously he's ahead versus the 8s, but then there's still action behind.
So Raj leads out for 18. Dooley calls. And he finds a call as well, does Gary. Nice call, sir. Of the club as well for Dooley with the ace queen of clubs. Raj shuts down completely, as he should. 3-handed.
I don't actually think Dooley should jam here with his clubs in hand.
Yeah, he checks.
Yeah,
he has checked. And checked with a set of 4s as well. And 6 of diamonds, river. Does Gary lead?
Yeah, I think that's a really smart check from Dooley on the turn.
I think if Gary bets out 3rd pot, I think Dooley might actually call this. He's bet 30,000.
Yeah, so this is, even though the price is pretty good, it's still pretty rough for Dooley because overcalling the flop 3-way in a 3-bet pot, diamonds complete, it's pretty hard to actually see what's turning itself into a bluff here. Like, the best case scenario is you might be chopping versus another ace queen.
Yeah. I think he calls. What is he being?
The price is really good though. This is sort of the issue with these spots. It's probably hard for someone to be bluffing, but
another bank used.
I'd be pretty impressed if we folded though, even though it's a good price. Like.
Yeah. Beating ace 10, beating ace jack.
Yeah, those just can't bet the river though.
No. Good fold, good fold, Dooley. That's a great fold.
That's, I think, really well played by him post.
That is excellent. He'll be tapping himself on the shoulder when he sees it a little bit later. Great fold.
Yeah, that was very disciplined to not put that many chips in post.
It certainly was. So after Mauricio, we lost Lauren Bocci, Joe Hindry and Lynn Chen. And right at this moment in time, John Gardner busts out. Which puts us on 74. Danny's just bust about 15 minutes ago. About 15 minutes ago. He bust out. lucky to Dan, he bust out, unfortunately.
Stephen's wanting to stick this in, I think.
You was right about that one. Remember, 2 days ago.
So 13 to call for Dan, for Stephen in seat 7.
Yeah, it will be a jam or a fold. I think he probably wants to jam just because of how aggressive Chris tends to be in these spots. But it is like the combo that's kind of awkward. Like ace queen off is in for sure. Ace jack off is definitely a fold. I think he's going to jam. Yeah,
they're in. Yeah, they are all in. Dooley with the 7s gets out of the way. And Chris De Silva back in the tank.
Yeah, and I think Chris does have to call after the tank from Stephen as well. It's still going to have like 10s and 9s that you flip versus. You're obviously not doing like fantastically versus his range, but you get an over 2 to 1 here. And there are hands you flip with.
Anyone want anything on the way back?
No, fam, alright, thank you.
Good, Jack.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, the price is just too good here, and I think you probably should be reading into the timing pre from Stephen.
Just a little discrepancy with the time bank clock. He's got 10 seconds. Does he make the call?
Yeah, the fact he's up against another ace jack isn't even the issue. It's more so if you fold to 10s and 9s, it's got to be pretty bad in this spot.
He has got out of the way. Well done for Stephen. So a very steady start to a star-studded feature table, but the sick hand was obviously one of the first hands of the session itself. 10s against 10 jack on a jack 10 flop. It was like, ugh. All folding round to the big blind after the open from Gary in seat number 9. Stephen defends, Kenny defends with Jack 7 suited. The flop of A6-2. Pretty standard C-bet for Gary.
Yep, this should be the end of the hand.
It should be Kenny in the muck. Indeed it is. $252,000 as chip leader for Gary in seat number 9. Spandam 14 bigs. We'll need a bit of help. Kenny is Kenny Hallart. In seat number 8. That started to slow down now in the field after we lost over half the field in the first 2.5 levels. 44 get the money, and we're on 74 place. Are we cashing out? Are they all up at half time, are they? Keep us fingers crossed, eh? Keep us fingers crossed. I wonder how much Jay had on it. He didn't tell me this time. On Towers Treble.
What was
it? Only was a monkey on it for some unknown reason.
So he's just down chunked.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They normally just like bet silly. You know what he's like. Half time, they're all winning. Oh my days. Roger gets out of the way, Dooley out of the way, Krista Silver looks down. And sees Ace-9 off, gets out of the way. Spanned 14 bigs. Doing nothing with that.
I'm not loving this trend of everyone folding Ace-9 off. It's hurting.
Is it an open, is it?
For sure.
Jack 8 in the cut-off from Stephen, raising to 4, right round to the big, Ace 10, John won't be folding.
I have a feeling this could get trickled off here.
Queen 10, 5 flop. Top pair, no, second pair for John.
This feels like small flop bet and then big.
John Keel bets out. Oh, sorry, John Eames. No, I've got it right. There's me looking at the name. As I'm saying it round there, the name just changed round. Stephen Keogh bets out 3.5. John Coles.
Is there a valid reason for not opening ace-9? No.
Not in Jack's eyes.
Not from that position. You know, like from like low Jack. And
Yeah.
I've seen it folded twice now, I think. And, like even MP, it's like just going to be an open.
Four clubs turn.
Yeah. Stephen could be going broke here, and I wouldn't mind it at all. Just under pot on the turn, leaves just under pot on the river. So looks pretty good from Stephen.
Like it.
And John's hand could be a pretty clean catcher on a bunch of rivers. It obviously will depend. But
well, John gets out of the way. Well played, Stephen.
That's got to be a turn call for sure.
Towers treble, I've just looked at
Oh, no way! Look at the smile on his face. He'll be having extra chicken and all sorts later. 2-0. Shrewsbury Town. Shrewsbury Town 2-0.
must have literally just scored.
They have. It's the last score on the last score in the chat. Tom Gregson says 2-0 Shrewsbury. You excited, Jay?
Well, I've learned with this treble not to get too excited.
Your cash out will be a little bit bigger than mine. Are you playing the 25-50 in Pompey?
I'm going to be in Paris, so unfortunately I'm not going to be there. Part of me still wants to play it, even though it's just I really shouldn't.
What's that for, EPT?
Yeah, it's like the Pompey 25-25 is now 25-50, so it's going to be the biggest tournament there ever has been in Portsmouth. So,
I won't go Paris right now.
There we go. Incoming. Incoming after this hand is Mr. J. Harwood. He's got a smile on his face.
See if I'm still smiling in an hour's time.
When they go 4-2 behind, I'm coming back. As Jay said when Tottenham played. Span's in. The span is in with Ace King suited. Chris may be calling.
What about John?
And John Eames with Ace Queen.
yeah, John should be all in for sure, I think.
John lets it go. John doesn't like it. Right down to the original razor, Chris De Silva. Think you'll be calling this one off. Spand is all in and at risk and behind. Oh, we're drawing pretty thin now. There's a Spand running clubs, running Jack 10. That's it. Dead on the turn. Andy back, eliminated Ace King against Sixers. And incoming Smiling Jay. Never known it.
Jay, I'm the floating head again. Do you remember that from?
There he is, there we go, look at that, he's amazing. You haven't got yours on, that'll be it. You're in two floating heads on the stream.
This don't show, this don't show.
Back with you, I'm off for the final hour of this session. It'll be Jack and Jay. Towers treble, is it? You have?
Yeah, I have.
Towers treble, is it? Can it happen? Can it? See you in an hour.
shove the third up out, bro. I'm sitting with Frankie there, bitching at him. I can't believe he's not there.
Option.
No more strategy, right? No more strategy. Shut up.
Seconds. 17,000 cool.
Never gonna get you before with the snap.
Sometimes, yeah, I'm
Oh, Tower muted the mic.
Oh, we've been.
Tower's
chatting away
muted the
for 5
mic.
minutes, eh?
And me and Jack have been having a chat. We're saying we've got a giveaway in 15 minutes. Prize pool across the bottom of your screen for you. Chris, min cash 2.6, 2,650. Stephen, Ace Jack of Hearts makes it 5k. Using John from the hand with the Jack 9, I expect. I'm just going to free bet Jack 9 off here versus Stephen's +1 open. Going after it. Makes it 13.5.
I'm going to let Jay commentate this one.
Not the hand I'd choose in the free bet bluff range, but I'm sure John will have his reasons. Nashak suited here, just shy of 3x free bet from John. Stephen should be continuing. Where's the call? Does come Queen Jack 6, all diamonds. John does have Jack 9 of diamonds in his hat. So the board we're going to have a lot of small bets on. There's John here, we're going to choose to check this one back with middle pair and the flush draw. Flush draw completes for him on the turn, 2 of diamonds rolling off. Stephen proceeds with a check over to John, sitting here with a 9 of diamonds. Might be happy to check this one behind and go for value on rivers. Going to go for value now on the turn. Prize at 8.5, so quarter pot thereabouts. And with ace jack here, no diamond. Stephen going to have a really tough time continuing here out of position with the ace jack. But he's going to pill once. And 10 of spades on the river. So John going to get the check mark here with the jack 9.
How sheepishly is he rolling this over?
To be honest, if there's ever a card reader error, Jack, it's always seat 1 or seat 9. Basically, when the dealer pitches a card, it goes across that box and registers on that box. So we'll see anyway, because I'm guessing he's calling this size in. Steve now leads for 8.5 here after calling the turn bet, leading for 8.5 with the ace jack. We'll see. Like, I wouldn't personally lead this spot, Jack. What do you think's going through Stephen's head here?
It's pretty interesting. I don't think I'd have found this one, but I can definitely see it being in there. Obviously, when he's saying he check calls the turn, he's saying he has flushes pretty much on this board. And also, one of the bluffs that Eames could have is probably just ace king without a diamond.
Yeah.
So you can start pressuring that kind of hand that's improved in the end.
I think he's getting such a good price here, John. 6.5 to 1. Gonna burn a time bank chip.
Yeah, I might actually chat to Stephen about this hand because it's a pretty interesting river spot.
Do you know Stephen well? Do you?
I've known Stephen for a little bit now.
Yeah.
He's a good player. Finds some creative lines. I don't think I'd have found this river line, so.
Yeah, so Jack 9 of diamonds going to be good for John. It looks like he did have Jack 9 off, Jack.
Yeah, no error there.
Stephen lost boat over boat earlier. I was down to 21 bigs. Chipped up again, says Man of Straw. Ace 9 off into the muck from under the gun. John with the ace king this time. Makes it 5.5. Chris in the small blind out the way, looked like he had a decision. Jack 9 off. Must be the Jack 9 off day. And Julio 6-5 off, expect him to defend this one. Heads up pop, closing action, does make the call. Nothing going on here for Julio, just going to be check folding. If John elects to c-bet, which I'm guessing he will on the king high board.
This can definitely go into the bigger size if you want to on this board as well. Like one of the hands that really wants to put money in straight away is Ace King. Especially without a diamond.
Yeah, it goes around 60%, John, so does opt for a biggish sizing. 6-5 can't do anything. What's planned for the rest of the day, Jack? Are you late reg in the 500? Or?
Late reg the 500, do 7 bullets.
If you max late reg, you can only do 1. If you...
I'm actually like not sure if I'm going to keep firing though, because it is online Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it might get to a point where I just go home instead. But I'll do a couple of bullets for sure.
Exposes the 5 deuce. $21 ounces on the Jack 9 versus Ace Jack hand. Will a river jam from Ace Jack off to rep the Ace or King of Diamonds be a better bluff line? You can answer that one, Jack.
It's an interesting one because I don't know if we actually do like big. I get the small lead. The small lead is saying we have more flushes than you, so I can understand that.
Yeah.
But I don't think we necessarily have the advantage of like Ace of Diamonds.
Yeah.
So, but I do want to speak to Stephen about it actually because it's a pretty interesting one. But my instinct would be that we don't lead jam.
Yeah, like John will or should have some like checkbacks with Ace of Diamonds, King of Diamonds.
Like
in there
whilst
as well.
we may have a few more flushes, which would explain a small lead, I don't think we actually, like in terms of the polar stuff, I don't think we'd have an advantage at all. So
we shouldn't really have too much bare Ace of Diamonds either, as Stephen pinning the 3-bet after opening P, other than Ace Queen off Ace of Diamonds.
Yeah, so in terms of the offsuit combos, John's actually going to have more Ace of Diamonds. So
we have got an all-in and a call here, button open from Chris. Stephen just shoves here for 18 in the big with a pair. Everything seems perfectly fine. Well, it's just down to who's flipping best. Chris already won one of these flips versus span. Gonna need help to bust Stephen here though. And that's a great turn for Stephen. Only 4 outs now for the Ace Queen. And hearts on the river. Stephen will double up. Is Andy Probin still in? I can have a quick look for you. Yes, Andrew Probin. Table 22, seat 1. Still in the mix. Ricky. And just before we lost Span, lost Josh Bolton, Zhu Hang, Tom Winston, John Gardner, Lin Cheng, Joe Hindry, Maurizio Paes, Laurent Bocci. Also lost Simon Higgins, Michael Vassalou, Pierre Bigal, Tom Langley, Tim Slater, Jack O'Neill. And that brings us up to now with 64 players remaining. And in 5 minutes time we'll say this hand and one more. When the button's on Kenny, we will do a giveaway. Need to get some paper. That will do. Should be a Sharpie around that.
Give you that.
And John with the pocket jacks.
Just saw Ace-8 suited get folded under the gun. Personal assault.
Oh no. So John opening to 5.5 and looks like Rajiv gonna opt to choose to 3-bet the Ace Jack off it. Seems good.
Yeah, very solid candidate in this position. Early versus early, Ace Jack off does a fair bit of 3-bet.
And the bubble will be after the dinner break. That's the session it usually goes, Gary, because we've got a while till we get there. Back on John here now. just over 40 bigs effective to start the hand. Never folding this spot. Looks like just going to proceed with call. Are you a football fan? Asked Man of Straw.
Periodically.
Who do you support? Southampton, Portsmouth.
Oh my god. Well, it would be Portsmouth if I actually went to a game in the last 8 years. But no, I still really love all like the Euros and World Cups and stuff. But just following everything all the time, I just can't really do anymore.
Yeah, still some ladies left in. I've seen Wendy still in, not Deborah, Janice is still in, and Renee's still in as well. I think there might be 1 or 2 more as well in the field. So it goes for 20k here. Rajiv in a 3-bet pot, just over half. Wow, and John just folds jacks.
What's happening?
That surely has to be. Let's have a look. Right.
I think it was legitimate because the other one was legitimate.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm just going to watch the hand back. See if any card that was pitched to 2 has gone across John's box. It was obviously a larger sizing, just over half. I'm going to have a look. Let's have a look. Fine. Oh yeah, maybe. That first card did go very close to box 1, so it might have been Rajiv with jacks and John with the ace jack.
But then ace jack off peeling the 3-bet early also feels unlikely.
Well, I think I'm just going to look. So John had jack of spades, jack of hearts. It said, has Rajiv got the ace of spades or ace of hearts? Yes. So he could have had the ace jack suited. I'm just going to see if Rajiv had the ace of spades or ace of hearts. Yeah, he could have had ace jack of hearts, and Rajiv could have had jacks. That could be what's happened there. But we still fold in on 5-3 deuce 1 heart with will draw.
It's
2 overs.
It's pretty murky once the half pot gets chucked out. I think it would definitely be a call versus the small side. It probably should be a call, but I can see why you would be quite concerned with ace jack of hearts.
Yeah, so might have been one of the situations.
Could have also just happened the way it
could have. You never know. The giveaways after this hand, YB Records. You've tuned in at a good time. £150 live satellite seat we're giving away. Jack the head today is going to be the brain.
The floating head.
The floating head. Stephen here, pocket 8s, just called the raise of Julio. Flop a queen, 5-4. 1 diamond on board. Julio going to start with a check. Looks fairly small from Stephen. Looks like quarter, 4.5 into 18. And Julio, can't see him folding. I'm just going to start with a check call. Interesting turn card. Bringing in flush draw for Julio. And good for Stephen to see as well. Makes it less likely that...
I wouldn't be shocked to see a second barrel out of Stephen.
Makes it less likely that Julio has checked the top pair here after opening pre. Like this King 4 on the flop, could we have a small check raise here as Julio? Would that be a thing? On Queen 5-4?
I could see it. I'd expect it. Probably really wants to check call mode. Yeah. It's never too bad to check raise a couple of the bottom pair combos.
Yeah, with backdoor diamonds, blocking King Queen. So Stephen,
I'm quite happy with the line of check call as well. probably would do it pretty much pure myself.
Now Julio checking once more. And Stephen here. I think we're going to be happy to go for value once Julio checks it over to us here. With the pocket 8s. So Stephen checks back. Maybe thinking difficult to get called by worse. Just checking the 8s behind and taking the pot. So Jack.
Yes.
Are you ready? It's giveaway time.
The floating head knows all.
It's giveaway time, guys. So basically, today we're going to do a Jack Thinks as he's in the booth with us. I'm going to ask Jack a question. You don't want the correct answer. You want Jack's answer. Closest to Jack's answer going to win themselves a £150 live satellite seat. So I've got a good one for you, Jack. Quite a good one that you should know. Well, you won't know off the top of your head, but I reckon you'll get fairly close to it. So the question is, in GUKPT main events, what is the total cashes combined of Jack Hardcastle? In GUKPT main events, what is the total cashes combined? Every single main you've played, only main events, not side events, not high rollers, just specifically main events. Don't get your guesses in yet, guys. Wait till Jack writes his answer down. So that's the question. In GUKPT main events,
like 30, 40k.
We'll see. We'll see if you are. So in dollars as well. In dollars.
Oh, no, I have to.
Yeah. In dollars it is. Sorry, guys. In dollars.
Why are we doing it in dollars?
Because I went on Hendon and thought I've done the first few in dollars and I thought I'll just do the rest.
Right now I'm definitely going to get it wrong.
So in dollars, in GUKPT main events, what is the total combined cashes for Jack Hardcastle?
See, the pounds bit I could probably do alright, but. Right, I need
We'll give him 30 seconds. We'll give him 30 seconds. We'll come back to it after this hand. Don't put your guesses in yet, guys. Do not put your guesses in yet. We'll let Jack think.
Just mains. Oh.
Just main events. I'll give you a clue. Your first cash in a GUKPT main event come in 2017 in Reading.
I remember that one because we played. I think that was the first time I met you.
Yeah.
When GUKPTs used to be £550.
yeah.
Back in those days.
So after this hand, he's gonna put his guess in. Why is there a floating head in the comms box? So John double gutted here, and now leads after. Kenny checks back the king 6. Expect Kenny to call here after checking bottom pair behind after opening button. That's cool.
I mean, in 2021, I basically cashed every main.
Bin brag.
Yeah, so it's hard to work out actually. I think I went like 7 consecutive main cashes or something.
So John has rivered a 10 here, second pair. Maybe happy to check this one. Could see a small bet.
Okay, I think I've got a number.
Right, he's got a number. After this hand,
I think
this is just going to go check always anyway, so we'll put the comms cam on.
So just mains and dollars.
And dollars. So the total combined cashes in GUKPT main events for Jack Hardcastle. Jack's answer is in. His answer's in. Go, guys. Good luck. It's in dollars. We will reveal the correct answer in 10 minutes and then reveal the winner in 15 minutes. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, so much of this just depends on what the exchange rate was
Yeah,
at the time.
exactly. That's the other
I
thing
don't
as
know.
well.
I'm guessing.
This laptop, I swear.
Yeah, it needs to get a new one. Come on, this is. Need to up that production value.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look. So half past will reveal the correct answer. 25-2. We're going to give away a £150 live satellite seat. Let's take that. See all the work that goes into a giveaway for me, Jack. All this looking at chat boxes, writing stuff down.
Summing up GUKPT cashes in dollars.
Yeah. So Julio, 8-6 suited here, opens from +2, and Kenny, ace-9 of spades in the cut-off. He's going to make the call. Freeway action to the flop of King, Jack, 7, Rainbow.
Attention, for alternate 8, please make the tournament test. Proceed in the tournament, that's alternate 8. Proceed in the tournament.
The question is, Mr. P-Man, what is the total combined cashes for Jack Hardcastle in GUKPT main events? And you want Jack's answer, not the correct answer. So checked over to Kenny here with the ace-9 of spades. That's one. And
I believe we've spotted the winner.
And Kenny gonna fire for 6k. Maybe not. Maybe we didn't spot the winner.
Some impressive guesses coming in.
Yeah, some very good. So Rajiv just flattened here with the King Jack, as he should be here. Just a massive hand, and Kenny not going to choose the double barrel, but does rue a top pair here with the ace-9. And Rajiv check in once more, and if I'm Kenny here, I'm probably going to be happy to value bet this one once Rajiv checks it over. Obviously we can see he's behind, but I think we've got to value bet this spot now. Rajiv in the big blind will have all this suited King X and Jack X perhaps that are non-believers.
There's a very small flop size as well.
Yeah.
So.
Goes for 11k. Is that 11 or 15? 15, so goes for half.
Attention to alternate number 9 being made in the tournament test. That's alternate 9.
And obviously Rajiv here calling at the very least. Is there ever a world where we can raise this one for value, Jack, or are we just calling versus half?
So it's sort of a question as to whether Kenny's bet calling the ace on the end. So something like ace-10 might be more of a bet call than ace-9.
Okay.
I expect he's probably just going to call.
Yeah. So it does make the call. Kenny shows the ace-9, Rajiv showing the King Jack, and Kenny down to 40k, Rajiv back over 200k. So we've still got 10 minutes, guys. If you want to get a guess in, only one guess per account, please. If we see multiple guesses, you cannot win a penny. 4.5 million, Jack. That would be good to cash that many. Yeah. That much in the GK. 4.5 million. I don't even.
How long would the tour have to run to do that? I don't think I could do it in a lifetime.
Attention players and dealers, in the main event after the hand in progress, you will be on an extended 14-minute break. That is after the hand in progress. Dealers and players in the main, you will be on an extended 40-minute break.
And it's in dollars, guys, for those asking. In dollars.
Ben Windsor still has to be crushed in that just for winning the 2.
Yeah, he's like 800k or something. Yeah. Mad.
Pretty good.
I don't think Jeff is second anymore. I actually think you might be second on that list, but when Jeff Kimber was second on that list and Ben was top, Ben had more than double of the cashes of Kimber.
Well, that was the only one that ever got properly big, wasn't it? The Grand Final, some years ago. Now everything's getting 100k.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So Kenny, Jack 10 of spades, going to be opening this off of 17, raises to 5. Dooley 10-8 off in the big, expect him to defend, facing the min click. Does defend. Also, guys, what I will mention, if you have played a main event day 1 flight over the last 3 days, after the dinner break, we've got 3 random draws for a £1,500 UK Poker Open seat. So if you have registered one of the day 1 flights, check it out on stream after dinner break. We're going to be doing 3 live draws. You'll be in that, Jack, as well. Chance winning yourself a £1,500 UK Poker Open seat.
I can't play.
Oh, you can't play. You can sell it.
I'll sell it, yeah. Give it to one of the lads.
Yeah, Grand Final is a GUKPT main, so yeah, counting the Grand Final, Jason. Just the main events. So, bit of action here. We've got trips for Kenny and Dooley with the 10-8. Like Dooley will have more flushes from the big blind than us as Kenny, but still with such a strong hand here, still can definitely get value from 8x and suited jacks.
Still definitely a triple. Half-ish from Kenny, I think. Yeah, a bit under.
It's a 9k into 20.5.
Yeah, you can't bet like huge on these turns because the big blind will have a few more flushes, but obviously this hand you still want to put a load of chips in. So you do size down a little bit on the flush completer versus the big. This is definitely fine.
Dooley in a bit of a tricky spot here now with the 10-8. He does make the lay down. Good fold set. So guys, time to reveal the correct answer. So, do you know how many you've cashed in, Jack?
I want to say like 13.
I made it 12, so yeah, not far off. But total cashes for this man in dollars in GUKPT main events is $443,624. That is some doing, especially if you're still a youngster as well. That is some doing. So $443,624. That's the correct answer, but that doesn't mean a thing because you want Jack's answer. You've still got 5 minutes to get your guesses in. If you haven't had a guess, it's for a 150 live satellite seat. Be revealing the winner very shortly. Obviously, you had the 2 6-figure scores winning the Coventry Goliath main event and the third in the Grand Final. Yeah.
Yeah, actually winning a GUKPT was my 3rd biggest score on the GUKPT, which is kind of funny to think about.
Leeds. Was that Leeds? Yeah, Leeds, yeah. So Kenny going to be getting involved again, King Queen this time. Annette says, what age did you start playing poker, Jack?
18, because I wouldn't do anything illegal.
Really?
No.
Oh.
No. I've been playing for quite a while now, actually, now I think about it. But I was not good for like a while.
Your nan taught you, didn't she?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I would go around... I'd go around there and like play like $1 sit and goes on the laptop with her.
Attention players and dealers in the GUKPT Cup. After the hand of progress, you will be around 2020.
Derby's 2-0 up. Don't say that, Witty. He says the treble's in. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Stop it. Stop with the bock. Do you know what? Oh, it's typical as well. So King Queen. Kenny not going to be c-betting this board and does check, and John checks behind with the nut flush draw here, picks up wheel draw on the turn. And a board that is supposed to be more favourable for Chris. Is he thinking about leading this one? 2 overcards.
This is going to be pretty loose from the big though, even on a board that's low, without a diamond in hand.
And goes for 3rd. And not going to be folding out John here. We can comfortably call this turn bet with our nut flush draw and wheel draw. Prefer like 10-7 or something, at least with a gut shot blocking.
Yeah,
like,
we just don't really have any direct equity, or like we don't even really river any relevant blockers. Like I'm sure he'll probably bet again now on a low diamond completer. But this is why like even having the 10 of diamonds might be quite nice.
Yeah, I know Towers bogged it now, Josh. That's how I feel after he just come running in. Yeah, so Chris does go for it, goes for 2/3 on the end here. Going to be met with the bad news.
Should we do the comms pictures? Why do I look blind in that? I've just done a photo that's so bad.
At least you've got a body in that photo.
Actually, yeah. I'm a fully functioning human at least.
Just reminds me when we put a comms cam on, you know, the Simpsons with like Nixon and everything.
No, that's what I said. Like I said to Tower, I should just appear at the next GUKPT as like a Nixon Futurama head, just the head in a bottle.
Oh yeah, not the Simpsons, Futurama. Well, yeah, Futurama.
The top area will be closed during the breaks. Please do make your way out of the room as quick as you can, please.
So in 20 minutes we are going to be heading out on a 40-minute dinner break. And John here burning through a few time banks.
Yeah.
Just to say the words all in. And Chris with a snap fold. Can't be calling. One more hand, guys, and then we are going to reveal the winner of the giveaway. If you haven't got your guessing yet, you still can. No double guesses or you cannot win a penny. The question is, in total, GUKPT main events, what is the total combined cashes for Jack Hardcastle? Just GUKPT main events, not side events, not high rollers, just the main events. And you want Jack's answer, not the correct answer. And it is in dollars. Ace 5 of hearts for John raises to 5.5 and Rajiv with the kings here. Already free bet John once this session, so dynamic set up between the two. Wadey comes to the table and back on John here. Like I can see we'd run into kings, but once in a while wouldn't mind a 4-bet there.
These hands can't be real.
Well, that one has to be the only difference in that one is if John opened King 5 of hearts and Rajiv had aces, perhaps.
Yeah,
this chap that's just left the feature table, he's not on the feature much, so one of the dealers that's not as experienced as others maybe being on the feature, it could be pitching near John's box, but
yeah,
I'll chat to him. I'll have a chat with him. That's it, guys. It's 25-2. So we are going to. I can't get over every time I look up there. It's just like, we are going to reveal the winner of the giveaway. So the question was, in total, what are the combined cashes for Jack Hardcastle in GUKPT main events? The correct answer was 440,000 and some change.
Yeah, 443 or something.
And Jack, what did you put?
So I must have thought the exchange rate was a bit higher than it actually was.
The complicated thing about that question is there's different exchange rates for different events, because what the exchange rate was
like
at
it
the
would
time.
have been different from year to year. But I went for 475k.
Yeah, let's just hold it up. 475. That's what Jack went, and believe it or not, someone was winning it until the last minute. Someone was 500 out, Johnny Church, but Mal Gadsby got in with a minute to go on the giveaway and guessed 475k on the nose. So Mal Gadsby, you are our winner of a £150 live satellite seat in Coventry. You've got 7 flights to choose from. So we'll see you in Coventry, Mal. All I need from you is full name and date of birth. I'll get you on the spreadsheet, and then that will be ready in your account for you in Coventry in a few weeks' time. Oh no, we've got our stewards. We've got our stewards. There's loads of people saying they guessed 475. I blame Tower's laptop.
I didn't see any.
I didn't see any either. I'm going to go back through. Let's have a look.
Have fun scrolling through that.
No. Now Gadsby 475. That's the first one I saw. Right, early doors on Twitch. FWAW1989 did guess 475 as well. I can't scroll up on the restream chat. Let me have a look on Twitch. A bit further up. It said it's one of the first.
Is there a way you can search a number?
Oh yeah, 475. There we go. So FWAW and 1989 and Mal Gadsby both with 475.
Yeah, I didn't even spell that one.
So we're going to have to do a couple of pieces of paper like we usually do. I'm going to put Mal on one. FWAW on. Right, before we do this draw, guys, I'll give you till the end of this hand to have another Stewards Inquiry. We've got two people who have guessed 475, Mal Gadsby and FWAW on Twitch.
Do I have to do the look away and you'll...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll do it after this hand. It was right at the start, that's why we missed it. Give them a mix up. Right, either way, Mal and FWAW, if you don't win this flip, you will get yourself a £30 token for the Grosvenor client anyway. I'll throw a £30 away. Just going to cover this hand because we've got Julio with top pair and we've got middle pair for Chris and Kenny with Broadway draw.
Top two for Julio.
Top two for Julio.
Yeah, Kenny limped here. It's actually a four-way limp pot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's the idea behind that, Jack? The limp with the ace
there
jack?
are limps off stacks between like 15 and 20 bigs. I'm not so sure how true that is when we were like, was it 12 off the money or something?
Yeah.
Now? It's kind of interesting. I'm not particularly sure. But Kenny's obviously very good, so I'm sure he knows something. I would generally still be playing opens off 20 with ICM pressure because you're basically saying you've got a stronger range. You're going to open like and say that you've got the good hand.
Has it come in? Look at Tower, he's jumping around. So Julio just flattened here with a Queen 10, big hand.
Will says he meant to raise but didn't say raise, which I could definitely see being the case.
Okay, yeah. It just gets better and better for Julio, and surely has to check now as Kenny. Once this Queen rolls off, both players possibly have Queen X here. which we're never folding out with a barrel. Four plus on the river here. Now on Julio with his boat. Like it's probably
it blocks so much of what can actually call though. I think this is probably supposed to check.
It goes 22 into 26, so 90%, just under. And Chris with the Jack 10 here, not the best candidate to call with here with a Jack in our hand. And you've got to remember Julio's has overcalled flop as well.
Yeah.
So I'd be surprised if Chris heroed this one off with a Jack 10. He is going to make the call, wow, versus the large sizing. So guys, we're there. FWAW and Mal Gadsby, good luck. I've got two bits of paper in my hand. I'm going to get this floating head to and a hand to pick one. They are, Jack. They're both there. They're mixed up.
Okay.
He's going to take that one.
Got to scrunch that up really tight.
I had to scrunch it up tight.
Why could I not open it? Okay.
There we are. And the winner is FWAW on Twitch. Well done, sir. You win yourself £150 live satellite seat here to the UK Poker Open. Any of them 150 cash out satellites you can play with that seat. You've got 7 to pick from. Sunday the 19th of February when they kick off. The last one is on Thursday the 2nd of March, so you can choose any one of those to play. All I need from you is a full name and date of birth. If you don't want people knowing your full name, date of birth, just drop me a whisper on Twitch. I'll get you on the spreadsheet. And Mal Gadsby, if you're still watching, drop me your alias for Grosvenor Poker and I'll get you a £30 token sent to your account on Monday. We're going to have one more giveaway later on today, guys, so stay tuned. And then we've got the big one tomorrow, £1,500 UK Poker Open seat we're going to be giving away live on stream. And in other news, apparently Towers Treble's up, someone said. It's not finished yet, the games, but let's have a look. How are we getting on? Luton are 2-0 up, that's good. Derby are 2-0 up, that's good. And Shrewsbury are 4-1 up. How can this go wrong? How can this go wrong? And just 10 minutes now until we head out on the 40-minute dinner break. Julio here, King 10 suited. It's just because everyone's on break live, Marvin. The noise in the background, everyone filters around the bar and it's a bit of background noise.
Shall I go out and just scream at everyone?
Keep it down, there's a live stream going on here. No, Will Meister, I didn't lump that much on it. To be honest with you, I usually have a bottle on it, and I thought today I'm only going to have a one on it because of Towers treble record. But it is what it is, 800 quid in the back pocket, can't complain.
You have little faith.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing it since I started this job, Jack, and we've had it up once in 5 years. Imagine how much money I've done in 5 years. Literally. Literally. Yeah, so not a monkey, but still happy, can't complain. Gets me out of it for the last 4 legs on Towers treble. Waiting here, Queen Jack suited, raises to 5.5. Bottle of blue, Rich, bottle of blue, 2. Oneer, monkey, bag, score, pony, nifty.
never heard of bottle.
You've not heard of bottle?
Not
Not bottle of blue too, yeah. 200's
that's
a
a new
bottle.
one for me. 250, half a monkey.
Yeah, 250, half a monkey. So Kenny shoves the Queen 10 suited here for just sub 15 over Wadey's Hijack Open. This is... Like, I personally fold this as Wadey.
I think for chips he's supposed to call, however it is 12 off the money, so...
And does get out of the way. Is it not to do with the Indian notes a long time ago, oh my lord? There used to be a monkey on the £500 note, is that right? That's what I heard years ago. Yep, there we go. The Indian 500 rupee had a monkey on it, maybe still has. What was the answer for Jack's cashes? Says Eastleigh. The answer was 443. Jack's answer was 475, so he weren't far out. Tower got me with a question like that at the grand final, because we were talking about it the day before how Matt Davenport comes like final tabled that event in Florida.
Yeah.
And then basically he asked me on what was Matt Davenport's latest cash, how much? And everyone assumed it was that, but he played like a £200 side event, which he min cash. So I had like 30k down, it was like $500 or something.
It's a good troll question.
Yeah, literally, just a trick question from Tower. So 5 minutes to go, just over, guys, and big thank you to Jack for coming in for a couple of hours. Always good to hear his insights on the game, and great when he's got a turquoise hoodie on as well.
Yeah, I think I'm only going to do commentary with this hoodie on now.
Stephen folding Jack 10 off in the cutoff.
That feels really tight.
It does seem tight. We've got Kenny with reshove stack, may have something to do
I don't
with
think
it,
the blinds are that, even though they cover, I don't think we're near enough to the money, and I don't think they're that aggressive that I would start folding Jack 10. But
well, we'll see how many we are down to now. So last out,
it could be closer to the money than I think. Though.
Last out was Jack O'Neill. Since then, a few more bust outs. Lost the Mad Turk, Carl Shaw, John Gilchrist, Stephen Bean, AL, AJ Kurjawal, Paresh Dossi, and Danny Tran, which is going to leave us 10 spots off the money when we return, unless we lose another couple in the next 4 minutes. Not much, Gary, just a oneer on the treble. I usually do have a bottle, but today I thought, you know what, I'm gonna have a oneer, as the track record of the treble hasn't been the best over the last 18 months, so I thought I'd put the stake down. Here he is. Here he is.
Got punched in the back of the head.
Tower's happy. What do you have on it, Tower?
500.
You 500 pence he had on it. A fiver, yeah. Tower will be back after the dinner break. Be back to me and Tower for the bubble coverage. Yeah, Tower's treble won today, Eddie. Well, it hasn't won yet. I keep saying that. I'm mocking it. If Luton concede 2 goals in the next 5 minutes, or Derby concede 2 goals, looks in. It's 90th minute. Looks in. I got 8-1. Chris opening the ace-8 off here from +1, and Rajiv with 9s in the big blind. It's just a dream, like when you defend 9s here and you get that ace-king 9 rainbow board. It's like,
yeah,
stuff dreams are made of, like. So good to just see the check call.
I don't think Chris is going to lose too much here, though. I expect he's just going to be a
check back a lot of the time.
Decent amount of check back.
Turn.
With the ace of spades as well.
Attention,
I'd see a check here from Chris, but no, he is going to fire. Maybe trying to target some potential King X that's picked up gut shot.
Yeah, I'm not loving this, and I'm not really a fan of the size because he's sort of just betting his hand strength. I think like if we're betting turn here, we want to be polo. We want to say we've got all of the 2 pairs, the straights. I think betting half here is kind of just saying what we have.
Rajiv straight in with a raise.
Yeah, it's just definitely a fold now.
Yeah, always finding these spots as well, Jack. EP versus big, like when the big blind does check raise on a board like this, it's just so rarely a bluff because it's supposed to be our board.
I mean, if someone has Queen Jack here, then like good for them.
Yeah,
I don't think I see the energy KPT.
Good for them, I like that. So who's going to use the time bank for this one? Oh no, Bolton have scored. Oh no. Why has Tower done that?
He's absolutely boxed himself.
Oh no. Oh no, it's over. Full time. Full time. It's okay. We're good. Like Jack said, expect Chris to fold this spot. Like simply because I just don't see hardly anyone bluffing these spots here. EP versus big blind on the board that's supposed to be so favourable for EP.
Yeah, also as well, it's like without a jack or a 10, that's just 16 clear combos of value you're dead against.
Yep.
Plus underbluff line.
Like I say, so like hard to find bluffs here as well. Queen Jack, Queen 10.
Yeah, and also we can just think about how many stronger hands we have on this board anyway. Like Ace-8 off is not a good hand in like the grand scheme of things. Obviously we've got top pair, but we have so many 2 pairs set straights. So
does get out of the way and makes a quick lay down. So very likely to be the last hand before we head out on a 40-minute break. How are we getting on, Wendy? Come in here. Come in here. Let us know. How are we getting on?
Well, there's 56 left.
56 left.
I've only got 63k.
Plenty for you.
And
I don't know if I should put this up.
44 getting played.
That's little photo. Wendy, you look like you've risen from the zombie.
That's not my best angle. I have to say that.
I'll get rid of that. I'm not going to put it up.
Yeah, so all I've got to do is just hold on, hold on, hold on, and then if I can make the money, then I'll start playing.
Okay, good luck.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll see you on the right side of the bubble.
Bloody hope so. I've got, what have I got, 20 bigs. Fingers crossed.
Ace-3
Yeah,
suited.
I'm not on the feature anyway, so
Okay.
not next time. I don't know what the will next time.
I guess I should start thinking about playing this cup at some point, shouldn't I?
Well, we got this is the last hand anyway, Jack. So big thank you to you. Helped me and Tower out for 2 hours. Always enjoyable in the booth with yourself. Well, part of yourself, about a quarter of yourself, I should say. Yeah. Chris will be defending the King 5 on hearts in the big, facing this open from Julio. There's the call. And does swap top pair on the King 6-6 2-diamond board. Expect Julio to be continuing this one fairly often.
These are possibly the most over c-bet boards. It's actually like pretty close to like checking 40% of your hands back on this board versus the big blind.
Is that just because of the 6x advantage?
The 6x, yeah, and also it's just like we on the King 6-6 stuff like queens and jacks doesn't really want to even put money in at this point, and they have such a 6x advantage. So like a bunch of our middle stuff just gets binned if we start betting all of it. But obviously this is much different to say a board like King 3-3 because then people don't defend the offsuit 3x as much, but they defend the offsuit 6.
Interesting.
But small bet with the base 3 for sure is fine.
Yeah, Chris. Checking over to Julio once more. Once Chris calls on this board, we'll be very wary and does check behind. 9 of hearts on the river.
Block from Chris, I think, would be quite nice.
Goes at 40%, 8.5. And that should just be the end of that. Julio not insta-folded. I guess front door diamonds is something that we would beat.
Yeah, this has got to be 2 weeks though.
Yeah, I agree. I can't see him calling, but hasn't insta-folded. He's been playing fairly quick as well, from what I've seen. So maybe having some thoughts. There we go. There's the fold. That's it for us, guys. We're going to be back at 5 to 6. We will see you in an hour's time. No, 40 minutes clock. Sorry, we're going to be back at 25 to 6. We'll see you in 40 minutes time. Big thanks to Jack. I'm sure you'll see his face in the booth throughout the year. Always comes in and helps out. See you in 40 minutes.
We've been surviving. We've been doing all right, and it's great that you come to join us for an hour with the tower.
Yeah,
we're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been. If got a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this, do you know what, playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career?
Making me feel old. That every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, you know, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? I never had an answer. Except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which didn't really go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers. And so I kind of had this plan of just get this kind of $3,000 student loan.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. So yeah, I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed.
Yeah.
All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G in the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists.
Yeah.
Constant action, just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water. Believe it or not.
I thought I could rely on you, though. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. Your first
drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi-drinking as well, mate. So you've played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast. And I wanted to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played. I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £100 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
They told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold. It was on him. He'd raise. I'd fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks. Won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads up. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah. And then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were. I was fairly lazy about I'm like I was studying back then, and I mean, now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of go with the flow of okay, what's next on is GUKPT Bolton or Walsall or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow. And it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day. You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on, and so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of that was what everyone was doing, and you know what I mean. So that's kind of where it kind of started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realize that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that. And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left. And Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then. And I think I knocked him out. And then from there, I won the tournament. And then probably after that, I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing. Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly.
Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party time?
I'm pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Well, that's you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between 1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that. I was just playing low stakes. You kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. To win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
And
I'm coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
it wasn't a bad year 2011 because the GUKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking. These tournaments now, all right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win. And rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. You know, it would be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously, definitely,
Well, it's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back with An Hour with the Tower with the fabulous. Can I just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish. This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is. It is an absolute disaster. But I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know. This is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's time. You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio, not playing a tournament, I was just, kind of looking for a friend or something, I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up to me and just ask me for ID. And every time I'd say, I'm not gambling, and they'd just say, I don't, because they're really strict. Massive clubs over there. And the amount of times that happened, so I never set foot after that. Probably happened like 4 or 5 times. I would never go into a tournament room unless I was actually playing, because I just used to get ID'd all the time. But 2011 cash, that was probably 3 years before I actually played what I'd consider proper tournaments in Vegas. I basically went to Vegas for 3 years, 11, 12, 13, and just played cash games. And I was very hypocritical in terms of everyone I spoke to. I'd say, why are you playing tournaments? Stupid. You should play cash and all this stuff. And then in 2014, I think I played the main event, and that's when I kind of really got hooked as well. I think that 2011 one was just a random rogue cash, which is probably why no cashes from that until 2014.
Now, we're not going to start with the rub downs at all in the slightest, but it is part of history.
Go on.
Your biggest ever shot at the time was a 5K buy in the EPT London.
Oh, disaster.
Unfortunately,
disaster.
Unfortunately, the crowd would have been cheering, roaring, and shouting and whooping because everybody's made the money. Because Steve Warburton became that unfortunate bubble boy.
I've never ever been backed. I'm really proud that I've never kind of borrowed money. I've never been backed. But that was the first tournament that I sold action. I sold 50%, and it was I think it was my first 5K, and so I mean, I'm really competitive anyway, but to let someone else down, that's just, I hate that. And so I think when we were about 15 off the money, I basically made the mistake of messaging everyone that had backed me and said, I'm 15 off the money, I'm all right in chips. And then I kind of dwindled down, and on the bubble I had, you always remember the hands you lose, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Basically diamonds all in against aces on the bubble. And we basically got all in. I'm thinking, oh my God, I was got aces.
Yeah.
And like the first 2 cards were diamonds as well. So I was like, well, I've basically got 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like 1 card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge, huge room. And the second the river card comes down, there's guys on the mic saying, congratulations, you're all in the money. And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. So I'm thinking, oh, great. I marched all the way back, found the TD, and he said, oh, no, we stopped doing that last year.
Double bubble.
So I've had to do it twice. I've had to walk to it twice.
Oh, dear.
Get out. I'm going to bring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So, you know.
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
Redemption, kind of.
Which is pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced the bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I just kind of lost a few key hands. And also back then, you kind of get very carried away. You know, when there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well. And it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep. But I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, you started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after GUKPT Manchester, you ended up chopping it with Mitch Johnson and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
You actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah. I remember
I think you would have done, because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and you know all the locals, and I don't know, just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money based out. I'm always quite deep, and I might get a min cash or finish just before the money, and I don't know. I feel like 5-6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And and it was more as well, like I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point, maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You would also, because you've been at the EPTs and because you started travelling around playing tournaments, people started pointing and saying, that's Steve Walton. This guy's pretty good at tournaments, you know?
Yeah, that was a bit weird, because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like startled by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But that interview though, I remember it well, and it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, The World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight.
No,
because we went and played the main event. And do you know where you finished? Will it always be etched?
I know it was under 300.
182nd.
Yeah.
Out of 6,682.
It was a good one because it was my first one.
Yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever played the Bane. I went really deep with my good friend Tim Hickling.
Mm-hmm.
He was somehow on the table next to me every day. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
And I remember on day 5, just walking in with him, and they had the music on and stuff, and you're just thinking, this is like how it used to be. You know, like I was saying before, when you first started playing, that real buzz of playing. So yeah, that was fun. But we obviously didn't go deeper than that, but it was nice to win wherever I won.
It was a very good run and a good ending to 2014. It would have been nice, obviously, because it was just, I think it was the first time it was 10 mil for the winner. So
I don't know, was that the Jamie Gold year? Was it?
No, that was. Of course. Jamie Gold got 12, didn't he? Yeah, when he got 10 million, but 182nd wasn't that ending to 2014 for you.
And it was maybe 40 or 50 grand, which again at the time, even now, it's so much money to win from a tournament. You're obviously really disappointed, but to just win that amount, it's
well. Coming to the end of this episode, we will be back with Steve Warburton very soon on An Hour with the Tower. Back with Mr. Steve Warburton for An Hour with the Tower, and we've moved on to May 2015 and the WPT Amsterdam. Has to be one of the favourite stops for poker players by far. 341 entries, and second, 150,000.
This was my favourite tournament of all time.
Yeah,
it was such a good tournament. Just everyone is just like, I don't know what it is about Amsterdam, and obviously 60% or 70% of the field are kind of Dutch, and there's just no one kind of taking the mickey and being slow with their play, and everyone's talking to each other, and that's like from day one to the end. It was just a really fun tournament, and I felt like as well it wasn't a tournament where it was just winning flips the whole way through. It was like a really good structure and stuff, and yeah, it was just a really fun tournament, and it was obviously my biggest score at the time. A lot of my best friends were there at the time. Again, it was just an obscene amount of money. It was just like so good. We had a fantastic few days afterwards.
What was the party like afterwards?
So good, Tower. It was just so good. It's just like I'm honestly, I'm such an old man. After about 4 or 5 hours, I'm just like a back ache and I want to go to bed. But when you've just got like pure poker rush adrenaline, it's just so good just to go out and you just like, yeah, it's great. It happens very rarely to win a tournament, but it was a great effort. Then you go on to party poker high roll, another second, and you lost to Alex Golder, but you're good friends with Alex. Yeah, sure.
What did you? Was there a lot of chatting when you were heads up, or was it like enemies at the table and then shaking hands and a bit of a cuddle afterwards?
We were talking about this recently, actually. This is when Dusk Till Dawn had basically banned you from making a deal.
Yeah.
And I remember we basically went outside to just have a chat, and Simon Trumper came out. He literally just tapped me on the shoulder and he just said, "If you make a deal, you're barred from like DTD for life." And I was like, okay, just outside. So yeah, we weren't actually allowed to make a deal. And yeah, I don't think I actually won a hand heads up. Alex won. He was like typically smug about it. And, yeah.
As long as you're still friends, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
As long as you're still friends. But the biggie in 2015, we head up to Barcelona. We play another EPT. We have 1,694 runners. There's nearly 10 million in the prize pool.
Yeah, it's big, yeah.
1,070,000 for second.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It's. I'm going to obviously. This is one of the. I think this is one of the moments I always remember while watching a live stream for one of the first times. Watching this, because obviously we all remember the chop. But what was it like at the final table, knowing what was at stake? There's a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really talked about it. Like, obviously it happened, and people congratulate on the money and stuff. But I've never really talked about like the whole thing. I mean, I remember the night before I even entered, I was like pretty sure that I was just going to quit the game, because I'd had basically a couple of years of thinking I was doing well and kind of knocking on the door and stuff, but just never actually making any money, essentially from it. And I was just completely over it, to be honest. And so I kind of went into that tournament and played, I don't know, maybe what you describe as like really badly, because I just didn't care. Do you know what I mean? And I was just doing all these ridiculous plays and like ridiculous bluffs and ridiculous things, just thinking, well, this is probably my last one ever. And if I think someone's not got a good hand, I'm basically just going to put them to the test almost. And so there are so many hand histories in that tournament where I'm just completely putting it off, never getting called. So I was never, in a situation. I think there was like one reported where I like 5-bet or 6-bet that that's a Jeans guy. He like plays like PLO online, and there's just this like ludicrous hand history where I've like 3-bet and Jack 3 off. I'm 5-bet, sorry, and he's called, and it's come like King 6 deuce, and he's checked and I bet and he's folded, and I've shown it for some reason, which I never ever do. And I'm just looking back now, just thinking there was just so many hands like that where I was just like, well, let's just try and win it or not. And obviously, so lucky to actually go on and chop it and things. And the final table was just loads and loads of fun.
Well, it was also famous for a rowdy rail.
Super rowdy rail. There was obviously the hand where John DeWander's folded King's pre, which would have basically knocked me out if I'd not hit an ace. I had ace king suited. I think it was 7 or 8 left.
Yeah.
It's gone like open 3-bet, 4-bet from the small blind. I ended up jamming because we'd basically just been for dinner, and he was basically saying something along the lines of, there's 3 short stacks, the money jumps are big.
Yeah.
We kind of don't need to get involved. And so from that, I kind of took it as, right, you're not going to want to kind of get in some huge kind of confrontation pre-flop. And so I was pretty confident he'd fold queens pre. I would obviously never have done it if I knew he had kings, because no one folds kings pre. He ended up folding, and we basically did the deal 3-handed, which was obviously life-changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really feel much pressure, because I just had this mentality of like, I don't really care. And it was a really strange tournament, to be honest. And I really kind of wish now I played every tournament like that, because it was almost just like no fear. Do you know what I mean? You just didn't really care what was.
Yeah. And you're doing a deal for 7 figures, and you get one guy to pick to negotiate just to make sure you got the right deal. And somebody walks on stage with 2 bottles of beer in his hand, and he's like, "Yeah, well, it's only 7 figures." Yeah.
Because it was either Fraser Mack, who was very notorious at the time for doing every deal, wasn't he? He was always there, kind of, or it was Feraldo, who I kind of knew but didn't know as well as I know him now. And I remember Toby Stone came up and he said, "You're only allowed 1 person to come in up and kind of helping you." And Fraz Mack was like, "Right, yeah, it's me, innit? It's me." And I was going, Feraldo, I'll take you, which was probably a mistake, because Feraldo was half cut, wearing a hat, holding beers, as you say. But actually, he was really good, because you basically only get a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
I was completely lost in like the whole what was going on. And he was very just like, you need to do this, this, and this. You shouldn't do this. And he basically gave me some really good advice, actually. And yeah, from there onwards, I think I said something along the lines of, well, we don't have to deal. I don't care about the money, which is a complete lie. I was desperate for a deal. I just literally just wanted to do it. And I was like, oh, well, if you guys want to do a deal, up to you. I'm not bothered about the money. Just trying to get more money out of it, obviously. And then as soon as it was done, I was like, right, this is the greatest thing ever. I can just do whatever. But yeah.
Obviously, went straight to bed afterwards.
Again, that was an absolute. I'll actually tell you something as well. We basically went out afterwards, and I basically got mugged. Well, not mugged. I basically got robbed because I actually had no money on me. I basically won all this money, and we basically had organised, this kind of massive thing afterwards that cost loads of money, and I didn't have any money. So I went round almost every person that was there and asked them for money, just like a massive pigeon, just like, if you got 500, if you got 200. And after an hour and a half, I'd collected something like, I don't know, it was like 10 or 15,000 euros in cash. And I basically put the euros in my pocket. And obviously around there in Barcelona on those beaches and stuff, everyone's watching. Within 5 minutes, Phil, that had been swiped. So when the bill came, it was like, you need to pay. I had no money, so I had to then go round again. I had to ask everyone for a second time, and everyone's going, well, I've just paid you 1,000. What's going on? You basically just won this million. So yeah, it was like the best time to ever be robbed because you didn't care because you kind of cashed all this money. But yeah, I basically got done for about 15 grand.
Wow. And on that note, we'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton and more stories very shortly. Welcome back to Mr. Steve Warburton and an hour with the Tower. Huge 2015 that we were talking about before. Absolutely huge. 2016. Did you slow down? Did you play more cash? Was it a case of I'm not travelling around too much?
It's so hard to think when 2016 was in terms of what was happening. I'm pretty sure I was still playing, as in like tournaments and things. But now, kind of looking back, you kind of have these purple patches, don't you? There are so many players that they'll have a cash, and then you'll see them cash again and again and again. And then for the next 12 months, they just kind of don't. And I don't know. I don't know if it's confidence or what just happens. But yeah, I was still playing in 2016 quite a bit, and obviously not having the cashes I was having the previous year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know as well. I never really got carried away with tournaments. I was never really one to play 60 events of the World Series or every single DPT and stuff. I was always quite kind of level-headed.
But one of them you do like, as we can see, GUKPT Manchester. You've got so many entries in the database, 2018 to 14, 2020 for 20th. You got so many cashing 3 of the last 4 years. It has to be the favourite stop. I know it's your local one, it's your home one, but is it classed as your favourite stop?
It's the favourite stop because it makes up for all the other GUKPTs that I'm just doing my money in. I can't go to Luton or Walsall or Bolton and just do 4 or 5 buy-ins.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I feel like with Manchester, I'm always trying that little bit harder because home stop, most players, the kind of great camaraderie of people. So that's always fun. But yeah, I've no idea if I don't know. I think I'm probably slightly up on GUKPTs because of that.
Yeah.
Sort of shop with Debman and thingy, but I've put a lot of money into them, don't you? Don't you worry about that. Yeah.
Norwegian Championships came to Britain, and they started being played around the country. You had three tournaments where you cashed for well over 60,000. I heard they used to be crazy. I heard the cash tables used to be mad as well. Was that one of the reasons why you played them?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the absolute best stop on the calendar every year is the Irish Open. It's getting better and better. I think it's going to be the biggest it's ever going to be next year.
Yeah.
I basically booked my flights in January this year for it. Obviously, it got cancelled because of everything that's going on. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they were having 60 or 70 cash game tables every single night.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just crazy. You just don't see that anymore. And yeah, again, it's a little bit like what I was saying in the 2015 WPT in Amsterdam. Everyone's just on the same wavelength. You know, everyone's chatting away, and do you know what I mean? It's kind of how poker should be. You know, there's tanking, no one's dressed silly, there's no about talking, trying to, you know, like piss people off and stuff. It's just kind of nice, fun poker, and yeah, it was a good one, yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Your strangest ever Hendon Mob entry. Blackpool Tuesday nights, free run. 60 entries, you finished 7th for 40 quid. And it ended up being on the Hendon Mob. That's please explain what happened. Why? Why is it there?
I think I maybe need to blame PK for researching this, don't I? I don't really know how that's on. I think that's 15 entry or something.
I'll just check up on Steve Warburton so we can have a nice chat while we're all in lockdown and we've not had a haircut for 3 months. And we get it was a free roll on a Tuesday night and there were 60 runs.
Times were tough, Tower. Times were tough. That 1.8 million you were talking about before had gone. I had nothing left.
Oh, brilliant.
I remember what happened. We basically gone to Blackpool to watch I don't know if we're watching the darts or a
right, okay. And
what we did, we all rang Dina, and we made Dina extend the late reg, just so we could get to this thing. And it was one of those classic ones where you basically want to bust quite soon so you can go to the bar and just have a few drinks. But I ended up final table in it. Yeah, ridiculous.
The UK Poker Championships in 2018, the Eye Roller. Your final table, you finished 8th for 7,000. That wasn't the story. The story was Mr. Jake. The story was Mr. Jake Cody and the viral video that you were involved in and crazy scenes. How did that all come about?
How long have we got?
Well, is it really that long?
The short version, what I remember is we'd all been out the night before, and I mean we'd all been out to the point of in day 2 of this tournament, there was 5 or 6 people who hadn't arrived. You know, Jake for one, not mention names for other people, but Ludo and all the Scottish boys.
Yeah.
And with about, 50 people left, I remember Jake saying, if I win this tournament, it'll be so unjust that I'll put it all on black. And Ludo was on the rail, and Ludo heard this, and he never shut up about it from 50 all the way down. He was on the rail with the drink, obviously, and he said this. And all of a sudden, me and Jake were on this final. I have no idea how I was there or he was there. First thing he did was get shots for the table and stuff. He had the tournament director literally over every hand because he was showing cards and chat. You know what I mean? He was just whatever. And so I think he got 3-handed, and I'm not entirely sure. I think they might have done a deal, did they, or something? Or
I'm not sure how it ended. All I saw was the video about an hour later. Was it after the? Was it literally straight after the tournament finished?
It was literally straight after, and obviously when I busted, I was sulking because I always sulk when I bust. I basically went and played cash, and then the next thing I remember, honestly, is Jake coming up to me and saying, "I don't really want to do this, but I've kind of been forced into it." Rob Young, by the way, Young had walked in the casino to pick up his car keys, so he wasn't even going to be there. And he basically heard from Scally, he basically wants to do this. Rob being Rob was
Attention, players in the event. You have a new point level 1,500, 3,000, 1,500, 3,000, 3,000. Dealers, please begin to deal.
And we're back and set and ready to go, guys. Another 2 hours coming up. New featured table. We got the chip leader in seat 3. So going to run you through who we've got in 1, Jake Mulhern, 2, Andre Persia, 3, Devon Patel, 4, Tamer Kamal, 5, Jamie Warden, 6, Umbaran Akhtar, 7, Raymond Carby, and in 9 is Oliver White. So that's the table we've got for the next couple of hours. No idea where Tower is, but I'm sure he'll be with me shortly. I know where he is. He's probably down at the bar getting the champagne in, ready to go after the treble result. Well done, every one of you did get on the treble. First one we've had up in a long time. Second one I've ever had up. So hopefully it's things to come in 2023. Let's do this. And look at this turn card. Ollie turning a set here, and Jake is sat there with 2 pair. I like Andre's decision to check back flop here, just not going to be our board, especially 3-way with the ace queen, even with the ace of diamonds. Much prefer a check back, as he did. Now Jake moves all in with the 4-5, going to be getting snapped off. Ollie will make the call. We got a set, we're not folding. Just double check. Yep, you got deuces, sir. There's the call. Shows the deuces, and Jake going to be needing help to survive here. Set versus 2 pair, bit of a call up. And it's the ace of hearts on the river, meaningless. Ace, no good for Jake, unfortunate for him. Nothing we can do there. Got to defend the 4-5, and then don't mind the jam at all here. A lot of action killers for us. Ollie can still have some 8s, 9s, 10s even versus EP. Maybe some 7x suited that we can get called by.
Attention, alternate number 25 and 31 for the tournament desk. That's alternate number 25 and 31 for the tournament desk. Thank you.
I think I know what's happened. I think Tower might think it was an hour break because he wasn't here when me and Jack left, because it is usually an hour break, the dinner break. But we only had a 40 minutes. Never known him. Well, he might have quit. He might have had so much on the treble, he might have just quit. He might be done. Might be done for good. Got the lot on the treble, don't need to work anymore. Early retirement. Happy days. But if you did miss out on the giveaway, we have got one more coming up today at some point, guys. Here he is. Where have you been?
You're joking. I've been celebrating.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. I've got a bad chest. Don't do that. Oh, oh God.
Go on, son. What, anyway, what happened with Tower's treble?
It come in.
Did it?
Yep.
Who would have thought that?
Oh, I thought you was getting the champagne in or you quit. I thought you might have actually quit. That's what I said.
I had that much on it, you thought I didn't need to work for the rest of the week?
That's what I thought, rested in life.
Oh, lady, there were scenes and everything. There were scenes. Off to the Bahamas and everything I am now, that's me. What's all this paper?
We've done a giveaway.
What have you been doing?
Done a giveaway with Jack.
Did he get it right?
He weren't far off. It was 443,000 was the answer. He guessed 475,000.
Well, that's not bad.
But the question was, how much has Jack Hardcastle cashed for in GUKPT main events? So he did have probably a better idea than anyone else.
Hey dear. Scenes everywhere there were. We must be getting close to the money.
You've paid for Ian Needleman's seniors entry tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, Ian. That's what it's all about. You got to celebrate him when it comes in, because it doesn't happen very often. Oh, well done, Jason. Well done, Jace. Great effort. And
oh no,
only got the Barnsley 3-1 right as well.
And Shrewsbury 1-5-1.
I know, but I had Sheffield Wednesday 5-1. Barnsley 3-1.
Add the banker of the week that you're telling me is the banker get on against Rotherham. Watford -2. Add the banker get on.
But we didn't back it. We didn't back it. Rotherham United managed to draw at Watford somehow. Yeah, we got the Barnsley were 11-1 as well. 3-1. Yeah, what happened to Sheffield Wednesday, Will Meister? We got them 5-1. All you need to know, Pete, is Towers treble came in. That's all you need to know today. Nothing else. Where were we at the break? Let's have a butcher's.
I did run through every bust out up to the break.
Yeah, 56.
Last out was Danny Tran, I think.
No, Jacob Mullen. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Danny Tran. At 4:20. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 56. 56. And first person out is Jacob Mullen.
Umber around here opening 3x with aces. Raymond going to make the call with the ace jack suited. Tam up 10 deuce of clubs, not going to defend this one from the big blind versus 3x. Versus 2x probably would have seen him come along, but 3x sizing going to get out of the way, and Raymond will not want to catch a piece of this unless it's a large piece.
Even the Nightbot backed it. You're not wrong, by the way. Shrewsbury 5-1 would have been 200-1.
Yeah, I really like this from Umber and Tower. Checking flop here with these particular aces, ace of diamonds in there, and then delayed c-bet and turn. Very nice from him. Obviously bet can be fine as well, but can mix in a check some of the time. How are we doing, Andy? Andy Wilson, Bowie Effect in the chat.
Andy, you alright?
Are you in sunny Bahamas, Andy, or are you going there? You said you were, weren't you? You were stopping in Florida for a bit. Mark Adair, the first time in a year I haven't done Towers Trendle when it comes in.
Amazing.
We'll have a ticker top right very shortly, guys. We are getting close to the money. 56 left and 44 paid. It is usually this session we do get to the bubble. Still in Florida. Enjoy, Andy.
Absolutely.
Good luck on your travels. Man like you doesn't need luck. So Tama here, completing with the 10-5 suited, and Jamie with a nice candidate to raise. Blind on blind here. King Queen makes it 10k, just north of 3x, and Tama here 10-5 out of position. I think we're just going to let this one go most of the time. And Tama does fold.
We were on 56 at the dinner break. 56.
There we go. There's the chip counts.
Devon Patel still chip leader. He was chip leader from day 1B. Simon Wilson. Look at Big Sam. Sam Atchimpong. And Rob Boone. Boy, oi. The Watto day 1A chip leader. Wendy Watson's still going on, 65,000. Wadey 64. Ben Jackson 45. Oh, Dooley's had a bad session. Trev Reardon 130. Tony Filoni 145. John Eames 150. Some good names still left in.
Yep, Mad Turk is out. Mick the Mod.
34 and 35.
So Devon opening the ace-5 suited as he should be. Jamie going to peel threes in the small, and that's going to bring Umbaran along with the Queen 10. Everything seems standard so far to the flop. Yeah, and just the board, which going to be high frequency c-bet here for Devon. We got wheel draw, backdoor spades, and it's king high, so round third. Is that 3k? No, 7k. Always struggle to see the difference between the yellow and the whites with the lights, but yeah, third pot from Devon, nicely done, and picks it up. Ryan come 6th yesterday, Pete. 30 something k.
There's a guy from Rochdale come third.
Rochdale?
Yeah.
I didn't recognise him because I watched a bit of the FT.
He's been coached by Jamie Nixon.
Ah.
From the Dale of the Roch.
Yeah, I'm boxing tonight, should be decent as well. That will be a good fight.
What was that?
Is it not Eubank Jr. tonight?
Oh yeah, it is.
How are you doing, Eddie? Stuck here whilst the other half and baby are away on holiday with the family, having to work and take care of their own. At least you get to watch the live stream. So Devon now wakes up with queens, and Tama just flat in the ace-10. Like this one here, Tao, could definitely be a free bet here versus Devon's open with all the chips. However, when he's got us covered this close to the money, I like Tama's decision just to flat on this occasion. Like we'll still have some free bets here with the ace-10 off, but obviously only 10 spots off the money now. Wow!
10 for 10. Running hot. Tama Camel.
Yeah, and Devon just looked like he glanced over at the clock there, so I don't know if he's using the clock to randomise, because probably a board we could go either way here on 10-10-4 once Tama's called, check or bet, and he's going to choose the bet option for third.
Third spade on the turn.
Massive ICM pump for 50k pay jump from the Rochdale lad though. Pretty sure Jamie didn't approve.
I didn't see that. Only heard it.
I never really bet on boxing, Eddie, to be honest with you. I don't think I will have a bet tonight, but...
Who's favourite?
This is interesting from Devon here, Tower. 2/3 on the turn. I think we want to start checking our hand here. Out of position to Tama, still can have a lot of 10x, 10-8 suited. And then like ace-10 off, king-10 off might be in there. And then we'll have some spade draws himself. We don't have a spade in our hand. But Tama calling once more. Best, that's deuce of spades, is that? No, deuce of hearts. Now, I think probably going to be check now from Devon. Once Tama calls twice here, well, he's going to go small, so block him for 15k. So betting to fold to a raise, I'm guessing, rather than being in a tough spot if Tama sized up to like 60k, for example, on the river. Well, Tama's just going to call here with the ace-10. I'm surprised to see that Tower versus that river size, personally. I don't think Devon's ever going to have a hand better than ace-10 there once he elects for that size on the river. But maybe Tama just thought we're never getting called by worse. But maybe, like, so there's going to be king-10 in there, queen-10, jack-10, 10-9. A lot of 10x that Devon will open near the bubble here. So potential raise could have been on the cards. Tama maybe thought that we would have been in a world of hurt the times that Devon does free bet the river. So that could have been the thought process. But I just think, looking into the sizing of Devon there, I don't think he's going to choose that sizing with flushes or boats. I think he's going to go a lot larger.
Give you information of the players that do get eliminated in real time until we get the player ticket, which should be coming with us this next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and this is one I would free bet as Tama here, even versus gun, king queen versus a stack size that 40 odd bigs just north of. Not going to be wanting to get involved too much close to the bubble when they've got a stack that is pretty locked for a min cash. And Tama does take the spot. Love this from him, very nice. Makes it 16k. Like, when you are approaching the money bubble, like, these are the good stack choices to go after, the ones that have a stack that are pretty locked for a min cash and aren't going to be wanting to get involved too often. And Raymond here's got an easy 4-bet rip here tower for 20, and Tama hates this now because he knows best case scenario that we're up against jacks. So 48 to win 90, less than 2 to 1, just shy of. So gonna need probably around 35% equity to call here, and if we're always in a dominated spot, not getting that price. So I think Tama will let this one go. Like, it's just the 6 combos of jacks, maybe the 6 combos of 10s as well, which we're going to be flipping against, and then crushed versus ace king, ace queen, kings, queens and aces. And from what I've seen from Raymond on the feature when he made the final table of the midi at the grand final, seems like a fairly snug player, so I don't think he's ever going to find a jam here. Like, and Tama does get out of the way, but love the free bet there. I think it's the spots that we want to be taking here, this close to the money.
Yep. Out in 55th, Gareth Wright. Out in 54th, Stephen Keogh.
Oh, Stephen had chips.
Yeah.
I swear he had lots of chips.
Stephen Keogh is out.
Oh no, 100k he had, but still. Wendy Watson still in on 60k.
Yep.
When's the bubble? Asked Chris. 44 places paid.
Yeah.
We got 50 something left now. We'll get a
54
ticker in the top right very shortly.
We'll give you the eliminations in real time until the ticker comes up in the top right. We're on 54.
Yeah, Devon opens this from gun, and I'm not going to pill this as Jamie in the hijack, and he agrees. Pretty looking hand, queen 9 suited from LP, but facing this gun open from the chip leader. Just letting it go, and Unduran going to flat the king queen in the cutoff. Seven, 4, 2 diamonds, and that's his cut off here as Unduran. As Devon, definitely going to be continuing, like, just fold out all these Broadway holdings, the ace highs, stuff like that. 7 of spades on board, so potential for some double barrels, and just a better 10k half pot gets the job done. I think it's box office tonight, technician. I don't think it's on just normal TV. I think it's a box office event, so probably like 30 quid nowadays, ain't it? I remember back in the day when I was at school and used to pay £1, £40 a year for Prem Plus, £1 a game.
Yeah, that's right.
And now it's...
Then they tried charging per game, didn't they, at Sky? Pick a game and pay 15 quid or whatever it was.
King Queen for Jamie. Should be opening. Granda, if someone needs special links, message me. I hope that's about the boxing.
Queen 9-5. Top pair for Jamie.
Remember when poker was on Sky Sports? Yeah, I used to love watching the Sky Poker cash game they used to have every Tuesday night. I think it was on Sky. I used to love that when I was like 16, 17. Remember Grafton used to play on that. Remember Sam when he was sponsored by, who was it, PKR? I remember Sam Grafton on that.
You'd have seen me on it, just forgot. I was on it once. Guest presenter. 53rd, Dooley. Out. Dooley is out in 53rd. Blinds 1.5, 3,000. We're 8 off the money. In fact, there's 52 left. 7 off the money. Oh yeah, 8 off the money. 44 get paid, don't they? 44 get paid. We're on 52.
Tower the tipster.
Yes. Go on, Bob.
What did I say about blind squirrels at the start of the day? I did say something.
We got Barnsley 3-1 at 11-1. Big Trev is still in. He was on about 130,000 at the break.
If he wins this, I think he'll become full-time pro tower. I think he'll just pack everything else in and he'll be on the circuit.
Only ever done it twice and both times it's won.
What a life!
Can you just let us know when you're backing it, Bob?
Yeah, can we see your account history, please, Bovey? Just look at all your bets over the last 18 months.
Oh dear.
Attention to alternate 39 weekend in Toronto. That's alternate 39. Thank you.
Pocket nines here for Raymond. Opens off a 30 as he should.
Wendy Watson's on about 60,000 at the last break, about 15 minutes ago.
Andre getting a free bet calling this off, but I don't think Raymond's ever jamming. Just going to have a call here, Raymond, this close to the money. Not going to ever 4-bet the nines. Just going to be in a call. I got hiccups.
Okay. You know all them little stories that tell you about doing things when you got hiccups?
Yeah, it don't work.
Don't do any of them.
It don't work.
It's pointless.
We was out. Story time after this hand because
Queens and nines are going to collide.
Yeah, but Andre shouldn't really do many chips here. Probably just going to be check call. Raymond has a pure call here. Tower up. Never want to raise this spot. Be a mistake to raise. Just want to flat with the pocket nines. Don't need to deny equity from everything. If we're up against a hand like Ace King, they're drawing to like 3% equity. So there is the call. Good to see from Raymond. 6 of spades on the turn. Now this is just check, check always. Raymond just wants to continue checking to the aggressor. And Andre has an easy check behind. Once Raymond calls flop, not going to be double barreling this turn with our ladies. He's the caller of the free bet. We'll have some ace-x in there. Jack of diamonds on the end. Nice clean run out for Raymond. Now going to be going for value. And does for 20k. And this is a pretty clear fold, I think, here for Andre with the queens. Yeah, we're blocking ace-queen, which is one of the hands that would call off 3-bet. 3 combos of ace-jack suited. He's probably going to peel a lot of suited ace-x as well, Raymond, versus a less than 3x sizing. Like, and once he calls ace-9-4 rainbow, like, he's not going to just start turning 10s, 8s, stuff like that into a bluff here on the ace-high board. And well played, Andre. Good fold, sir. Didn't get attached to the ladies with an ace out there. So we went, it was last year, one of the earlier legs, we were out in London and we ended up going to O'Neill's as we usually do. We went to a bar before that and I had the worst hiccups ever. I had them all night, I must have had them for about half hour. And our boss, Andy Booth, who pulls me over, he goes, come over here, come over here. And he goes, a shaman taught me this, a shaman taught me this. He starts massaging this part of my hand, there, and then they just disappeared. Literally just disappeared. And he was like, I told you it'll work any time. And every time now I've got the hiccups, I'm going like this and they never go. They never go. It must have just been the flukiest thing ever. Yeah, literally there. He started massaging in my hand there in the bar. Hiccups went. I was fine for the rest of the night. But now every time I get the hiccups, I start going like this. It doesn't do anything.
Maybe it's somebody else has to do it.
Maybe.
When you get hiccups, let me know.
All right. Yeah.
I'll ring Andy.
I don't know if he's watching, but he'll remember that. He says shaman told him. And if you did play any of the day one flights, stay tuned because we've got a random draw coming up for a £1,500 UK Poker Open seat. Everyone's unique entry into this tournament goes into that draw.
There.
Yeah, there.
Somebody asked where. There. So we've got the draws coming up.
We have. So unique entry, so like if you've had 7 bullets doesn't mean you've got 7 names in the draw. It's on your one unique entry. So if your unique was in the turbo, you've probably got more chance of winning the draw. But we're going to be doing them draws after this hand. So if you have played a day one flight of the main event, stay tuned because your name will be in the draw and you have a chance of winning the £1,500 UK Poker Open seat. We're going to do the first one now. You're going to do it in between hands so we don't miss any action. Here we go. There are all the names from day 1A. Round it goes.
Where's the ticker?
Who's it going to be?
On the right hand side.
Who's it going to be? It is Danny Grogan, who's still in the field.
Whoa, Danny Grogan.
Danny Grogan.
I wonder if it's Claire's brother.
So Danny Grogan is the first winner of a £1,500 UK Poker Open seat.
Very nice indeed.
Still in the mix as well with a decent stack.
Shall we give him the news or shall we just like...
We can give him the news.
Well done, Danny. Yeah, but who's going to give him the news?
I don't know.
Or we'll just tap him on the shoulder.
Or let them release it over the tannoy when we got all the names. Release it over. That's probably the best thing to do.
Yeah.
When we got all the names.
Tom Gregson, thank you, Tower, for the treble. He added Plymouth and Wrexham for his ACCA and it all won. Oi, oi. Yeah, Plymouth were like 1 to 2, weren't they? They were like proper odds on. So they were in my score and win treble. With Barnsley, score and win treble. And Sheffield Wednesday. Boo!
Yeah, and Grande says you need someone else to do it.
Yeah, I thought so. I think that's the general gist of it, everything.
So, first one, Danny Grogan, goes his way. He'll find out the news shortly. We'll get the TDs to release it over the mic once we've done all 3. There'll be another one happening this hand. So if you had your unique entry on day 1B, we're going to be spinning the wheel after a hand between Jamie and Raymond. Jamie opening button with the A6 suited.
Queen 9-9.
Paired rainbow board here. Probably just going to be C-bet here a lot of the time from Jamie with the A6. Like ace high likely to be the best hand versus the big blinds are just cleaning out some equity of just some random 2 cards that could potentially make a pair on the turn. So gets it through. Off we go again. Here we
go again.
Let's go round again.
Maybe we'll turn back the hands of time.
Looks like Dan Laidlaw.
It is
Danny Laidlaw.
Danny Laidlaw.
What a life. Dan Laidlaw winning a £1,500 UK Poker Open seat. We got one more coming after this hand, guys. £1,500 UK Poker Open seat if you were a unique entry in the turbo flight.
Bob says if you're free, you're 100% should come up for the CAF Cup.
When is it, Tower?
The 18th of March.
18th of March.
We're working Blackpool on the 22nd.
Weekend.
So it's a Saturday as we start work on the following Wednesday.
Oh, okay. So the mystery bounty will be. I'll be up there anyway. Yeah, I'll be there anyway. Yeah, so I'll be there for the CAF Cup. Is there not a mystery bounty that weekend though?
At the night time of the Saturday night. So we're going to stop the CAF Cup at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
When the mystery bounty starts.
Yeah.
But there's live music in the club on a Saturday night as normal anyway.
Okay.
So we'd be stopping the CAF Cup music at 8 p.m. and the mystery bounty will start.
Okay.
So Jay will be there. Might put a bounty on his head.
What's the buy-in for that?
40 plus 40.
Oh,
plus,
okay.
Plus 20 for the charity.
Okay, perfect. Alice will probably play it as well, and she's coming down to Blackpool.
They have the extra £40 as an add-on, but it's like 40 plus 40. It's a one a total.
Sounds good.
All for charity.
So Umber on here, betting with his A7 after Jamie mixes in a check with the top pair. 6 on the turn, so this is going to be chopped up if we do get to showdown, unless it's an 8 or 7 on the end, or queen, should say. And it's the 5 of hearts, so we'll be chopping this up, and Umberan now going to go for value with his ace-x, try and get called by some king-queen, queen-jack, queen-10 suited, queen-9 suited, all this type of stuff, but doesn't go for value, goes check-check, and Umberan takes it down. So one last time, we're going to spin the wheel. This is for the units.
You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a baby, right round, round, round. You spin.
And it looks like Ventsislav Valev.
Ventsislav Valev is going to Coventry.
Oh, there we go, just 4.5k given away like that.
Was that the turbo?
That was the turbo
right,
uniques,
cool.
Yep. So there we go.
Well done, everybody. Those 3 winners will be announced live in the club by Big Simon. Can't call him Frankie Boyle anymore. He's growing his hair. Like his hair's like long on his head.
No buzzer, Carl Shaw. We lost just before the dinner break. So going to be a nice little treat for those guys when that's announced shortly in the card room. Just be sitting there playing and think, oh, that's nice. £1,500 without doing anything. As we got action, 2 flush draws here.
Flush draw, flush draw.
Yeah, and blind on blind as well, Tower. So potential to be a big pot if the diamond does roll off, but 4 of spades on the turn. So 9 high here for Andre, still the best hand. And wants his 4 pairs here. Ollie checking over to Andre. He's going to take a stab now. 9 high is actually the best hand, but from his perspective, we can fold out some random 1 big blind bets that Ollie might have here. Blind on blind. That just folds the flush draw there, getting 3.5 to 1 on a cool blind on blind situation. And Andre did actually have the best hand.
Yep. We're down to 51. 52nd. 52nd. Wadey. We said he'd make the money. How many do you have the break? 64k. Wadey. Gone. 52nd. So we're down to 51. 44 get the money. As soon as the ticker comes in the top left or top right hand corner, it'll be easier to sort out. But we will get that sorted very soon. We think all of the players are still in. In fact, who are the 3 winners?
Dan Laidlaw, Ventsislav Valev and Danny Grogan. Dan Laidlaw's playing the 550.
So he's still in the room.
Danny Grogan's still in the main. Ventsislav, I don't know, not there.
So he might not be in the room and he might not know. There we go. 7-8-9 flop. Umbran has got a redraw with the ace-10.
I wish you had you commentating on my play. I'd never make an out-of-line play. Just think what Jay would do. That's the thing, sports fan with comms. I'm just basically giving my opinion of what I do in the hand. Doesn't mean it's always going to be right. I will be wrong many a time. That's the thing about this game. It's impossible to play every spot perfectly.
Richard says, when is Grosvenor going to bring back the UK Student Poker Championships? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any news regarding bringing it back. I think it's just the old logistics of it all and the cost of it all nowadays, with everything coming back from COVID. They were great championships and they've brought out some fantastic players. Obviously, Jack Oliver being the biggest, finishing third in the World Series main event.
Don't forget Spraggy as well.
Yeah,
that's another one.
Spraggy,
Ben Spragg.
Yeah, Spraggy's massive online. There's been a few players that have turned themselves into wins from the students. We enjoyed it. It's just the logistics and the cost of it all. It's just really tough, isn't it? If there is any word, we will be the first to tell you.
Tens for Raymond. Raise and take.
Alright, sir.
Mr. Dan.
How are we, Joe?
All right, mate. Wait, what are you doing? You turn up.
PK.
He's not here yet.
How are you?
Very good, mate. Yourself?
Oh, good. Have you had like 3 days off? It's unbuilt 2. Feels like 3.
I take that as a compliment.
Things good?
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, very good. We're over 450 again.
Second biggest
Brilliant.
leg one GUKPT. So.
Yeah, really good. Really, especially with the amount of stuff going on nowadays.
Yeah.
We all know that everything's.
Yeah, last year was a perfect storm, wasn't it?
Of course. Yeah.
And these PKs, you're gonna need a lot. You can tell, mate. It's on the street.
Payment for breaking the.
Yeah, tell them it's payment. You guys all right?
Yeah,
Yes.
all good.
You well?
Yep.
We're all good. Thank you very much.
PK, just before they tell you, I've been funny at drink. Cool. But apparently you broke my sign, so. Yeah. That's right.
We do need some duct tape.
I'll sort it out. Not right now, but I'll sort it out.
Thanks, Dan.
All right. If you need anything.
Do we need anything, did you say?
Yeah, nice from Ollie. Yeah, that was nice from Ollie. King Queen, 3-betting one of them stack sizes that are pretty much locked for a money. Not going to want to get involved, so 3-betting the King Queen, very nice removal from some strong holdings that will continue.
Number 41. Holder number 41, Mark Ruth.
Ace Queen for Oliver. Raises to 7. 10 up. That can't be right, can it? 9-7 off.
Well, 9-7 off has just flopped the absolute world.
Yes,
with a flop of 5, 6, 8.
It's all about timing, Tower. Yeah, definitely 9-7. Just look back. And Tamer fires for 8k. Nothing for him. Flops the stones.
Still chip leader. Is Devon in the room as well? Andre +1 to get out of the way. Chip leader does as well.
Tamer 7-6 suited finds to open from cut-off once folded to, with chips on the bubble, or getting close to.
35 bigs are short stack, plenty. Finishing in 51st, Valentino Sibila, which means there's 50 left. 44 get the money. $44. All the falls, 44.
Andre with the King Queen raises to 6k, and Tamer calls with the Ace-8 suited in the hijack. And Amaran, loose pill, but wants to get involved with a suited Queen. Raymond will have an easy fold, and over to Oliver in the big blind with the 7-8 off, so definitely one we should be defending. We're going to have four-way action here to the flop.
Seven nine flop, 7-4-2.
Yeah, so Ollie does flop best here with top pair. Yeah, I've never been in with Queen 5 of spades as Umberon on the button, but once checked to us here, I don't mind this from him. Just fold out some ace highs, some king highs. We've got some really nice backdoor possibilities with our Queen 5 suited. Fires for 12 into 28, so 40% sizing just north of. And Ollie here, top pair. I'm just going to proceed with a call, I expect. No, going to fold the top pair. Check folds top pair. And Umberan with the Queen 5 suited. Going to take it down. Gets three better hands to fold. Nicely done, sir.
Top right.
There we go, top right, it's there, 50 left.
50
Six.
from... Yeah, that's 50 out of 155 from today. It's 50 out of 450 something. 459 in total. That 155 was from today that started. 6 off the money.
Yeah, Marvin, it's been like that for 5, 6 years now, 7 years, even 8.
Yeah.
You go back to like 2000, early 2000s, just before 2010. You had the poker books telling you to open 3x all the time, but once software come out and the game took a new step, like the software was basically saying we want to open smaller, So you just see the 2x all the time, like no more than 2.2x. That's the best size of choice to open pre-flop. As soon as you start opening 3x or larger, all you do is just isolate a better range of hands that continue against the 3x sizing that would continue against the 2x. So there's hands in there that might fold versus the 3x that will continue versus the 2x, and especially against the big blind, that's the most important factor. The big blind is going to defend wider versus 2x than it will 3x, so we always want to be extracting value from the big blind defend range because of how wide they are perceived to defend. So if you're stuck in the early 2000s and you're still opening 3x, maybe it's an adjustment you can make to your game and just start choosing a better size and just opening in 2x or just north of.
Afternoon, Graham. Graham Liversidge watching in Blackpool. Always great listening to Jane's analysis. I love watching the stream. Both you guys make it an amazing watch. Cheers, Graham. What are you playing the CAF Cup when we come over to Blackpool on the 18th of March?
Yeah, Will Meister makes a good point. If I'm sat at a table full of competent regulars, I'm just going to be opening 2x. Whereas if I've got, say for example, I've got a TJ in the big blind or something, I might open 3.5x with my strong hands, simply because I know TJ is going to be defending 100% of hands, so I'm trying to get more value from my strongest hands. So obviously there are going to be some exploits in there, and like I say, you need a mix of both, mix of theory, mix of exploit. That's what the best players will do in these live fields at this sort of buy-in for £1,000 when you start going up the stakes, like to 25Ks, 50Ks, 100Ks. Rare you're going to get a player like that at your table, so you will just see the standard 2x open or just north of. So there are scenarios where you might change the opening size. As well as that, if you've got all the chips on the bubble, like pure bubble or 2 or 3 off the bubble, you can start opening 3x as well. Going to get less defence from the big, just going to pick up some more pots. Like, there are obviously situations where you can change the opening size, but just as a general rule of thumb, in most situations in a tournament, you are just going to see a 2x or just north of open from most players.
£459 runners, £120,100 up top, 83,850 for second, and £50,000 for third and a bit of change.
Yeah, 44 players paid Miji
yeah,
on YouTube.
44.
Yeah, but that's what poker is. It's all about, in these live fields, especially MTTs, cash is different because a lot of cash game players, they're used to playing with the same opponents. They'll have huge sample sizes on them and understand people's tendencies and know how to exploit them. However, in live MTT fields, especially big MTT fields, there's going to be a lot of tables that you're on with unknown faces. You don't know how they play, what their tendencies are, so you just need to be aware of how these opponents are playing, see what they're doing throughout the day, see if they're making plays that you think are exploitable at a later time. And it's so important to just get an understanding of how the people are playing at your table, who's playing too aggressive, who's playing too tight, and then counteracting that with some exploits. And that's what makes it a great game. You won't ever have two single people playing the same hand in exactly the same way. Like, yeah, they might go bet with a hand, but the sizings are always going to be different. They might just, sizings may differ slightly.
.44 getting the money.
Yeah, and Red Tooth makes a good point as well. Yeah, like even in this field, you'll see when we're at the 100 level, 200 big blind poker, when we just start, people are opening to 300. But as soon as those big blinds become shallower, the average stack in terms of the field, then that's just when the opening sizes decrease. And then you go to the 100, 200 level, most people open to 5, it goes down to 2.5x, and then as soon as we start getting to level 7, level 8 of the day, it's rare you see many people open more than 2.5x. That's sort of the maximum. It's more the old school players that may not go online and study and watch videos that still happy to open their 3x size in, because that's all they've known and that's all how they've always played the game. But the best players out there, they're always going to be going with the trend and seeing how the best players adapt and how they play, and making adjustments themselves to their own game to make them a better player. Jack of diamonds on the turn after flops check through. Jamie with the best hand at the moment. But Jack rolling off supposed to be slightly better for Devon's range than ours as the opener. This is button versus big, so Devon should be fairly wide, this close to the bubble, and he's going to delay c-bet on this Jack turn. And I think we're not loving the sizing choice here from Devon, as Jamie going pot size just under with our 9-5 here. Tricky one. And he's just going to choose to let it go, so aggression from Devon prevails.
510,000 for Devon. Andre down at the bottom on 30 bigs.
And the old timers at 12x king on the under level, because they're always afraid of an ace on the flop. I know someone like that.
And so they should be.
I know someone like that, John.
It's the perfect way to play kings. What do you mean? How do you know what I had? MGM did have banned vlogging from all MGM properties today. That's interesting. Why can't you vlog? Why can't you take pictures and take a little video of you being on holiday in Vegas? Why not? Or is he vlogging at the tables?
Maybe at the tables.
I don't want to tell people I'm in Vegas by having a little walk around. That's what I want to do. Not ban them. Unless it's at the tables while you're playing.
So blind on blind here, ace king for Jamie. Both options available. Complete is fine, raise is fine. The reason I say complete, yes, we got ace king, it's a really strong hand, but from the small blind we need some strong hands in our complete range. We can't just complete our mediocre and trash hands simply because if our opponent's aware of that, they can just raise over our completes relentlessly. So we'll need some strong hands in our complete range, and ace king on this occasion just choosing to raise, which is fine as well. We're not always going to complete, we're not always going to raise, all about having that mixture of both.
Kenny Hallert gone. Kenny on form in the high roller. We're now down to 49. 40 now.
And Jim says it's at the tables, it's because there's loads of people live streaming slots, so the casinos have banned all recording of games, including poker.
Okay. Live streaming slots. What's that about?
Don't you two have some history with King in the tag team
event? No, we don't. No, we don't. There was no history. There was no problem. It was a perfectly timed move because there were a lot of people at the table that could have played it exactly the same way, and I were expecting at least one caller. It was a great move.
You was expecting at least one caller, raise to 2 big blinds, it's on you in the big, all in for 70 big blinds. You was expecting one caller, was you?
Look, sometimes you have to mix it up a little.
Mix it up, yeah, that's not mixing it up, that's...
cementing the pot, that's what that was.
Cementing the pot, them 3 big blinds we got added to the stack. How did we get on in the end?
You
know
bubbled.
Yeah, I bubbled. I pure bubbled.
Not me.
But if I had like an extra 5, 6 big blinds that you might have won with the kings, if you played them properly, we might not have bubbled.
All that would have mean is the pot was bigger for the person you lost to.
Well, no, because I shoved myself. I might not have shoved. I can't remember the hand, but I might not have shoved my hand if I had less big blinds. If you played them kings,
which one of us two lost?
Get that off.
Wait, I'm only asking a question.
We're both to blame, all right? We're both to blame.
I played it perfectly.
Yeah.
I'll do the same tomorrow.
I need a new tag team partner for the Goliath this year.
Well, we could have played it. We could have played it this year, last year at Goliath, if we hadn't been told it was the day before.
Yeah, that was funny. One, I'd like to see Oliver continue here with this particular combo, blocking some of the stronger King X, blocking King Queen, King Jack, with the Queen of Spades in there as well. But chooses just to check on this occasion. King High may be worried about Tamer's range here in the cut-off.
Tom Avaris' Towers Theory Optimum. Yep. It was great.
Yeah.
There was a tag team at Goliath, yes there was. Great game. Evening, Mr. Bellis. Hope you're on Towers Treble today, sir. I've been inundated with sponsorship for Towers Treble at this moment in time. Inundated.
Yeah, so Raymond now going to take initiative. This is slightly good board for us. Once he checks for on flop especially, we're going to have the 4 combos of 3-4 suited that no other player can have, as well as a lot more 2-pair combinations, and maybe just pouncing on the weakness of the flop checking through. And then the times we are called, potential to double barrel river or just get their equity to the nuts in form of our gut shot there. Nice pick up from Raymond. There's a bluff. Yeah, Tamer's a good player. He's had a few deep runs and no title as of yet, but has had a lot of deep runs in GUKPTs over the year.
Cold bellies.
Yes, we did get a win. Carl Towers treble was up 8-1 treble for us today.
Boom.
And Brian's going to be going up in a couple of minutes' time. And that'll be the halfway point of the day into level 16 of the tournament. 2K, 4K. There's Andre here with the 8s. Raises to 6. And Umbaran with the 8-6 off. Makes the call. I've noticed Umbaran, Tao, that's the 3rd time. I know that the first time I think he had an actual hand, but then the second time on the button he peeled Queen 5 of spades, and now he's peeling 8-6 off. So maybe Umbaran just likes playing pots in position. It could be the thought process of him that he has the button, but we all know that 8-6 off should be hitting the muck versus an under the gun open. But fair enough, wants to get involved, but nothing doing for us on this flop. And King 10-3 rainbow. And Andre continues for 2/3. Double Broadway rainbow. Goes for the 2/3. We'll have some bigger bets. We'll have some 2/3 on the double Broadway rainbow, but we'll have a few more third pot sizing. 2/3 on that occasion. Does the trick with the 8s. To be fair, Jay, he does the same with 10-10. I saw it. What happened with the 10s? I haven't heard this story. Can I have a story time Tower? What happened with the 10s? Was this in Scotland?
Might have been. We got unlucky.
You got unlucky. What happened?
So we're in Scotland.
Yeah.
When we didn't come back with a car.
Yeah.
Stupid lorry driver. We played the Friday night comp.
Yeah.
And they're paying like 11 or 12, and there's 20 left.
Yeah.
And I get 10s.
Yeah. So what? How many big blinds we got?
18.
18. Yeah.
There's a race.
Yeah.
So I jump.
What? We on the bubble?
Well, no, we're 18. The 20 left. There's paid 11.
Oh, paid 11. Yeah. What's wrong with that? That's fine.
So it comes round. The guy calls. He's got something like King 6 of hearts.
Yeah.
It comes 10, 5, 3.
Yeah.
1 heart. Johnny's behind me, absolutely larruped up to his teeth. He went, nice hand Tower.
We all know what happened next.
We all know what happened next.
Running hearts, obviously. It wasn't the deuce. It weren't the running deuce 7, was it?
No. It was just running hearts.
Deuce 4.
But when you get a tap on the shoulder,
yeah, it seems fine, Johnny. 18 bigs, shoving 10s over and open.
Yeah. It's.
Or is he telling a few porkies here? Did he have a few more big blinds, John Scott? Did he have a few more big blinds than he's letting on?
I think it was about 18 bigs. But when you get a tap on the shoulder from somebody who's had a few drinks, a few tenants,
nice hand tower.
Yeah.
You knew then, didn't you?
Tap on the shoulder,
as soon
nice
as,
hand
as
tower.
soon as you see that heart on the turn, you know it's game over. You're like. So Umbaran here. Might have gone small bet there from Umbaran once we decide. Oh no, he didn't check back flop. He bet flop. Fair enough. And then check in turn once the 4-liner completes. But Tama here shouldn't really have much 7x from +1. Oh, and Tama now going to fire the ace queen here and get snapped off. Ace queen, no good. Umbaran going to show the jack 8.
.48 left. Jezbir Keeler, bust.
KJ with a question. What's the strangest thing you've seen at a Grosvenor event?
Oh my days.
Tower's probably the one to answer this. He's been at a lot more than me.
Everyone. Well, not every Grosvenor event, but every GUKPT, I must admit. Every GUKPT since it started. Still, tap on the shoulder. Wow. There'll be plenty, and we'll be able to think of one. I like the one in the Goliath where he skewed his chips everywhere when he bust out, and it was about a 200k stack, and he just went. He literally in the Grosvenor, in the Goliath, there's loads of tables around. Something like a 200. I'm sure it was like a 300k pot. He got 150k, and he went, have them. There's been a lot of strange things going on, I must admit.
We did see someone flop a straight and managed to fold in the Goliath as well.
Oh,
Peeled with 5-3 suited, didn't he? From like peeled a 3-bet with 5-3 suited, I think, and it comes 7-6-4 and managed to find the fold on the flop. That was something. That was strange. If you're talking about strange, that was a strange hand. Obviously, he had the best hand. It's not like he made the hero fold of all time and was up against 5-8. Just managed to fold the 5-3 suited and would have won a monster pot.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few strange things, that is for sure.
Here comes Callegro's younger brother.
Got a big Goliath and Byron Sugars in a dress. Pink dress as well. Bright pink tutu.
There was a time at the Goliath as well. It was one of the busy days. I think it was the Thursday. We got about 1,200 starting the day in the room. There was 2 players sat next to each other in the rowdiest shirt ever, and they both had the same shirt on.
Sat side by side. That was unbelievable. Seat 2 and seat 3, same shirt, and you wouldn't have bought the shirt if you'd have been the only shirt on the rack.
Yeah, the matey falling off his chair in the cash game. That was brilliant, wasn't it? That was brilliant. Ace Jack for Umbaran raises to 11k. I think he looks younger, Ben. I think Cal looks younger without the beard.
Yeah.
Ben thinks he looks older.
Well, he's all. Look at that after 3 days of not shaving. It's now it's nearly all back.
So come straight to the table. Off a 21 in the cut-off here. Out of the way. So who do we lose, Tower? It's just gone down to 48.
Yeah,
so,
I've done that.
Oh, you've done that?
I did Jezbir Keeler.
Okay.
On 48.
So 6 tables of 8 remain in the main event. So Umbaran opening ace jack, Tama defending the jack 7 suited. Not much for either player here. This ace jack for Umbaran might decide to check this one behind. That might continue the ace jack with a club, check the ace jack without. But Umbaran still undeterred and fires, and it is going to get the job done. Did have the best hand.
48 left, 44 get the money. We'll bring you the action from the outer tables if there is any. PK is already out on the floor.
Queen Jack of clubs for Cal. Comes to the table, offered 21 hit. 4 spots off the money.
4 spots.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Tea time.
Cup of tea sounds good, Tower.
I'll rush just in case I'm tanned.
So what would usually be a bog standard open here for Cal from the hijack Queen Jack of clubs? He's thinking about maybe limping this one. Like, I wouldn't actually mind seeing a limp here off of 21 with Queen Jack of clubs. Like stack remit that we can definitely incorporate some limps in with. But like even if we open and nothing much comes on the flop, 1 c-bet, like most we're probably going to do is 4 bigs. Wow, well Cal's actually going to, he's actually going to shove the Queen Jack suited here for 21. This is the option I didn't expect to see here. 4 spots off of the money. No ace or king blocker in there, just ripping the Queen Jack suited for 21 big blinds. It does get through. Like off of 20 plus bigs, so important that we do try and lock up that min cash £2,650 with 4 spots off the money. Mauricio on Twitch. Like just looking at it from like the ICM purposes, £2,650 is a min cash. We don't get a ladder as big as that until there's 7 left, literally. So it's so important to make sure that you do lock up their min cash off of this particular stack size. Like obviously there's some scenarios where we have to get it in and we just get cooled, or we have to get it in and we get unlucky. I'm not saying we fold 100%, but do need to trade a lot more carefully when you're this close to the money bubble. It's effectively looking at it like a £2,650 ladder rather than just a min cash. Like I say, you have to be sat there with 7 players left before you get another jump that big. Maybe Cal thought that he just looked really strong, shoving this close to the money for that amount. But back to the action, because Andre with the pocket fours here and the hijack raises to 8, and Devon here, this is just mandatory 3-bet I think for us this close to the money. Wow, he folds the king queen. Oh my word, I would have been making that 20k I think versus Andre's stack size here. I would have been going after it. Andre sitting with 24 to start the hand, 24 bigs, king queen off versus the hijack open. I'm just going to be relentlessly 3-betting this. But Devon, chip leader in the room, decides against it. It just comes down to Andre has to play really tight. Like he's not going to 4-bet bluff. He's only going to 4-bet shove the top of his range. He's going to struggle to peel out of position. And like king queen off, obviously a great hand to have in the 3-bet bluff range. Removal from ace king, ace queen, kings and queens. So surprised Devon didn't actually take that spot there with the king queen off as the chip leader in the room. Jack Van Loo says, I think Devon might go all the way. Very solid cash player. I actually played with Devon. I'm pretty sure it's him. Just looking at him at a 25-25. I think it was in Walsall last year, about 6-7 months ago. And when I played, he seemed pretty new to the game. I think it might be a different person. But if you know him, Jack, has he been playing long? Because if it's the same person I'm thinking of, I don't think he's been playing too long, Devon. Unless he's just improved drastically over the last 6 months, that could be the case. If people put the work in, you can definitely improve quickly if you're dedicated. Plays a lot in London, maybe not the fella I'm thinking of then. Hey then, Johnny Church, enjoying the stream on my train journey. Thanks both. Hammer here suited, king raises to 10k. Yeah, there we go. Richard says it might be the same person then, Richard, because looks very familiar. I think he was on one of my tables in a tournament last year, one of the 25-25s, and could just tell that he was pretty new to the game. So seems like he has improved drastically if it is the same face. Richard says Devon hasn't been playing too long. He's a uni student. His game has dramatically increased over the last 3 months. Yep, Joe Diego, everyone says it. You don't give them time bank chips, people moan about the tanking. You give them time bank chips, people moan about them using the full 30 seconds before they muck their hand. But it's part of the game now. It's 2023 poker. Just tanking in itself gains you EV. It's as simple as that. When just tanking, just waiting for someone else to bust on an outer table, it's so beneficial, and everyone's aware of what you got to do. Well, the regulars are, knowing that just taking their time and using up their 30 seconds is going to increase their chances of getting that min cash, so going to make them more EV. It's as simple as that, and everyone does it. It's not like it's only one specific person that's tanking all the time. I'm sure it will be going on the outer tables as well. So Umberon here on the button, raises to a 9k. And an awkward one here for Raymond with the ace-9, offered just sub 25. Like definitely a hand in a normal normal situation in the tournament. We could definitely 3-bet bluff this one versus a button open, but right now all we can think about is that £2,600 and locking up a min cash and getting on the right side of the bubble, so decides to let it go. Ollie defending the Jack-6 of diamonds. Complete whiff here for Umberon, and does choose to check this board back fairly promptly. 4 on the turn, does give him bottom pair now, and Ollie with a gut shot here might fancy leading this one, start going after some ace highs, king highs type holdings to fold out. Still got an overcard to the board. We got an overcard to the board and a double gut shot here. 9 or 5 working for us. So does choose to lead for 18. 18 into 24. So 3/4 pot exactly from Oliver. Just basically saying this is my board. I'm going to have a lot more strong hands here than you. And Umbaran agrees. Lets the bottom pair go. Nice pick up from Ollie with the worst of it.
42 and 43, please name the tournament. That's 42 and 43 to the tournament. Proceed in the cup.
Oh, 47. Just seen Simon Higgins. Not seen Simon Higgins for ages. He says, I'm playing everything this year, Tower. He says, oh, I'm sports betting. I says, was you on Tower's treble? He went, no. If only, eh? If only. We'll get a break. We'll get the chips sorted at the moment. We are on 47 and 3 off the money. Do we know when the full Goliath schedule will be released, Alex Peel? I don't know if Jay's covered it, but I think we'll have news at Manchester.
Did you do the stacks quite quickly when you got to Waters Tower? Did you put the stacks up?
Stacks.
This is what we had at the break. There we go.
Yeah, that's the break. That's an hour ago.
Well, that's as close as we got, Tower.
There's a lot of them out. Yeah, it is. We said at the next break we'll be getting a new one. And also regarding Alex, I've heard we got news in Manchester.
News in Manchester
for the Goliath schedule.
Oh.
The only thing at this moment in time that is on the app, the Goliath Day 1s are on the app, but the sides and full schedule, we will have news in Manchester in 2 weeks' time, or 2.5. But all the Day 1s are in Goliath and on the app, but the sides and full schedule will be more news when we get to Manchester.
Ace 5 suited for Jamie, raises to 8k. And Raymond's just using the time, knows everyone else is doing it, so going to join the party. Oliver here, deuces on the button, going to be calling. Don't think we're going to have any other decision here. Stack size is in question, just going to be a call from us. Cal going to take 30 seconds and fold.
And what's on in Manchester, I hear you ask? Oh, Sean Man's only just back as he missed a big ticket. Do we tell him that we had to split it and 2 people got tickets?
I don't know if we should.
Tell him or not?
I don't know.
Oh my days. oh my days. Sean Man, you're in luck. It'll be tomorrow.
Once the hand is finished, please leave the performance area.
Arrow says, great to see some old faces still playing. Raymond and Umberan, original gut shot players back in 2005. I was in primary school.
Well, there's no GUKPT then either. Speaking of Manchester, there it is, the full schedule. Just been speaking to Simon Higgins. He's coming to Manchester to play the big one, the high roller, on the Wednesday. He's going to play a lot more, he said. He says he loves London. He says the numbers are down, aren't they? I went, obviously the anomaly of nothing else being open. Obviously all the players came out. We now know Cyprus is on, Madrid's on, Nottingham's on. Where do you want to play these days? Everywhere. Prague was back. Vegas is still on. Everywhere is now reopened. But Manchester, there it is, all the way. Pick your event. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot now, Reggie. Take the screenshot. Manchester, GUKPT on its way.
We've got King 7 for Oliver, raises to 8. Someone came up with a suggestion when we were playing the playoff tower, regarding the clock on the iPad, that you get 10 seconds for unopened action and then 30 seconds for opened action. So say if it's folded to you.
Well, that's what they did eventually. It was 20 seconds and then 40 seconds of action. That's what they did. That's why they had the unscheduled break when you were still in. They had an unscheduled break and it was all the tanking on every single table. So they brought in, when they brought in the time banks, it was a 20 second unopened action and then 40 seconds if there was action. They'll be I think they'll be in from the beginning next year.
Next year? God, that's a long way to go.
I know, yeah. Another 12 months for you to wait for your 5k. Are you using some of it in Coventry?
I think I'm going to go play the Turbo next Sunday.
Yeah.
Turbo then day 2. Well, hopefully day 2 without a buy-in.
Lovely.
Big Jimmy wants Reading back next year.
I think Reading could be a floating leg.
What's that, like Jack's floating head earlier? One of those. A floating leg?
Yeah, I think it could be one of those legs that's not in one year but in the next year, kind of thing. Good show to watch on YouTube, anyone? Yeah, the GUKPT.
Live stream, very good, I hear. What is your obsession with Great Yarmouth, Jim? You always want to go to Great Yarmouth for a GUKPT.
Does he not live in Great Yarmouth?
I don't think he does.
No? Unless he's the manager.
He might just want to go on Europe's oldest wooden roller coaster.
That's in Blackpool.
Is it not 1912 from Yarmouth?
Is it 1912?
Something like that. I'm sure it's in Yarmouth.
I thought the Woody in Blackpool was the oldest.
The one in Yarmouth, if you go on that now, it's like honestly,
rickety up, rickety down.
And when you go round, like you see all these old like tracks where the old roller coaster was, and like some old carts and stuff like that. Eubank or Smith tonight? Ask Big Jimmy.
I think Eubanks wins, but it'll be close. Whatever it's on, if it's on in the club, it'll get noisy at the bar.
Saying that, I've still never been on the Big Dipper in Blackpool. Is it called the Big Dipper?
The big one.
The big one. That's
called the big one.
I've not been on it.
Actually, the Big Dipper is the Woody.
Oh,
that's called the Big Dipper. The ultimate in High Water Valley is getting dismantled, is it? I've not seen the news. Somebody did a promotion on the Big Dipper. Going down the big one.
Should do a hand review on the Big Dipper. Saying that, I just thought of something. We done filming about 8-9 months ago.
Yeah.
For some poker hands, me with all the pros.
Did you?
You weren't. Yeah, you weren't around. I can't remember where you was, but we done a few hours of filming.
Well, it was analysis, so it won't be
me and all the pros breaking some hands down, and I haven't seen them anywhere.
Oh.
That was about 8 months ago now.
I'll speak it.
It was before Vegas. We done all that filming. To be fair, I was a lot slimmer in them videos, so I don't mind a bit of getting posted out now. Put on a bit of weight since we filmed them.
Exactly, Jim. Exactly. You have to get the standing.
There was one of them videos, I've done 2 with each pro, and one of the hands was with Rick Trigg, and it was a hand that was played by Rick Trigg. So it was just like take it away, Trigg. You can say what was going through on your head this hand. But saying that, no pros this weekend. I just realised that.
No.
No Katie, no Andy, no Trigg. We know Jamie's in Cyprus.
Ewan's gone skiing.
Shame. Leg 1 of the year. Thought we'd have some pros here at our main.
Yeah.
Supporting.
How many get paid and what's up top? Scrolling across the bottom is the thing, and top right it says 47 out of 459 and 44 get the money. Ewan is out. Ewan has gone skiing. Gone to France.
Going to get really busy in a minute, guys. GUKPT Cup on break, and the live main event is about to go on break as well.
Oh my days.
Attention, dealers and players in the main.
Again. Aye. Matt Davenport was playing, Matt Davenport. Matt Davenport went out early doors this morning. First session Matt Davenport went out. Yeah, it's always going to slow down. We went from 155 to like 55 in 2 sessions.
Yeah, but average stack tower
had to slow down.
Is well over 50 rigs. That's the thing. Queen 4 deuce 2 spade board. Oliver with wheel draw and diamond on board. Expect him to be continuing this one fairly often. Right, just thinking about Tama's range here in the small tower. We'll have all the pocket pairs in there, probably up to like 10s. They'll have some king queen, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited in terms of the hands that are going to be continuing. As well as front door spade draws as well, ace-x of spades, this type of stuff. So 10 of hearts on the turn. Now decision for Ollie whether to double barrel this spot or just take a free card and see a river. Like we do go after the 5s through 9s here with a double barrel, as well as maybe some ace-3 and ace-5 suited himself that Tama could have. Queen X not going to be folding though. And deciding to check behind. Nine of diamonds on the river. Tama going to block. 6k, so 15% on the end here. Ollie out the way with the ace-5 suited. Can't do anything but fold.
Devon still chip leader, 488. 47 players left, 44 get the money. Half an hour's time, there's a break. Under the gun gets out of the way. Plus 1, 2. Count 2 king. Thought about raising.
No, he's just doing some posturing.
Yeah. Close to the money. 20 bigs.
Devon opening and Tama going to kill the king 10. Like Jamie here, ace-9 suited. Would usually be a potential squeeze, but I think we're just always going to flat here with both Devon and Tama having us covered this close to the money. Like definitely a hand post bubble or way before the bubble that we could choose to 3-bet squeeze as a bluff. still going to take the spot, regardless of how close we are to the money. Makes it 40k. And cut-off versus button versus small here. This deep, I'm still probably happy to flat here with the 5s as Devon. Like, Tamer's just not going to have any traps here this close to the money tower. He's just going to want to 3-bet his strongest hands when we've got all the chips as Devon. But he's going to fold the 5s. He's going to choose to let them go. I might have been peeling there with potential to put some pressure on the man out of position. Not calling necessarily just the flopper set, calling with position to potentially put some ICM pressure on the man in seat 5. Simply because we haven't covered and we are now just 3 spots off the money.
That's out of the way. Hey, dry liner. We can't get rid of it because it's a Facebook algorithm. There's not a lot we can do about that. When it comes live, the live ticket comes across and sometimes you can't see the cards. We understand that, but we can't do anything about it. That's a Facebook thing, and Mark Zuckerberg doesn't listen to the tower. If you want to not have the live thing on, try going landscape. Other than that, try YouTube or Twitch. But we can't do anything about the Facebook thing, unfortunately. We've tried. Sent him a message. Oi! But right underneath there, Mick the Mod has posted up how to get on Twitch. It is a bit annoying, I must admit, but there's not a lot we can do about it, unfortunately. Cal's just going to fold these 21 bigs, working the clock to perfection. 3 off the money. That's what the short stacks will do.
Have just one more giveaway today, guys. We don't know whether it's going to be next session, whether it's going to be the last session, but as we are giving away a £1,500 UK Poker Open seat tomorrow, we're just going to do the last giveaway either next session or the final session regarding the £150 live satellite seat, and then tomorrow we'll have the live stream free roll anyway for you guys on the client, but because we're giving away £1,500, that's all that's going to be given away tomorrow. Over £3,000 worth of giveaways this weekend, and Manchester's going to be the same. When we are there in a couple of weeks' time, we're going to have £3,000 to give away for that live stream. Is there a delay? Someone could have it up on their phone and be playing low. Of course there's a delay, Ben.
Yeah.
30-minute delay. Tower and I get the pictures fed through to us on that delay, and then we commentate on the delay live, so we don't have any idea what's happening live. So we're watching it exactly like you guys, and then we can interact with the chat boxes as it happens. What do we play down to today, asked Ribbons? We played 10 levels. This is level 16, so going to be a break, 2 more levels, break, 2 more levels, and done, finishing up. There's been a couple of 25-minute breaks today, actually, so probably finishing up close to 1 in the morning. Tama. Chameleon. So just taking the ace blocker here and basically saying to Jamie that you have to be really tight here to continue versus us. You don't want to be getting involved, so potential to bust. And does get the ace jack to fold. Well played, Tama. Just with the ace blocker there. Just understanding as well, cut off versus button, that the button knows that we're meant to open fairly wide in the cut off, so can 3-bet wider, and then just using the blocker and 4-betting with the A6 off, having the player covered. Well played from Tama.
Big Sam is still running in. Well, maybe not, might not be running, but he's still in the tournament. Big Sam Achimpong, he is still in. So is Big Trev.
Was funny the other day when I went when they were heads up, Chris and Trev, and I go, well, Chris and Trev both run well, and you went, Trev doesn't run well.
Are them dates right on the website for Coventry, the 25th till the 21st? Where's that, Wayno? Please tell us and I'll get PK to check it. Cal is in. All of it. Ace King. Next, the blinds and the antes. He'll have another orbit to play with. Good to see Ollie White back at the tables. Scene number 9.
Yeah, this is fine from Cal at this stage of the tournament.
Yep.
Like, we don't want to get Ollie to defend in the big blind. If we just open to like 8k here, Ollie defending the big blind, more likely to whiff the flop than flop an ace or a king, so can put ourselves in some tricky post-flop decisions. So just happy to shove for 21 bigs and pick up blinds and ante.
That's Coventry. 19th of Feb is when it starts with all the satellites. We're going live on the 24th.
Are we?
Yeah. We're doing cash on the 24th.
Cash?
Vinny's playing.
Vinny is playing.
Vinny's playing. Igor sorted it.
Has he?
Vinny's playing. Uh-oh.
I'm on next on the feature.
Oh, Wendy Watson's on the feature table.
Diabolical. I've only got 30.
Wendy Watson, don't give us any. Don't tell us anything. Do we all a surprise?
We'll be fine, Wendy.
I'm trying my hardest.
I know you are.
Go on, Wayne. Good luck.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
Wendy Watson's going to be on the next feature table. She comes to tell us. She's done her hair and everything. The lot's on. So, yeah, please tell us, Wayno, when that is on for Coventry. Please tell us on what website, because that's obviously wrong. But we'll try and find out which bit.
Yeah, an easy shove here for Raymond. Although on the bubble, we still need to take these spots. Tama just going to be opening wide with lots of chips, just trying to chip up on the bubble. And Raymond has to take this spot here with Ace King. This is an easy shove for him. Tama will get out of the way fairly promptly.
Yeah, Ace King for Ray. They're in. Big blind's not defending now. Then the 25. Let's quickly have a look. The 25-25 schedule for Coventry. 25th of January until the 29th. So where does it say the 21st and which website? Wayno, please tell us. We'll get PK on it. But Coventry's 25-50. Is the 25th till the 29th, as it says there.
Attention, dealers and players in the GUKPT.
It's only just gone to foot.
That's all players and dealers in GUKPT.
So, it's on your PC. I can't see it, but what website? What are you scrolling and typing in to get to the 25th till the 29th? Please.
And we are going to head out to an outer table, guys, because we've got an all-in and a call. Bradley Harwood is the player at risk.
Is that brothers?
And Big
in
TR. Pocket threes for Trevor Reardon.
Against Ace Jack of Hearts. Whoa! Any ladies around? Like Queen, King. And a 10.
Straight no good.
Oh.
Straight no good. Why are you mucking the freeze, dude? He realised eventually. So Bradley Harwood out here, and Big TR looks like he's up over 200k.
Well done, Big TR. Another deep run from Trevor Reardon. Hey.
So Jacks for Devon under the gun, raises to 10. Tama flat in here from +1, and Raymond in the cut-off here should be getting out of the way here. Like 9 out of clubs usually. In a normal scenario, post-bubble, we're probably happy to peel this one off of 28, just sub, but don't really want to be getting involved now with our stack. As we say, £2,650 min cash. If you want to look at it like a ladder, we have to get to 7 players left to get to a ladder as big as that. So Raymond does make the laydown. Definitely get behind that. And over to Cal in the big blind. No, Brad isn't related to Dan Keka. Neither of them are related to me either.
Attention, all players remaining in the main event. You have 3 minutes remaining in your break. Please do start and take your seats. That's all players in the main event. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break.
How much do they win if they're out now? Nothing.
Nothing.
Not a skerrick.
Cal letting the King Jack go. Same scenario as well as what we just mentioned with the 9 out of clubs, with Cal stack size just north of 20. Just going to want to be folding to get in the money. There are some hands, obviously we are going to jam and continue, but they're going to be at the top end of range. As we see the ace, queen, queen, 2 club board here. And Devon with the pocket jacks going to continue for third. This is an interesting spot between these two. They're both the big stacks at the table, so both probably think that each other can be fairly wide. We can see Tama here with the jacks, like Tama's decision just to flat pre here from +1 this deep versus Devon, the only player at the table that can do damage to us. And now have to proceed with a check here as Devon. I say have to. I think this is a bit of a mistake, Tower. Double barreling the jacks on this board, gun versus +1. Like, and the other thing is, like, Tama probably not going to be too out of line here as well because of such similar stack sizes. I just think a bit of a misstep here from Devon. I don't mind the small C bet, but once we get called from Tama, especially with a jack of clubs, I think it's just going to be a pure check on the turn. And now we just have to check here, like essentially turning jacks into a bluff here, and we do go for the third barrel. Like Tama still can have some ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited, king queen suited, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, all this stuff here they would potentially peel to our gun open. Wow, so is turning jacks into a bluff. Goes for 100k into 120, and maybe thinking blocking ace jack here, removal to ace jack of Tama. So Tama's going to free bet ace king, ace queen unlikely because of the board with an ace and 2 queens on there. Only 6 combos remaining of ace queen. We got 2 jacks in our hands, so only 6 combos remaining of ace jack. Block queen jack of spades. That could be going through his head, but I think this is a bit of an optimistic one, Tower. Whether Tama calls or fold, I'm not sure if this is ever going to be good here with jacks. Like may get it through, but obviously in the short term it may work, but I don't think we ever want to be free barreling jacks here on this particular board, gun versus +1 over the long run. It does work, and he gets it through. Sigh of relief.
Still chip leader.
Yeah, but he's not going to have any ace rag unless it's like ace x suit. Like, I think even Tama there might fold his like suited wheel aces versus the gun open from Devon. But credit where it's due for running it. Still got to have some heart to find some bluffs there. But don't think that line's ever going to be good or profitable over the long run there. Gun versus +1 with that particular holding. In the short term, it's worked lovely for us, but I don't think it's going to be recommended with the pocket jacks there.
What was the break? 20?
20, yep. Got 10 minutes.
So in 10 minutes time, we'll be back at 8 o'clock. We're going on a break in 10 minutes time.
ideal scene. I can just like do some commentary.
Yeah, when you fold around, come and do 10 seconds of comms.
Poke my head through this bit.
Yeah, shame Tamer's box isn't working. I'm guessing he did have like a suited ace-X there. Maybe ace-10. Like ace-10, maybe ace-10 suited. I think probably the likely hand that Tamer had in that scenario. But like 2 clubs on the board, like with the jack of clubs there, jacks with the jack of clubs, like we're blocking all of like Tamer's unmade hands there, like his flush draws, the jack 10 suited, the king jack suited, the king. It's a strange one. I'm sure Devon has his reasons, and obviously it worked on that occasion. But I think 3 barreling jacks there is a bit optimistic. Just an opinion.
Ben says, what's the point in running down the clock if you're not going to play? Even looked at the clock and waited to the last second to toss. That's because it'll be a short stack. And we're only 2 places off the money.
Yep.
It's called tactics. That's what a lot of players in every tournament around the world will be doing.
Yeah, when you're around 20 BBs or less near the bubble bend, you just have to tank. You have to take some time before you fold and basically hope that there's some bust outs on outer tables. Tanking gains you EV. Simply because the longer we tank for, the more likelihood that someone could bust on the outer table. But the thing is, everyone's doing it. It won't just be the feature table that's tanking, it will be going on the outers as well.
Yeah. It's what happens if you play online. It happens online. The closer you get to the money, the longer everybody tanks online. It does it. It happens in every walk of life, in every tournament there is in the world.
Dave Duggan, how come on the half-hour delay when we have a winner, how come the winner's still at the table? Because Tower's a time traveller. That's how it happens. Tower's a time traveller. He can go back on the half-hour delay, get to the table live when we crown a champion.
Yep. Yeah, we're only 2 places off the money now, Ben. 46 in the top right-hand corner. I know it might be a bit of a struggle to see that on Facebook, but 46 top right-hand corner, and only 44 get paid.
So Umber on out the way. Raymond with ace-9 should just be letting this go. 9-7 for Oliver. Not going to open into the 2 blinds of the chip leader. Bevan in the small, Tamer in the big. John Jacobs, less than 10% of the field paid. Brutal, that's standard of GUKPT. Yeah, it's usually around 10%. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes it's a little bit less. But basically these ones are fairly top heavy.
Is that about 9.8% instead of 10? Or 9.9? Yeah, they also work on brackets as well. So instead of paying 46, you're paying 44. Yeah, just put in the chat.
So we're going to head over to the outer table, guys. This is what was occurring.
What's occurring on the outer tables?
So we got a King Jack 9-2 heart board. We got Trevor Reardon involved.
Yep. Pre-flop it was 10 for Trevor, 30 for Simon Wilson. Trevor Reardon makes it 100 and Simon called. Big TR's got them in. Oh no! Trev shoves for 99,000 on that board.
Yeah, and Simon Wilson hit.
King Jack 9. So he's at risk. Big TR won the high roller.
Doesn't look happy, Simon.
He's at risk. Is he calling? Does he put him in? What's he got? 400,000. There's my time bank, he says.
So Trev Reardon shoving here for
What's
what
he got?
looks
1, 2,
like
3.5.
looks about 80, 90k shove here from Trev into a pot of about 200, I reckon. Wow, more than 200. I didn't see them chips there. What's that? 100, 200,
No,
300. Yeah, it's about 300 in the middle there.
Oh, in the middle, yes.
It's about 300k in the middle.
Yeah.
And Trev
Simon made it 30 pre, and TR made it 100.
Trev shoving
and
for
Simon
just
called.
yeah, and Trev just shoving for under 100.
And Simon behind the line, what's he got? No, he stacks to 20, so
50s there in tower. So he's got 200 and he's got about 270k, and it's 100 just under to call.
What do you think he's got? Ace King, King Jack?
Yeah, I reckon something like Ace King tower. I reckon you can be spot on. Where he doesn't like what he sees.
Set of kings.
Oh, he calls with queens.
A set of kings.
Needs a 10, and it's a 6 on the river. Boat for Trevor Reardon.
When you're running hot, Big Trev. When you are running hot.
Wow, Simon at the ladies.
Taking all the stack there. Big Trevor's just looking down. That is monstrous.
Could we see the double tower? That is the question. TR going to be up to around 500,000. Trevor Reardon flying this week as Tama blind on blind here makes it 11k here with the ace-4 suited. Could potentially go bigger here as Tama just south of 3x sizing choice. But Jamie doesn't look like he wants to get involved. Yeah, maybe Gully. Just like you can tell a lot from how people posture, and I haven't seen Simon's face before, but the way he was posturing there and like the look he was giving, maybe, and even the way he was stacking his chips, maybe a bit of a stranger to live poker. So maybe just thought, I've got queens, it's a good hand. I've got a gut shot as well, so I'm going to go with it. That can usually be a good indication of how much poker someone plays, how they stack their chips. Usually if they're stacked in 10s, usually an indication that they haven't been playing for too long. But still a lot for her money. Simon Wilson for sure. Still sat with about 170k. And we got 2 minutes, so this hand should be it if people are going to continue tanking. A CFO.
A CFO. Yep, 3-1.
When someone is in love.
Is that what it is?
Did he mean to put that?
Is that what it means? When someone is in love. Is a CFO in love?
Maybe.
Is that why he's off to the
he's
Bahamas?
in love with his platinum pass. That's what he's in love with.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Still wasn't random that, by the way. No way. A C4. He's on the Grosvenor client for the 25.50.
Yeah, and this is going to be the last hand, guys. So we're heading on break after this hand, whatever happens. And Tama here, going to go for the raise here with the 7s, just applying maximum pressure on the bubble, playing the big stack very well indeed. We saw the 4-bet bluff earlier with the ace-6 off, Now just choosing to raise sevens here on the king high board and just going after it. And Umbaran just not going to be able to continue. I think going to have a tough time calling here. Right, Tama has checked back flop here, so as the opener pre, maybe just repping a set or some flop top 2 hand like king 10, set of threes on the turn, but does end up getting it through, gets Umbaran off the best hand, and Tama's going to let him pick one, and Umbaran sees the 7. He's not happy, but we're on a 20-minute break, guys. We're going to be back at 5 to 8 with the bubble coverage. We will see you in 20 minutes.
See you in 20!
We've been surviving, we've been doing all right, and it's great that you've come to join us for an hour with the tower.
Yeah.
We're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been. If got a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this, do you know what, playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career?
Making me feel old, that. Every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, you know, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? Never had an answer. Except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which didn't really go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers. And so I kind of had this plan of just get this, kind of $3,000 student loan.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. So yeah, I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed.
Yeah.
All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G in the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists.
Yeah.
Constant action, just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water. Believe it or not.
I thought I could rely on you, mate. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. You first
drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi-drinking as well, mate. So you played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast, and I wanted to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played, I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £20 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
And they told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold. It was on him. He'd raise. I'd fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks. Won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads up. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah. And then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were. I was fairly lazy about, I'm like I was studying back then, and now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of go with the flow of, okay, what's next on is GUKPT Bolton or Warsaw or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow. And it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day. You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on. And so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of, that was what everyone was doing, and you know what I mean? So that's kind of where it kind of started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realize that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that. And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left, and Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then. And I think I knocked him out, and then from there I won the tournament. And then probably after that I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing. Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly.
Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party time?
I'm pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Well, that's, you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between 1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that. I was just playing low stakes. You kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. So to win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
And in the
state, coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
well, it wasn't a bad year 2011, because the GUKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking. These tournaments now, all right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win, and rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. It would be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose. And so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously. Definitely, yeah.